The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1126. We can't make the world better, we can only prevent it from getting worse. Why are you arresting me? Go arrest those guys. Spider-Man originally wanted to get close to Luke to see if he could get into the Defenders, but he immediately remembered that he was about to stop those criminals, but was stopped by Matt and Luke. We are here for this. Speaking of this, Matt felt a little speechless. He was almost, just a little bit, but was ruined by this bastard. We can't arrest them for now. Why? Spider-Man couldn't understand. Seeing a crime but not stopping it was absolutely unacceptable in Spider-Man's concept. Even if he was just an ordinary person, he would not stand idly by, although the way to stop it would be different, such as calling the police. But now that he has the power, he should stop it even more. We are fishing, Luke said in a muffled voice. We have been watching this gang for a long time, but you almost exposed it just now. Spider-Man tilted his head and quickly figured it out. Oh, you want to find out who is behind them? Peter actually knew that Matt and his team were investigating the gang that sold alien weapons. It's just that the Defenders obviously didn't intend to play with him, so Matt warned him not to get involved in this matter a long time ago. After all, those alien weapons are really dangerous. If something happens to Peter, they can't forgive themselves. To be honest, people are like this. It's natural to respect the elderly and pity the young. The other Defenders are all adults. They already know what they will face before they join. For example, Matt would rather be a star of misfortune and be poor all his life. For example, Luke is a bachelor. He can feed his family and not starve. He would rather die. But in their eyes, Peter is not like this. He is still a child. In their opinion, Peter's chivalry is more like being led astray by them. He thinks this kind of thing is cool, so he imitates it. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. This means that he has never thought about it, and he is not ready to accept the consequences. Just like Kyle reminded the three female heroes, wearing a mask is never to protect yourself, but to protect the people around you. Superheroes may be glorious, but they are also dangerous. The enemy can't deal with you, but they can deal with Nano's friends and relatives. Is Peter really ready to lose Ben and May because of him one day? Even someone like Kai has to prepare several incarnations to share such risks. Peter, a 16-year-old high school student, what makes you think you can do everything? This is a typical mature performance. Self-righteous. So they have always refused to play with Spider-Man, and even advised him to study hard and not think about being a superhero. Not everyone is Kai. Usually, they may not see that Spider-Man fights those little hooligans. After all, those hooligans can't cause much trouble. But now they are not facing hooligans. They also participated in the Battle of New York, although they were a bit of a bystander and could not go deep into the core of the battlefield. But they also saw the force of the Chitauri. Those alien weapons are no joke. So they are particularly resistant to pulling Spider-Man in. But unexpectedly, they still met Spider-Man here. Peter, Matt has never been with children in his life. He was blind when he was a child, and then suffered a great change. He was lonely and miserable since childhood, and had no friends except the fat boy Fergie. When he grows up, he's so busy doing justice that he doesn't even have time to fall in love, let alone have children. So facing Peter, he's really helpless. Go back? This is not something you can participate in. No. I can help. Spider-Man certainly didn't agree. Luke pouted. Forget it, Matt. Let him follow. Believe it or not, if you drive him away, he will investigate privately. By then, things may be even worse. Spider-Man nodded immediately. He especially hopes to be recognized by others, especially by these seniors. Hey, Matt knew that he had advised this kid so many times, but this kid still went his own way. In fact, he himself is no exception. Most superheroes are paranoid. Stubborn to death. But you have to promise me that you must be obedient. I promise. Spider-Man agreed happily. But Matt didn't feel that he was reliable. Could you be a little more serious? Peter, no. You said. Don't call my name. I'm Spider-Man now, okay, follow my instructions. Matt felt that he had said it too early. Are we really going to watch like this? Spider-Man hid in the dark and watched the gangsters attack the second self-service bank. In the middle, he knocked down an old man with one punch. At that time, Spider-Man almost rushed out, but Luke grabbed him and stopped him from doing anything stupid. Wait, Matt said with a headache. But, the old man is not in danger of life. Matt gritted his teeth and said, my ability can feel the old man's physical condition. He is just a flesh wound, and he didn't even bleed. Spider-Man knows that Daredevil's ability is super senses. Matt's high-tech combat suit can spread ultrasonic waves all the time, which allows Matt, even if he is blind, to have a clearer vision than normal people. He can even see the posture of a fly flapping its wings 3 kilometers away. It's very scary. Listen, little spider, Matt looked back at Peter and said, if you are really ready to continue being a vigilante, you must be clear that we can't do everything well. We are human beings, not gods, and we can't make the world a better place. Matt has always been a pessimist. Even after Hell's Kitchen was saved by Kai, he still didn't change his view. In fact, did Kai really save Hell's Kitchen? In terms of the geographical concept, yes. Kai can say that he saved the area that was despised by everyone, but if it refers to the people living there, I'm sorry. Kai failed to do it. Hell's Kitchen is no longer a den of gangsters, so those bastards disappeared? No. They just left the Clinton area, and they can create a Hell's Kitchen again anywhere in the city. Because Kai failed to really change one thing, that is, the root cause of the real evil in this country and this society. That is poverty. Yes, Hell's Kitchen has become better, because the people there have jobs and have found decent jobs, which can be regarded as being saved, but there are still some people who simply couldn't afford the rising rent in Hell's Kitchen and left there. As long as this society does not change, gangs and criminals will still exist, and the tragedy of Hell's Kitchen will still happen somewhere else. This is Matt's view. So he still fights for the poor and is still enthusiastic about public welfare, because he knows that as long as there is poverty, then evil will not disappear. Then, what are we doing so much for? Matt's words are completely contrary to Peter's 3 views. They are chivalrous. Aren't they just for a better society? Otherwise, what is the point of doing this? Since Spider-Man has already participated, Matt must teach him something in the shortest possible time. In order to prevent this world from getting worse. If society is really good, there will be no people like us. Matt said the saddest thing about superheroes. If there is really peace and tranquility in the world, do we still need superheroes? To put it bluntly, superheroes are the product of the current social rules that are on the verge of getting out of control. The law no longer represents justice and cannot maintain fairness. The police can no longer protect the people and the government is no longer trustworthy. Superheroes are born. Spider-Man doesn't understand the difference between the two. Seeing his confused face, Matt sighed. You will know later. Luke frowned. How the hell did you know that? This guy is still wearing a mask. In short, we have to make some choices. Before the old man's life is threatened, we have to focus on our current case. You know, if we don't knock down the arms trafficking gang, more such things will happen. Matt thought of his past self, when he was also taught a lesson by Kai. Okay, Spider-Man probably understood, although he felt very uncomfortable. Spider-Man and Matt both underestimated these guys. These guys wearing superhero masks are really hard-working. 5 cases in one night. They drove back to their lair when it was almost dawn. It was an abandoned factory. Well, gangs like this kind of place the most, shabby, dark, and no one. But it was different from what they expected. After hiding the money, they started to have fun in the dilapidated factory. When they were tired, they would lie on the broken sofa or in the car. When they woke up, they would drink and take drugs, and even find girls to have fun. No, Little Spider shouted in surprise. What's wrong? Matt thought Little Spider had discovered something. I'm going home. Aunt May will kill me if I don't go home all night. Matt and Luke, 2 lonely people, had long forgotten the feeling of having someone waiting for them at home, subconsciously ignoring the fact that Little Spider was really still a child. The 2 looked at each other and shrugged. This is the price of being a vigilante. You will get used to it in the future. No more talking. I'm leaving. I still have to go to school. Wait, school? Isn't today Saturday? Luke suddenly said. Peter was stunned for a moment. It seems like Then, call your family and tell them that you sneaked out to play with your classmates. Don't worry, your uncle and aunt will understand. After all, it's normal for high school students to have no place to go, although in many places in the United States, You can only drink at the age of 21. But the problem is that New York does not prohibit people under 21 from buying alcoholic beverages. Of course, if you drink but are not caught, the police will still track down how you bought the alcohol. But as long as you are not caught, it will be fine. So many children in New York will drink at home. Anyway, the police can't rush into their homes. So you can forget about saying that the United States is very strict about prohibition on alcohol, because not many people take it seriously. It is actually a very normal phenomenon for high school students to have parties and drink until dawn. Most people are still very tolerant of this. So it is reasonable to say that, at most you will be taught a lesson. Okay. Just like that, they monitored for another day, and on the second night, finally, there was movement. In the evening, an inconspicuous small truck drove into the factory. A black man who looked stupid got out of the car. A group of gangsters immediately stood up, and then made a unique black gesture. "Is this the person we are looking for?" Spider-Man immediately said excitedly. Matt raised his finger. He wanted to hear what they said. "Jack. This is your share." After a mess of gestures, a thug threw a big bag to the man named Jack. "Hey, brother. This stuff is really powerful. With it, we will be the king of New York." Jack laughed. "Of course. Look who this is." Jack didn't look at the bag. Instead, he said, "How many gangs have you done before?" 5. "Really, man? Just follow us? As long as you can keep providing us with this kind of weapon, we can rule the entire New York gang." "Oh. No," Jack said regretfully. "Why?" "Because my boss asked us to stop temporarily. So this may be our last cooperation." Jack took 2 steel gloves from the car. Slowly put them on his hands. The gangsters obviously didn't notice this. They were more concerned about Jack's words. "Why? Is your boss stupid?" "No," Jack said, "our boss is not stupid. It has been reported in the news recently that Kai has begun to investigate the source of these weapons. So our boss plans to close the factory to avoid the limelight." And more importantly, the gangsters were still thinking that their good days were over, and were thinking about what to do. They all planned to trick Jack into turning against them, killing his boss, and then becoming bigger and stronger with them to create glory again. But they didn't expect Jack to have more to say. "More importantly, once we start counting the inventory, the fact that I secretly gave you energy batteries will be exposed," Jack said with a silly smile. Among the gangsters, a green-haired guy with nails all over his face reacted a little. "You? So, I want to recycle these things, don't even think about it." The gangsters knew that their carefree days depended on these alien devices. If they were taken away, they would become useless gangsters again. Of course, they couldn't. "If you know what's good for you, we can continue to cooperate. We can even help you get rid of your cowardly boss. We can go out on our own. We can make more money. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us." In fact, they didn't want to fall out. After all, these devices are easy to use, but they need energy batteries. Where can they get them? Some can't be charged directly. "I knew this would happen." Jack was not panicked at all. "That's why I chose you idiots." Then he clapped his hands, and the steel glove began to deform, wrapping his entire forearm and began to emit a blue-white light. Then he punched the gangsters. A transparent shock wave hit the gangsters who were going to resist. Buzz! A dull sound. All the gangsters were knocked to the ground, and they kept vomiting with pale faces. Jack was a little dissatisfied. He patted his gloves vigorously, and then the light on the gloves became brighter. The hooligan seemed to have expected something and wanted to say something, maybe curse or beg for mercy. But Jack was not moved at all. He raised his gloves and was about to hit. At this moment, suddenly, 2 spider webs shot out from nowhere and hit his gloves. Chapter 1127 Catch the Tail. Spider-Man. Jack looked at the spider silk that covered his gloves and immediately thought of Spider-Man, who was very famous in New York recently. "Hi. Good evening, everyone." At this moment, a red and blue figure flew out from the darkness, landed directly on a wall, and then stood steadily on the wall, like a gecko. "What are you playing? Can you take me with you?" Jack tore off the spider silk on his hand, and then looked at Spider-Man with a ferocious face. "Why do you guys always like to do unnecessary things? Isn't it good to live a good life? Or do you think you are the police?" It is difficult for Jack to understand those superheroes because he doesn't know the benefits of doing so. Does anyone pay superheroes? Or is it that they are famous? You know, most superheroes cover their faces. The two people who made him most confused were Kai and Stark. These two people can be said to be successful and famous, with billions of wealth, and there is no need to run out to be superheroes. But they did it. If he had the wealth of these two people, he would have found a good place to have fun every night. Why do you want to stay in this shitty place, New York? Yes, New York is a shitty place. At least it has been like this in recent years. Do you really think I'm a policeman? Have you ever seen a policeman wearing a red and blue tights? You know, you are. Has your forehead been hit by a door, sir? Peter continued his dirty talk attack. This is actually a kind of self-release for Peter. When he was Peter, he was usually an inconspicuous high school student. Except for Ned, he rarely said dirty words, and he was even reserved with Harry. Maybe it was because there was no pressure with Ned, and being with Harry and Gwen. I can't say it was awkward, anyway, he couldn't let go like he did with Ned. After putting on the mask, he completely released his nature and was very talkative. No, it doesn't matter. Jack raised his fist and hit it hard before he finished speaking. A transparent shock wave was directed at the little spider on the wall. Then the little spider began to dodge quickly. With the help of spider sense, Spider-Man can dodge attacks with various acrobatics. Even if the shock waves are invisible and cannot be seen, it does not affect his dodge. But every dodge is an extreme operation. It makes people terrified. Is it really okay? Are we really not going to help? Luke was a little scared when he watched Spider-Man's acrobatic performance. If there was a mistake, it would be completely over. No. Even if he was injured, it was his own fault. Matt was very calm. I thought you liked him very much, Luke said in surprise. Yes, I like him very much. Who can really hate such a boy? But what did he do just now? He didn't listen to orders, Matt said coldly. Because of this, Luke felt that Matt was a little harsh. Matt sighed and said, it is precisely because I like him that I am more strict. Is what we do really that simple? I am not angry that he does not obey orders, but I am angry that he loses his temper. Will I really watch those people being killed? But he rushed out without saying a word. Sooner or later, he will suffer a great loss, rushing forward with blood and courage. Sooner or later, he will suffer a great loss. Luke disagreed. He liked this kid very much. He thought Matt was making a fuss. But what he didn't understand was that it was precisely because of his love that Matt had greater expectations. Forget it, let's go. This guy should know something. While talking, Jack finally found the flaw of the little spider. He found that this kid actually cared about the safety of those bastards. This is conscious. Although he thought that this kid might be mentally ill, it did not affect Jack's use of this weakness, so he simply gave up attacking Spider-Man and targeted those crying trash. As a result, Peter really went to save those people. This is what Matt likes most about Spider-Man. First of all, he doesn't kill people, nor does he allow others to kill people. In fact, in many cases, he values other people's lives more than his own, even if those people are bad guys. This style of behavior is exactly the same as Matt's. This is also the reason why Matt and Kai can't work together. Kai kills people too decisively. Matt believes that they are not qualified to decide a person's life or death. That is the responsibility of the law. So Matt will fight criminals, but he will collect evidence. He knows that personal violence is not enough, and what can really change society is the law. Although the law is just like that now, even the best laws need people to enforce them. But this is better than pure violence. So although Matt respects Kai very much, he has never agreed with his style, and even disapproves of it. Even if Kai does a good job. It has been said that superheroes are all paranoid. Jack punched Spider-Man with a heavy punch. Jack's strength is not great, the level of ordinary people. Even if a person of this level hits Spider-Man with all his strength, it can only hurt him a little, just once, no more. But his boxing gloves gave him amazing destructive power. Boom. Spider-Man was like being hit hard by an elephant. He crashed into Jack's truck and cut it in half. Jack sneered at the idiot in tights in front of him, who was risking his life for a few scumbags. Although he agreed that those superheroes were sick, the one in front of him was definitely the sickest one he had ever seen. But this did not affect his work. He saw himself, so he had to die. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. But just when he was about to take action, a black shadow suddenly rushed out, hugged him fiercely, and then threw him to the ground with a rugby tackle. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Jack didn't even see what was going on. He felt a sharp pain, his eyes went black, and he almost fainted. But even so, his whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he could only groan on the ground and couldn't get up at all. Really, such a simple thing, but you messed it up like this. Boy, go back and practice hard. If you come out with this little skill, you may be killed at any time. Luke glanced at Jack, who could only groan on the ground, curled his lips in disdain, and then walked to the ruins of the truck, tore the truck open, and rescued Peter inside. Peter was held in Luke's hand like a little chicken, looking particularly embarrassed. Cough cough, maybe his lungs were injured, so Peter coughed desperately as soon as he opened his mouth. Matt also came out at this time. He came to Jack's side, grabbed his collar, and asked, "Who is the boss you are talking about?" Cough cough. "My boss is the President of the United States." Jack is still very loyal. He spit at Matt fiercely. "You transvestite homosexual pervert. Kill me if you have the guts." Jack is not stupid. He knows Daredevil and knows that he never kills people. In this case, what is he afraid of? Matt naturally started the traditional art, forcing a confession. Actually, Matt's forced confession is quite childish, just beating. Jack was very scared at first, but he soon laid down. It was just a beating. He had been beaten countless times since he was a child. He could bear it. Anyway, Daredevil doesn't kill people, and he has never even disabled anyone. How can such a person be scary? Of course, this is also related to his business. Once he reveals something, he knows that he will definitely die. So in comparison, what is a beating? Matt certainly has more than just this ability. He really won't use any cruel methods to force a confession, because that won't pass his own test. But it doesn't mean he can't use other methods. For example, since you don't want to say it, I have to hand you over to the police. By the way, have you heard? The person who accepted your case is Kai. Yes, the devil detective who kills without blinking an eye. The devil detective is Kai's old nickname, and many people don't even know that Kai has such a nickname. At that time, Kai had just arrived in New York, and he killed too many people in several major operations. So the New York media began to exaggerate that Kai's a violent maniac who does not respect human rights. It's not that they really hate Kai. It's just the media. What Kai did has nothing to do with him. They just want to attract attention. But Kai doesn't want to suffer any loss, so he secretly gave those media a hard blow. He directly threatened the media. Many people think that the media is the uncrowned king. Haha, only fools believe it. The real king is always capital, and Kai happened to have the two killer weapons of Wayne Consortium and Stark Consortium in his hands. The media can only bow their heads and surrender. Soon the reports about the so-called evil detective disappeared without a trace. With the help of the federal government. No matter what Kai did in New York, there was no so-called American conscience to stand up and criticize him. It's not that there are really no such people, but that no one hears what they say. Why? Because the media doesn't report it at all. Their voices can't be heard. Since no one hears it, naturally no one will say it. Under the strong suppression of capital and the government, ordinary people don't know much about Kai's name. But there are still people who know it. Who? Those gangsters. They are the group that can empathize the most. It's not that the gangs haven't thought about using the media, especially those black gangs. They want to use the so-called discrimination stick to sanction Kai. But the problem is that the so-called civil rights movement is a business in the United States from beginning to end. If they dare to target Kai, it means that they will lose funding, media resources, and political resources. Will the so-called black civil rights organization confront Kai because of this? However, the more this happens, the more those people are afraid of Kai. The reputation of the devil detective is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Of course Jack is afraid. He knows that he can't fall into Kai's hands, because he knows very well what that means. Are we really going to hand him over to Mr. Wayne? Spider-Man finally recovered. He covered his ribs and limped to Matt's side. He didn't have any opinion on Kai, but young people always like to show off. He thought that since they caught him, they could find out by themselves and then let the police clean up the mess. Would that be better? It's not malicious, he just wanted to do it. No, handing him over to the police is the best option, Matt said. He kicked the gloves on Jack's hand and pointed at the gangsters who were still lying on the ground and groaning. The evidence is solid. Our work is half done. If he wants to get out of prison in the next life, he must cooperate with the police. Otherwise, he will be prepared to rot in prison for the rest of his life, possessing and using illegal alien weapons, plus instigating robbery and attempted murder. All these together are enough for the federal court to sentence him to 100 or more years. Hearing this, Jack couldn't accept it. Damn, he has to go to jail? Why did he commit a crime? He just wanted to live a better life. And now he has to go to jail. Did he work in vain? Thinking of this, he secretly groaned. He didn't know what to do now. At this moment, Spider-Man's spider sense started again. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. A round metal sphere suddenly appeared among them, bouncing. Buzz! After a strong light, everyone felt that everything in front of them seemed to slow down. Boom! Several people were blown away. Energy bombs. The weapons of the Chitauri are very powerful, a bit like stun grenades, but much stronger than stun grenades. Once it explodes, it will emit a strong high-frequency pulse wave. Many people think that this kind of pulse weapon will only destroy electronic facilities, but in fact it can also cause harm to the human body. When the power of the pulse wave is strong enough, it can damage the human brain, chest, etc. How powerful is a microwave bomb? It can make people anxious, headache, and even mental disorder, and it can also directly burn the human body. The key is that this thing is difficult to defend. Weapons that can very well disintegrate the enemy's combat effectiveness have no disadvantages except that they are less lethal. 3 people were hit, and Daredevil was the worst. He was the most sensitive to similar attacks. Originally, the damage of this electromagnetic pulse to him was actually no different from that to ordinary people. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't hear the electromagnetic pulse, right? But the problem is that his combat suit was specially modified to adapt to his characteristics. That thing is afraid of electromagnetic pulses. At this moment, Matt's ears were full of sharp noises caused by electromagnetic pulses, which was fatal. In order to help Matt get rid of the noise, the combat suit has an audio analyzer in the ears, which allows Matt to better distinguish sounds. At the same time, it can also isolate noise. The electromagnetic pulse is like placing 2 super powerful speakers next to Matt's ears. Matt was almost sent away. On the contrary, Spider-Man, because of the spider sense, took action first, and hid behind Luke, allowing Wonder Man to withstand most of the damage. As for Luke, he reacted slowly, and he also took all the damage firmly, without being abused at all. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground with his head covered, red and hot, and dazed. Squeak! A blue car suddenly rushed into the factory, accompanied by a harsh brake sound, and a black man ran over, grabbed Jack, who was already unconscious, and ran away. The little spider saw Jack being rescued in a daze, and immediately ignored the strong discomfort on his body and chased after him. Unfortunately, his brain couldn't control his body, and he ran like a drunk. Seeing the taillights of the other car disappearing around the next corner, Spider-Man held back his dizziness, raised his wrist and shot out a spider silk. Fortunately, he was lucky, and the spider silk finally stuck to the rear of the car. The next moment, Spider-Man was dragged on the road by the speeding car. The monthly ticket was too miserable. Chapter 1128 Little Spider's Adventure. So in late autumn in New York, passers-by saw this scene. A handsome guy in red and blue tights was pulling behind an old blue car, doing human drifting on the highway. The old black man in the car was a little scared when he saw Spider-Man fighting so hard. How big is the hatred? He is not willing to give up even now? They have used that kind of alien bomb before, and the effect is very good. One can make dozens of people lose their combat effectiveness directly, and it will not cause any movement. It is with this that they took down a gang that wanted to steal their business in one night, and they didn't even alarm anyone. What they had to do was very simple. No one injected some cyanide, and then lifted it up and moved it away. The next day, the group disappeared without a trace. This scared a lot of people on the road. In fact, those gangsters are not afraid of gunfights. Everyone shoots with weapons, and life and death are determined by fate. But an entire gang disappeared without a trace without alarming anyone, and even the bodies were not found. This is a bit scary. But Spider-Man was hit by this thing. Not only did he not give up, but he hung behind his car and played human drift. Old Black glanced at Jack, who was still unconscious. No, he should be called Jackson Bryce. Yes, that's the idiot who wanted to kill Kai. The sealing of the goods was carried out yesterday, but the inventory was halfway through. Adrian found that there was a pair of shock-wave launchers missing in the warehouse. It was a weapon that Adrian modified based on the equipment of the Chitauri. It was originally just a shock-wave gun, but it broke. So Adrian removed the core components and placed them on a pair of iron gloves. The iron gloves have great lethality. The vibration intensity is divided into 5 levels. Level 1 is enough to blow several strong men hundreds of meters away. If the level 3 is fired at close range, it can smash the bones in the human body. Level 5 can directly collapse a building. The only problem is that this thing can't solve the problem of recoil. Although some improvements have been made based on Chitauri technology, it will still be fatal if the power is turned up. So it has been thrown in the warehouse to gather dust. Who dares to take this thing? But now this thing is gone. In addition, some Chitauri engineering machinery is also missing, as well as energy batteries. This is fatal. There is a traitor. Adrian trusts his old friends very much, so there is no surveillance inside the factory except for the surveillance outside. But now there is a traitor. No doubt, let's check it out. After all, this is not Adrian's alone. Adrian will forget his old brothers if he doesn't make money. Although he and the repairman Mason, the engineer from MIT, are the main people doing the work, everyone has shares, and after making money, everyone will share it according to the proportion. Now that the things are lost, we must know who took them away, right? We must give everyone an explanation. Then we found out about Jackson Bryce. Bryce's actions are not very secretive, but at the beginning, no one thought that there would be someone who was a traitor. He basically took things in a swaggering manner, and others thought he took them away to ship them. Now everyone is a pair. Okay, this guy has done this for the first time. Adrian was very angry. He felt that these things belonged to everyone. Even if you were short of money, if you told everyone, no one would stand by and watch. Stealing from the inside would be too much. So Adrian asked Schultz, who he trusted the most, to catch Bryce. He wanted to ask, how did everyone let him down? It was not difficult for Schultz to find Bryce. Fortunately, this guy was not very smart, otherwise he would have been sitting in the police station. Although Schultz still trusted Bryce and felt that he would not betray everyone, the problem was that he did not trust Bryce's IQ. Who knew if he would be fooled into telling the truth by a few words? So he took the risk to rescue him. But he never thought that what happened to this guy Spider-Man. Spider-Man actually pursued him so relentlessly. Schultz saw Spider-Man who never gave up in the rearview mirror, and he got angry, stepped on the brakes, and then slammed the steering wheel. Don't you like drifting? I'll let you drift enough. As the car swung its tail, Spider-Man, who was holding onto the spider silk and trying to get close to the car, was thrown up and hit hard against a lamppost on the roadside. Bang! With a loud bang, the lamppost was bent. But Spider-Man actually gritted his teeth and held on. He was dragged on the ground, and the tights on his chest, abdomen, thighs, and knees were all worn away, and his skin was also scratched over a large area. But he still didn't give up. At this time, he saw a little boy sitting on a bench on the roadside eating ice cream, and there was a skateboard leaning against the bench. Sorry. Let me borrow it. I'll give it back to you. While shouting, Spider-Man shot out spider silk and pulled the skateboard over. Then Spider-Man jumped up and stood on the skateboard in front of the child's stunned eyes. To be honest, a layer of skin and flesh had been worn off the soles of his feet, which was too painful. It would be much better with a skateboard. The child looked at his skateboard with a look of disgust on his face as it flew away. Hey, baby. We should go back. It's late. A beautiful lady came over and wanted to take the child home. Let's go. Take your little skateboard. We are going home, Mom. Spider-Man stole my skateboard. No, borrowed it. Can I wait here for him to return it? The lady couldn't handle it anymore. Seeing that Spider-Man still didn't give up, the black man Schultz didn't care and started driving recklessly. The car crashed everywhere on the road. He wanted to throw Spider-Man off. Unfortunately, Spider-Man couldn't get rid of him. Fuck, Schultz shouted depressedly. If he continued like this, he would be in danger. If things went wrong, Bryce would not be saved and he would be killed too. He had no choice but to call Adrian. Hey, Schultz, found, boss. Help. Jack, that idiot, has offended Spider-Man. I'm being chased by Spider-Man with him now. We can't get rid of him, Schultz shouted at the top of his voice. There was silence on the other side for a moment. I know, keep talking, I'll be there soon, boom. At this moment, Schultz had a collision with a truck. He almost flipped over, but fortunately, this time he finally threw Spider-Man off. Oh, no, Seeing that the truck lost control and was about to be loaded into a residential house on the side because of dodging, Spider-Man didn't care about chasing them. Because in the backyard of that house, a group of people were having a party there. Seeing the truck flip over and the entire body of the truck slid uncontrollably on the ground, Spider-Man didn't care about much. He quickly shot spider silk in all directions, while jumping onto the truck and tying the spider silk to the truck. Standing on the truck, Spider-Man still shot spider silk everywhere. The surrounding trees, street lights, other people's houses, and even the road were all covered with spider silk. Stop. Stop. Finally, Spider-Man used up all his spider silk. He stood in front of the truck, grabbing as many spider silks as possible with his hands, and even stuck his feet into the ground. He used up almost all his strength to desperately stop the truck from sliding. Finally, with the sharp sound of the truck body rubbing against the ground, the truck smashed the fence in the backyard and stopped in front of the nose of a bikini beauty. She was so scared that she couldn't make any movements even with a wine glass in her hand. If it weren't for Spider-Man, this beauty might have turned into a pool of perfect meat paste. Hey, aren't you cold? And have a good party. Spider-Man finally breathed a sigh of relief. His body softened and he almost fell to his knees, but he immediately stood up with one hand on the truck body. He could control the atomic interaction forces, such as static electricity, at the molecular boundary through his mind, so that his body, especially his hands and feet, could be attached to the surface of an object. This ability allowed him to stand up with the help of force. As a result, when he looked up, he saw a bikini beauty staring at him with wide eyes. The party had stopped, and everyone looked at Spider-Man. Then he saw something. Isn't this someone from their school? Ned. He saw Ned wearing a red cowboy hat, swimming trunks, and holding a glass of wine, also looking at him stupidly. What made Peter even more upset was that he was hugging two girls. But as soon as he finished speaking, Spider-Man immediately regretted it. I won't bother you. By the way, you are not old enough to drink. After saying that, Spider-Man jumped onto a tree, and then disappeared after a few jumps. The fat boy Ned frowned and thought for a while, then asked the two girls he was hugging, just now, did Spider-Man call my name? But no one answered him. Everyone was shocked. He really called my name. I seem to have heard that voice somewhere. Where is it? Sorry. Peter kept apologizing to the car owner who crashed into the truck because of the overturned truck, but his movements were not slow at all. He was going to take a shortcut. He kept flying up and down in the residential area, and scared a lot of people. After all, you are grilling in your backyard, and suddenly a guy in rags and covered in blood jumps in front of you, you will be scared. So Peter could only apologize again and again. Found you, finally, after scaring 4 old people, a loving couple, a couple who were having an affair, and 2 little girls. Peter finally saw the car. Just as he jumped from the roof and was about to jump onto the roof of the car, a pair of sharp claws suddenly fell from the sky, grabbed Spider-Man and flew up to the sky at a high speed. The pair of claws directly pierced Peter's flesh and broke his bones. Spider-Man looked up and saw a pair of huge steel wings stretched out in the dark night sky. In the middle of the wings, a strange face with a green light was staring at him, like a vulture hunting. Spider-Man finally thought. Vultures eat carrion, not prey. Then he fainted. That was Adrian. As for the so-called strange face with a green light, it was his helmet. He used the anti-gravity technology of the Chitauri to build a mecha for himself. The idea came from Stark. Unfortunately, his anti-gravity system was a bit lame. It could float in the air, but the flying speed was slow. In desperation, he could only design a flight power system by himself, that is, the pair of wings. He was not able to design a flight system that was completely independent of aerodynamics like Iron Man. Just now, Adrian actually intended to kill Spider-Man. But when Spider-Man screamed in pain, he heard that it was just a child. Adrian hesitated. He might kill a superhero without hesitation, but if the target was a child, Adrian was not so cold-blooded. He also had a child. But just as he hesitated, he heard the voice of his accomplice Tinker. Boss, Iron Man is out. Get out of here. That's right, Adrian is very careful. He is especially afraid of being targeted by superheroes, so he has a set of stress measures for those superheroes. Especially Kai and Tony, they are the key targets of surveillance. Fortunately, they are actually quite easy to monitor. After all, their identities are public. Hearing that Iron Man is out, Adrian decisively threw away Spider-Man on his steel claws. He turned and flew into the night sky. At the same time, a flash of light and shadow, a burst of electromagnetic camouflage covered his flying mecha. Adrian just disappeared into the air, and ordinary detectors could not find his trace. When Peter woke up again, he was drowning in a bottle of blue liquid. Peter's first reaction was that he was drowning. He struggled desperately at first, and then he found he didn't feel suffocated. Although he would choke on water, he didn't feel hypoxia and other symptoms. Could it be I have mutated again and can breathe in water? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw Mr. Wayne. Oh, he was outside. Peter realized that he was in a huge tank. He saw Kai through the glass. Peter saw a beautiful Asian woman talking to Kai, and the blue liquid around him began to slowly drop. The target has awakened, and the damage to the body has been repaired, but it is better not to do strenuous exercise for the time being, and 37% of his bones are broken. At this time, Peter could also hear the outside world. I am very interested in the changes in this child's body. How did he become like this? According to the injuries when he was sent here, he should have died a long time ago, but now he can recover so quickly, even with the help of the cradle of life. It is a miracle. Then you really should see how Tony looked when he fished him out of the Hudson River. That's miserable. Kai looked at Peter trembling and holding his little dick, embarrassed and at a loss. He said with a hint of sarcasm. Peter was not wearing clothes. After all, you can't wear clothes in the cradle of life, it will affect the treatment. Okay, Dr. Helen. I need to talk to our PJ boy. If you are interested in his body, I will ask him to come to your room later. Snap. Dr. Helen slapped Kai's face with a notepad in her hand. Don't make me sound like a copper smelting pervert. I'm just interested in how he became like this. I remember you said that he was just an ordinary high school student before. Kai didn't care about Helen's attack at all. He just tidied up his messy hair a little. Oh, you are talking about this. I know. It was a spider. He was bitten by a spider. Then he mutated. Spider? What spider? What kind of spider? Is it an alien species? Or a mythical creature? Helen was even more curious. It seems to be a mutant spider created by the Osborn group. Kai looked at Peter. As for the spider, Kai didn't know either. After all, he didn't pay attention to this detail when he watched the movie before. Peter said a little timidly, I slapped it to death. I thought it was a mosquito bite me at the time. Helen was stunned. Did the Osborn group sue you bankrupt? The spider was able to create a Spider-Man, which meant it could create a second one. That thing was a peerless artifact comparable to the super soldier serum, which could mass-produce super soldiers. The Osborn group actually had no reaction and let Peter go around doing justice? Peter smiled awkwardly and said, I thought so too, so I didn't dare to tell the Osborn group. Even though Peter was just a high school student, he knew how precious this thing was. Bankruptcy? It would be better if that really happened. He had no money anyway. He was afraid that Osborn would catch him and cut him off piece by piece. Chapter 1129 Monthly Tickets. Too miserable. Recommendation tickets 2. After Helen left, Peter could finally put on his clothes. Wearing new clothes, Peter followed Kai into an office with a little trepidation. Only then did Peter notice that this was actually the Stark building. If Tony hadn't found you in time yesterday, you might have died. Kai lit a cigar, and the smoke blocked Kai's face, making Peter even more uneasy. Tell me, what were you doing yesterday? Peter's condition yesterday was really bad. According to Tony, when he arrived, he saw Peter like a depth charge, smashing into the Hudson River. What's worse is that the Hudson River is not deep. When Tony rushed into the water to rescue Peter, this guy was already buried in the mud. If Tony had arrived a little later, there would be no Spider-Man in New York tomorrow. Peter hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Matt and I were following the group of people selling alien weapons. I was about to catch that guy, but he was rescued. So I went after him, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Peter finished his story in a confused manner, although it was equivalent to not saying anything. Kai curled his lips. I remember that I was investigating this case. Peter became even more uneasy. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Then why do you think that I can't handle this case well and need your help instead? Kai became more aggressive. Sorry, sir. Faced with Kai's strength, Peter became a yes man. Seeing Peter's head almost stuck in his crotch, Kai did not pursue the victory. I can understand your thoughts, Peter. Kai softened his tone and was no longer so harsh. But you have to face a problem. You are just a high school student who doesn't know anything yet. After speaking, Kai handed him a newspaper. There is no doubt that the headline on the front page is Spider-Man. But this time it is not a compliment, but a criticism throughout the article. Many of the words and sentences made Peter feel a fire burning in his chest. It was not the passion after being inspired, but a kind of shame. In comparison, it was like a failed author reading his own book review section. The ruthless criticism, the news scolding, and the well-founded bad reviews made Peter himself doubt that he might not be a chivalrous superhero, but a criminal with a lot of evil deeds. He was scared. Yesterday, because of your recklessness, the police station received hundreds of calls and thousands of complaints. Although I don't understand why they have a problem with you and complained to the police station, it is obvious that you didn't do well yesterday. Kai did not exaggerate the facts, nor did he hide anything for Peter. I'm sorry, sir. Peter himself didn't know what was wrong with him. It seemed that he couldn't speak anymore, and he could only say this sentence. No need to say sorry to me. Kai waved his hand calmly. I only have one request, go back and have a good sleep, and then forget these things. Study honestly. Peter raised his head suddenly. He wanted to say something. But seeing Kai's calm eyes, Peter lowered his head dejectedly again. Yes, sir. That's it. Tony looked at Peter, who was leaving dejectedly, and looked at Kai in surprise. What else? Kai seemed more surprised than him. What do you want me to say? This kid is pretty good. I don't think he should suffer this. Tony looked at the newspaper on the table and said a little indignantly. You also said that he is a child. There are some things that don't need him to do, otherwise what should we adults do? Kai did not comment. Then Kai sneered and said, besides, do you think he is you? If he continues like this, he will be criticized more. What's wrong with me? Tony shouted dissatisfiedly. Humph, if you weren't the boss of Stark Group, do you think your situation would be better than Peter's? To be honest, when it comes to willful behavior, no one can compare to Tony except the Hulk. Every time this guy goes out, he will cause a lot of trouble, such as demolishing other people's homes and destroying other people's cars. But the problem is that he has money. He has a professional team to clean up his mess, unlike Peter, who can only deal with it by himself when he causes trouble. He has no money to pay compensation. Ordinary people don't care whether you are catching thieves or not. He only knows that he has suffered losses and no one is there to accompany him. Who else can he blame if not Spider-Man? The same is true for Kai. He also has a professional team to help him deal with the aftermath. Although Kai generally doesn't make trouble, it's not good to kill too many people. This is when the role of the public relations team comes into play. In short, Tony and Kai are famous in New York and have no bad reviews. It's not that they are really saints, but they are rich. It's surreal. Tony was choked and decisively didn't continue the topic. After all, is it wrong for him to have money? That's right. If you don't use your money, then isn't it a waste of money? So, he doesn't think there's any problem at all. He even thinks that this is a win-win situation. You see, he has less trouble. And those whose interests have been damaged have also received satisfactory compensation. The media and the government will also be compensated by the lobbying group. A happy situation has been formed. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? By the way, I have already prepared what you want, Tony said and gave Kai a thing like an electronic watch, a bit like the Apple Watch of later generations. Thanks. Let's not talk about Kai's side. The camera turned back to Adrian. Bryce was sent back to the factory where they were. When he woke up, everyone else was already there. No one spoke, just looked at Bryce quietly. Bryce saw that even if these people were stupid, they knew that what they did had been exposed. Seeing his buddy lowered his head and said nothing, Adrian felt very irritated. Why, I'm short of money. Bryce knew he couldn't deny it. Short of money, Adrian felt a little ridiculous. Isn't my share of the money fair? Did I give you less? Although Adrian was the boss, he never intended to take the lion's share for himself, and only gave his brothers some leftovers. After all, this is a business that can cost you your life. If you are not generous, something may happen at any time due to uneven distribution. Adrian thought this very clearly. Basically, he took 25% of all the profits, the Tinker took 12%, and Schultz took 10% because he was the one who opened up the market in the beginning. The other brothers could basically take more than 5%. There were not many of them, and each business could earn at least tens of thousands of dollars. After all, their costs were very low, and they sold at a high price, so the profit was naturally large. In this way, in a few years, even those who took the least could at least accumulate a fortune of several million. But now Bryce actually told him that he was short of money. Is this a joke? You know, just a few years ago, except for Adrian himself, everyone here had a deposit of no more than $100. Why didn't anyone say they were short of money at that time? Now, everyone has at least several $1 million in wealth, but they are short of money. What the hell is this? No. I have to pay off my gambling debts. Bryce did not hide anything and confessed very straightforwardly. This person, when he has money, he becomes bad. Although this statement is a bit generalized, it still makes sense, especially for people like them who make money quickly. Because money comes too easily and too quickly. He didn't think it was difficult to make money. He just spent money lavishly. And black people are all the same. Once they have money, they like to gather their bad friends around them, spend money and have fun together. Bryce is the same. In addition to the environment Bryce grew up in, how many good people could he know? After a while, he didn't learn anything else, but basically learned all those bad habits. If you just drink, take drugs and pick up girls, it doesn't cost much. In the United States, the price of drugs is actually very affordable, because it is easy to get, and the government is not very enthusiastic about cracking down on drugs, so it is naturally cheap. Therefore, in the United States, there are very few people who go bankrupt due to drug addiction. Most people just die from drug addiction, but he was led to become addicted to gambling. The cost of this thing is much higher than drug addiction. After all, there is no upper limit, especially Bryce, who is not smart. He also likes to go to those underground casinos. It's easy to be tricked in such places. Of course, Bryce doesn't think he was tricked. He has won before, winning hundreds of thousands in one night. But in the end, he lost everything. He just felt that he had bad luck. Adrian was almost mad. He knew that Bryce had a group of hangers-on, and he had tried to persuade him. There were few good people in this thing, they were all vampires. But Bryce thought that they were all his brothers. Adrian was too lazy to persuade him, the money was his, what could Adrian do? But he didn't expect that Bryce would reach this point. Moreover, Adrian quickly thought of another possibility. Who taught you to steal things? Bryce shook his head. No one taught me. Fuck. Tell the truth. How do you know those gangsters? Adrian didn't believe it at all. Bryce had a bad brain since he was a child. Except for Adrian and his group, there was really no one willing to take him out to play. He was a typical example of a person who is not loved by his parents. The reason why Adrian pulled him here was because he felt sorry for him, and there was no trouble, so he didn't really know anyone in the gang. There must be someone who helped to make the connection. Bryce seemed very loyal at this moment, but he refused to say who helped him. Adrian was almost pissed off. He walked directly to Bryce, took off his iron fist gloves and threw them to Schultz. Go. Find his followers and kill them all. By the way, recover the stolen weapons, they are all money. Schultz glanced at Bryce and nodded. But unexpectedly, Bryce, this idiot, still didn't understand until now. He stopped in front of Schultz and shouted. They don't know about us. You can't touch them. Bryce is actually quite miserable. He has been unpopular since he was a child, and it's not easy for him to make money. He has a lot of brothers. Those brothers speak well and are loyal. Why doesn't he protect them? After all, even if he is poor, those brothers have not abandoned him. What is this if not loyalty? Since the brothers are loyal, he can't do anything. So touch my brothers? No. Compared to being with Adrian and the others, Bryce is actually more willing to be with his brothers. The reason was irresponsible, that is, when he was with those brothers, he was the boss, and everyone flattered him and fawned on him. This was a feeling he had never experienced in the first 30 years of his life. And when he was with Adrian and the others, even if they took him to make money, he was still an insignificant younger brother. Don't worry about him. After that, he will stay here forever. He can't go anywhere. Adrian was not interested in listening to what Bryce said. You dare. If you dare to touch them, I will report you to the police. As soon as these words came out, everyone was confused. Nima, are you talking human words? I am making money with you, and you are going to report us for a few blood-sucking thugs? What kind of logic is this? This is the difference in mutual cognition. For Bryce, he is the boss, and it is natural for him to protect his younger brothers. But for others, Bryce is just a younger brother, an insignificant one. Pulling him to make money is a sign of respect for him. Adrian thought he had heard it wrong, so he asked again. As a result, Bryce was already in a rage, thinking that he was a man of great integrity. Then he repeated it. Now everyone's face changed, because they could hear that this idiot was serious. Adrian lowered his head, feeling that his good intentions had been wasted. Bryce stole things and betrayed them behind their backs, but he didn't care about it, and even planned to put him under house arrest for a period of time. All of this was based on their previous friendship. In fact, Adrian had thought about killing Bryce. After all, a team had such a thing. If he was not severely punished, there might be someone who would follow his example in the future. But at the last minute, he hesitated. It's okay to say it, they're all brothers who eat from the same pot. But now it seems to you that his good intentions have been wasted. Boss, a younger brother looked over. They were not Bryce, and they were not so confused. They knew very well that if they didn't kill those gangsters, their deeds could be exposed at any time. By then, it would not only be the business that would be ruined, but every one of them would be lucky to walk out of prison in their lifetime. And looking at Bryce's condition, he is no longer trustworthy. No matter if he is just talking nonsense or really wants to report them. This person cannot be left alive. It is not surprising that people can do anything for their own glory and wealth. What's more, they feel that they are morally justified. Adrian looked at his brothers and found that everyone was looking at him, with dangerous light flashing in their eyes. He understood everyone's thoughts. Bryce, do you know? Adrian picked up a weapon from the tinker's workbench. You are fired, Buzz. After a flash of light, Bryce completely disappeared from the world, leaving only a pile of ashes. The effect of this weapon not only scared Adrian, but also the people standing around Bryce. Fuck. I thought this thing was a laser gun. No. The laser gun is over there. This is a hot melt weapon. The tinker looked at the jumping electric sparks around him, and his face was helpless. This thing is a weapon that the tinker has been researching recently. The only disadvantage of this thing is that it requires too much energy. Ordinary energy batteries simply cannot meet the energy consumption, so he plans to use an ionization inverter to meet its consumption through high-voltage electricity. Unfortunately, it has not been debugged yet, and as a result, Adrian's operation overloaded all the equipment. Chapter 1130 Parallel Time and Space. In a certain time and space, Kingpin, who had not been in the camera for a long time, appeared. But there was something wrong with this Kingpin. He was stronger, or fatter, and his whole body was almost a long-legged square, which looked very oppressive. He was wearing a black suit at this time, and his expression was extremely indifferent, like someone who had died once. How long will it take? Kingpin asked coldly. It will be done soon. A woman with messy hair was looking at the instrument in front of her excitedly and said casually. In front of the two of them was a huge pit. In the pit, a huge instrument was rotating at high speed. Countless electric currents burst out of the instrument and hit the pit wall of the pit, causing ripples. Olivia Liv Octavius. You know, I can tolerate failure, but I absolutely cannot tolerate deception. If you lie to me, you know what will happen, right? Kingpin looked at the instrument, and his voice unconsciously carried a little murderous aura. At this time, the woman with messy hair raised her head and looked at the ridiculously tall Kingpin beside her. She said with a smile, Of course. Of course. Of course I know what that means. It means that you have consumed all your funds within 2 years. Your underground empire may collapse at any time. It means that you have kidnapped countless scientists and offended countless institutions and countries. Now many people are looking for you and are planning to kill you. If you fail, you are finished. As she said that, the woman's body began to rise steadily. It turned out that there were 4 metal tentacles on her back. It's good that you know, Miss Octopus. Kingpin was not afraid of Olivia's sensational words at all, and even felt a little relieved. But before that, I have enough time to entertain you with the most severe punishment in the world. Believe me, I can do it, of course. Of course. So I led the best team in the world to fulfill our dream. Tim, Kingpin rarely pulled the corner of his mouth and secretly glanced at the so-called team. The guy with a green elder's tail, Professor Lizard, a madman who planned to turn the whole world into lizards. Another green guy, a green goblin with bat wings and horns, the Green Goblin. This guy is also a lunatic, but unlike the lizard man, he didn't think about turning people in the world into lizards. He wanted to turn everyone in the world into lunatics, because then he would be normal. Plus Olivia, Ms. Octopus. a super terrorist who once planned to build an artificial sun and almost destroyed the whole world. The three of them gathered together to form a team. If Kingpin hadn't turned back, he would have wanted to kill them all. After all, Kingpin only unified the underworld and didn't plan to destroy the world. These three people are too dangerous. Every time he thought about gathering them together, Kingpin felt a toothache. But at this point, he didn't plan to regret it. Of course. Tim. A super team. We are the best, Ms. Octopus cheered nervously and planned to cheer with Lizard Man and Green Goblin. Unfortunately, her team building was obviously not up to standard, and both ignored her. But Ms. Octopus didn't feel embarrassed. Okay. We succeeded. Soon the nervous Ms. Octopus started cheering again. It turned out that at some point, the deep pit had turned into a huge hole. In the hole, there were strange lights and colorful lights. And it seemed that there were scenes flying by. Shit. It really worked, Professor Lizard couldn't help but swear. The Green Goblin also put down the things in his hands at this time, staring at the huge hole in a daze. How is it possible? It turned out that this was not the first time they had conducted such an experiment, but they had never succeeded. It seemed that something had been blocking them. They had tried various ways to break through the obstacles, but none of them worked. Only Ms. Octopus was full of confidence. No one knew where her confidence came from. But at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded. There was an intruder. Spider-Man. Almost reflexively, Kingpin said a name. Several bad guys also showed fierce eyes. Hi. At this time, a red and blue figure appeared above the deep pit. Are the bad guys getting together now? Can I join them? I think we can get along well. Kingpin didn't care how he found this place. He only had one thought in mind: kill him. Don't let him destroy the equipment. Crack. The Green Goblin was the first to break the glass and rush towards Spider-Man. Then a man in a green mecha suddenly ran out from the dark and joined the battle. His mecha was very interesting, just like a shoe, with a huge mechanical handle behind his buttocks, and his hands were also like pincers. That was Scorpion. Scorpion's real name was MacDonald Gargan. He was from Kunlun and was Iron Fist's junior. His life had always been aimed at inheriting the title of Iron Fist, but his master Legwong did not choose him, but chose Daniel as the Iron Fist candidate. MacDonald Gargan felt it was unfair, and in a rage, he violated Kunlun's commandments and sought the power of the Iron Fist privately. He directly challenged the source of the Iron Fist's power, the Dragon Sholau. All previous Iron Fists had to challenge Sholau. After slaying the dragon, the Iron Fist would form a dragon-shaped tattoo due to the burning of the dragon flame. Then he entered the dragon's lair and put his fists into a brazier containing the heart of the immortal dragon, thus forging the fists with magical power. Then Sholau would be resurrected soon and wait for the arrival of the next Iron Fist. As a result, MacDonald Gargan failed the trial and was severely injured by the flames of the dragon Sholau. Although Kunlun saved him, he was expelled from Kunlun because he violated the law and was left to fend for himself. Since then, MacDonald Gargan has been wandering around and has become a mercenary with a lot of evil deeds. After Daniel returned to New York, he immediately challenged Daniel. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Daniel and more qualified to become the Iron Fist. But he didn't expect that when he defeated the Iron Fist with despicable means and was about to deal a fatal blow to him, Spider-Man arrived and defeated him. MacDonald Gargan was also seriously injured in this battle. This time, there was no Kunlun to help him with treatment, which caused permanent damage to his body, and he lost the opportunity to challenge the Iron Fist forever. From then on, MacDonald Gargan hated Spider-Man the most. Later, MacDonald Gargan was found by Kingpin, who gave him a chance to become stronger again. Ms. Octopus designed and made a scorpion suit. Wearing this scorpion suit, MacDonald Gargan really possessed extraordinary superpowers. Both strength and speed were far beyond his previous ones. And its scorpion tail had a variety of attack characteristics such as explosive shock, tear gas, and even acid. However, Ms. Octopus, who developed this suit, obviously overlooked a terrible flaw, or simply did it on purpose. That is, this thing is directly connected to the human brain like Ms. Octopus's mechanical tentacles, and the artificial intelligence carried by the suit will in turn affect the user's mind. It gradually corrodes the brain thinking of the person wearing the suit, and takes control of the situation. In the end, MacDonald Gargan's personality completely disappeared, replaced by a cold-blooded killer who madly hates Spider-Man. With the appearance of Scorpion, Ms. Octopus, Dr. Lizard and Kingpin also joined the battle. In the past, Spider-Man was always the winner. No matter how strong the enemy was, he was the winner. He could win countless times. But he couldn't lose even once. Because he couldn't kill people, but the bad guys could. Under the siege of many enemies, Spider-Man was caught in a flaw. He was caught by Kingpin and smashed into the ruins. Kingpin didn't give Spider-Man any chance. He seized the opportunity and raised his fist to keep bombarding Spider-Man. Once. 2 times. 3 times. After an unknown number of times, Spider-Man's mask was stained with blood and his chest was completely sunken. Kingpin attacked Spider-Man desperately like crazy. He was completely insane. Kingpin. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Ms. Octopus used her mechanical tentacles to pull Kingpin away, but under Kingpin's terrifying power, Ms. Octopus's mechanical tentacles had no effect at all. The particle accelerator is going to be destroyed. Ms. Octopus had no choice but to shout out Kingpin's taboo. Do you still want to see your wife and children? Kingpin's body suddenly stopped, and the crazy murderous aura like the king of beasts also restrained at that moment. What did you say? Kingpin looked at Ms. Octopus with red eyes. Kingpin, the king of the underground world, the gangster emperor. But no one thought that in the heart of this cold and powerful emperor, there was still a trace of the purest warmth. His wife and children, Vanessa and Richard. He got love and had a son. So the once ambitious underworld emperor had concerns and the idea of returning to normal life. But what he didn't know was that once he took this path, there was no way back. As long as he showed cowardice, his enemies would rush over and tear him to pieces without hesitation. So he was assassinated. He was fine, but his wife and children left him forever. The death of his wife and children turned Jin Bing, who had the idea of retiring, into a terrible beast again. He retaliated against all his enemies crazily. It almost triggered the Third World War, mainly because his enemies were all over the world. After calming down, he finally realized that as a king, especially the king of the underworld, he could never have a peaceful life. After that, Jin Bing became colder, more ruthless, and more successful. But deep in his heart, he still longed to see his wife and children again. So he found the smartest person in the world, Ms. Octopus. This neurotic, crazy super scientist. And the solution given by Ms. Octopus was also very groundbreaking. She asked Jin Bing to go to the parallel world to find his wife and children. And Jin Bing's brain was broken, and he actually agreed. As for the Jin Bing in the parallel time and space, Jin Bing felt that everyone was Jin Bing, so what was the difference between you and me, right or wrong? Just kill him. Tisk. This logic is really amazing. So there's this: the particle accelerator is about to collapse. You bastard. This is my most perfect invention. Now it's going to be destroyed by you, Ms. Octopus screamed. At this moment, the dying Spider-Man suddenly raised his hand, and then something with a flashing red light fell from his hand. It's a pulse bomb, Ms. Octopus screamed, and then she began to run out desperately. If that thing explodes, it may cause the entire particle accelerator to be paralyzed at any time, and then, it will definitely explode. I won't allow you to destroy other parallel time and space. This is Spider-Man's last thought. Boom. Something like a black hole suddenly appeared, and then suddenly disappeared. Everyone disappeared, leaving only a huge spherical hole. At the same time, a little bit of change also occurred in each parallel time and space. Peter walked down the street dejectedly. He had just come out of his house. He was scolded, and was severely scolded by Ben and May because he didn't go home and didn't answer the phone. They were worried all day. Of course, this is not the reason why Peter is so depressed. What really makes him depressed is that Matt also rejected him. After being taught a lesson by Kai, Peter did not give up the idea of following up on the case. It was not curiosity, but he felt that he should do something to make up for the mistakes he made. Thinking of the trouble he caused, he really couldn't do it, just close his eyes and pretend it didn't happen. So he still wanted to do something. Then he found Matt. That night, Matt and his friends stayed there in the end. The certification and physical evidence should be in their hands. Unfortunately, when Matt saw him, he rejected him flatly. Peter felt guilty. Matt's guilt would only be worse. When he heard the news that Peter almost died, the guilt and regret were simply indescribable. He himself questioned himself, what on earth was he thinking at the time, to let a 16-year-old child participate in such a dangerous investigation. Fortunately, Tony came in time and saved Peter. Otherwise, Matt felt that he would blame himself for the rest of his life. As mentioned before, Matt likes Peter very much. He saw his own shadow in Peter, and at the same time, he also saw a different side of Peter. Peter was more optimistic and cheerful. He had a family that loved him. All these good things were what Matt didn't have. So Matt cared about him more. So this time, no matter what Peter said, Matt still rejected him harshly. Peter didn't know whether he felt Matt's care or not. But Peter felt the serious frustration clearly. Hey, maybe I should really consider whether I should continue to be Spider-Man. Maybe I'm not suitable for this. Just when he was thinking about it, he suddenly bumped into someone. Sorry, Peter apologized habitually. But when he looked up, he found that the person in front of him was Gwen. Gwen, Peter felt very strange. Today was Sunday, and Gwen said she was going back to her grandmother's house for the weekend. What Peter didn't notice was that Gwen in front of him was a little different than usual. She was wearing a loose hoodie and ballet tights on her lower body. Her hairstyle was also different from usual. She was very neatly dressed and tied a ponytail. Her eyes were also more determined. But unfortunately, the person opposite was Peter, a super straight man. Do you expect him to see those tiny differences? Don't be ridiculous. Why are you wearing so little? It was autumn in New York, and the temperature was only a few degrees. Gwen didn't look very thick. Peter took off his coat and planned to put it on Gwen. But Gwen suddenly burst into tears, which scared Peter. Then, before he could say anything, Gwen hugged him. Peter felt like he was suffocated by the hug. Oh my God, he never knew Gwen was so strong. Chapter 1131 Iron Fist's Death. Feeling the wailing of his newly healed bones, Peter quickly shouted, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Gwen was startled and quickly let go of Peter. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Peter was alive and had just received doctor's advice not to do strenuous exercise recently. However, he was almost forced to go to the hospital again because of Gwen's hug. Gwen, when did you become so strong? Peter complained casually while rubbing his arms and chest. But Gwen burst out laughing. Peter was confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Go shopping with me, she said, regardless of whether Peter was willing or not, and pulled Peter to run. At first, Peter was also confused, but when he saw Gwen's sincere smile, Peter also laughed. Who cares? Anyway, as long as Gwen is happy. Not far away from them, Harry raised his hands and looked at the two people running and laughing with a confused face. Harry turned to his girlfriend Mary Jane and said, was it my eyes that were blurry just now? Mary Jane was also confused holding the phone. Anxious voices kept coming from the other end of the phone. Hello? MJ. What's wrong? What happened to Peter? Mary Jane picked up the phone and said, tell me the truth, who are you? Huh? The person on the other end of the phone was confused by this question. You called me. You asked me who I am? Is MJ okay? Mary Jane woke up at this time. Yes, she was the one who called. What the hell? Harry still kept his hand raised, with a look of horror. Mary Jane swallowed. Then she said to the phone, Gwen. If you are Gwen, who is the person I just saw with Peter? What a mess. Are you drunk? It was Gwen on the other end of the phone. Harry snatched the phone at this time. Really? We didn't lie to you. We just saw a Gwen running away with Peter. Huh? Gwen on the other end still didn't understand what he meant. Mary Jane grabbed the phone again. We just saw Peter and we're going to say hello, but a Gwen? No, a girl who looks exactly like you hugged Peter. Then Peter was taken away, hugging with a girl. This is what Gwen cares about. Harry was a little speechless on the side. Is this the main point? Yes. Very intimate. Then his girlfriend's words made him even more confused. This, girl's focus is like this? Shouldn't the main point be that Peter was abducted by an unknown person who looks exactly like Gwen? Wait. I'll be there soon. You keep an eye on them. Harry heard Gwen's gnashing voice. For some reason, Harry suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing straight into his heart, making him shiver. Got it. Mary Jane seemed very enthusiastic about this and promised very seriously. The accident that happened in that unknown time and space seemed to have affected this world in some unknown way. No, it should be said that it affected multiple time and space. For example, Kai received a notice from the New York Police Department. A murder occurred today. Although it is a bit bad to say this, generally speaking, murder cases are rarely sent to Kai. After all, there are always deaths in New York City. If any case is handed over to Kai, what will Kai become? What will the police in New York City become? But today's case is different. The difference lies in the victim and the location of the case. Just this morning, a prisoner was killed in Rikers Island Prison in New York. The murdered person's name is Daniel Thomas Rand K. His other identity is the heir of the Rand Group, a super-billionaire. As for why such a person was thrown into prison, it's very simple. He was arrested by Kai himself. This matter has to start from when Kai caught the tail of the hand and the society. Kai found a woman named Colleen Wynn. This woman has been helping homeless children on the street and helping them find a way out. Of course, this is just a superficial statement. The fact is that Colleen Wynn has been sending those children to the Hand and the Society, and the Hand and the Society trained them into ninja killers with no self-awareness at all. Although Colleen may not know this, it does not prevent Kai from catching him and bringing him to justice. As a result, Daniel was not convinced and actually broke into the prison. Then he was also caught by Kai. Although Daniel had the legal support of the Rand Group, he was still sentenced to 5 years in prison. Then Kai almost forgot about this person. If he hadn't heard the news of his death today. Indeed, it is not surprising that a billionaire died in prison and was killed. What's the situation? When Kai came to the prison, it was already fenced off. All the prisoners in the entire area were transferred to other places. It's not simply because the case is sensitive. It's really that this area was severely damaged. When Kai came here, he thought it was going to be rebuilt. There were ruins everywhere, and from time to time, some prisoners could be seen falling in the ruins. What? Is there a world war here? Almost. Sage came over at this time. He handed Kai a tablet. The killer is not an ordinary person, that's right. If it was an ordinary person, Sage wouldn't have come to the scene. Sage is now the director of the Special Operations Division in New York. The Special Operations Division was established to deal with special incidents. They rarely handle ordinary criminal cases. Hey. Did you get the stuff, Sage? When Kai came back from Egypt, he brought some things back for Sage's older brother Luke. With the nature of Luke's current job, he can't even think about contacting his family, let alone sending things. Kai has a special privilege and can bring some things to Luke's family. I got it. My parents are very happy. They haven't heard from that bastard Luke for a long time. They thought that bastard had died before, which made them suspicious all day long, Sage said with a little disdain. Brothers dislike each other more and more as they grow older. It's not that their feelings have deteriorated, but most men are like this and won't say anything mushy. In fact, they still care about each other very much. Before, Sage secretly looked for Kai, wanting to rely on Kai's connections to find out where his unreliable brother is. Don't worry, Luke is doing well now. But the nature of his job is special. You should understand, right? Who cares about him? If it weren't for my parents, listening to Sage's irrelevant words, Kai just smiled and said nothing. Then he opened the tablet. It was a video. Then the scene of Daniel's murder appeared. How to say it? It felt like watching Guangong fighting Qin Kaiwang. Daniel was using Chinese Kung Fu, and the other guy was actually wearing a mecha. Robots versus Chinese Kung Fu. Did you find out any information about this person? Kai asked. The ability of the special department is trustworthy. After all, the special department itself was established by Kai. And they are all elite soldiers. This kind of intelligence collection is not difficult for them. Jessica is here, let her tell you. Jessica walked over with a depressed face. What's the matter? Seeing her look miserable, Kai asked with concern. Colleen Wen knows about Daniel's death, Jessica whispered. Who? Kai didn't react for a while to who this guy was. Colleen Wen, Daniel's girlfriend. Oh, Kai suddenly realized. Please give me a message of condolence, you can't do this. Colleen Wen was also deceived at the beginning. Jessica was very dissatisfied with Kai's attitude towards Colleen Wen and Daniel. Being deceived only shows that she is stupid, not innocent. Jessica. The truly innocent ones are the children she sent to hell with her own hands. Kai never concealed this. Colleen Wen sent at least 100 or 200 children to the Hand and Society in those years. 1 or 2 were deceived. 1 or 200 people, can they be deceived? So many people did not contact Colleen Wen again. Didn't she have any doubts? Even if she didn't doubt, she should have cared about the whereabouts of these children, right? But no, this woman did nothing, and she was still sending those children who knew nothing into the fire pit. Can you say that this kind of person is innocent? According to this statement, I fired a shot at the crowd and killed whoever I shot. Just because I don't know the person who was shot dead, I didn't think of killing him, and I didn't even know that I would hide him. Can I say that I didn't kill anyone? As for Daniel, except that he was a little stupid and a little self-righteous, he didn't commit any serious crimes. But the problem is that this grandson actually called himself a disciple of Kunlun, and he even used Chinese kung fu. This alone was enough for Kai to hate him. It cannot be said that Kai was gloating over their misfortune, and he just treated this as an ordinary case. Matt just called, hoping to help. Jessica knew that it was meaningless to argue with Kai about this. They had argued before. She was completely defeated. So arguing again would just repeat the process of the last time. There was no need. Okay, let's talk about business. Kai was not willing to argue with Jessica either. Kai liked Jessica very much, not the kind of love between men and women, but more like an elder's pity for a weathered junior. It was not until Kai killed the purple man that Jessica finally got out of the haze of the past. Jessica used to be a bad-tempered alcoholic, and her life was decadent. Even with all her skills, she still lived in poverty. Jessica is different now. She is doing very well in the special department. She has also quit drinking. We asked the surviving prisoners, and they didn't know where the madman in the mecha came from. They only heard that the madman started yelling when he saw Daniel, saying things like, "He is the Iron Fist, Legong is unfair, he is the strongest," and some inexplicable words. Daniel emphasized the whole time that he didn't know the madman, but the madman said he was Daniel's. Jessica paused and said in very poor Chinese, "Shisen." After saying it several times in a row, Kai finally understood that Jessica wanted to talk about senior brother. Kai's whole face showed rejection. He rejected this thing in Chinese. What a mess. I'm still looking up what this title is. No need to check, I can tell you, it's senior brother. You can understand it as a student taught by the same teacher, but it's closer than you think. Oh, I know, Shifu. I've seen martial arts movies. Ho, Jessica gestured a few times. It has to be said that Americans are very insensitive to changes in the world. Their impression of Chinese martial arts movies is still at the level of Shaw Brothers movies, or even older. Anyway, it always feels weird to watch those old movies from a modern perspective. Okay. Stop being cute. Keep going. Oh. Daniel didn't want to fight that guy at first, but that madman forced Daniel to fight him, even at the cost of slaughtering other prisoners. Daniel had no choice but to fight him, but this guy was too despicable. It was a martial arts competition, but this guy actually took out all kinds of high-tech weapons, and then Daniel was beaten to death. Kai watched the battle on the screen while listening to Jessica's explanation. It turned out that it was true. That idiot in the green mecha actually used high-tech weapons when he couldn't beat him. Kai looked at him with contempt. Sure enough, the white guys are lame. There's no martial arts ethics at all. Brother, is this guy also from Kunlun? In addition to being a billionaire, Daniel has another identity. He is the 66th Iron Fist of Kunlun. Kai once investigated Kunlun, according to the introduction of Gu Yi. Kunlun appeared earlier than Camelot, and existed there as early as the Age of Immortals. However, with the sacrifice of the Immortals, Kunlun was also closed, until about 2,000 years ago, a group of Chinese who were seeking immortals accidentally opened the secret realm of Kunlun. So some of the inheritance of the immortals began to spread. That is, the key in Kunlun's mouth. Camelot and Kunlun are neighbors. Camelot is located in the southern foothills of the Himalayas, near Nepal. And Kunlun is in the northern foothills of the Himalayas, in Tibet. The Kunlun here has nothing to do with the Kunlun Mountains and the Kunlun Mountains in ancient legends. It is purely a far-fetched association by the ancients, thinking that the secret realm is the legendary Kunlun fairyland, so it is called this name, but this group of guys really seem to think of themselves as immortals. They give themselves names such as Jade Emperor and Thunder God. At first glance, they have a sense of deja vu of ancient bandits. It sounds like a group of rabble. But in fact, this group of people are quite good at fighting, but it seems that they have learned Ki and have completely fooled themselves. They really think of themselves as immortals who are far away from the world, and don't care about the outside world. They just live their own lives behind closed doors. But there are exceptions. For example, Iron Fist. They are equivalent to the spokespersons of Kunlun in the outside world. Many times, Iron Fist is everywhere to do justice. Daniel is this generation of Iron Fist. But from Daniel, we can see that Kunlun doesn't pay much attention to Iron Fist. After all, Daniel's ordinary skills are not good enough. A group of Hanzin minions almost beat that guy half to death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1132 This generation of Iron Fist is weak. While Kai was thinking about Kunlun had already known the fact that Daniel was killed. As for how they discussed it specifically, no one knew. But that night, the secret realm of Kunlun was opened again. A big man with a hooded cloak walked out of the secret realm and disappeared in the wind and snow. This man seemed to be strolling in the wind and snow, without any influence. Even the wind would become gentle when it reached him, and as for the flying snow, not a single piece could fall on him. What's more interesting is that he was clearly walking in the snow, but there was no trace of footprints behind him, as if the whole person was floating in the air. And the speed was very fast. After walking for about half a day, they came to the nearest human settlement to Kunlun. It can't be considered a settlement, it should be said to be a mountaineering base camp. Generally speaking, it is much better to climb the Himalayas from the southern foothills, where the terrain is flatter and the climate is not so bad. In contrast, climbing the peak from the northern foothills is much more difficult. The climate here is bad, there are large areas of uninhabited areas, and the mountains are steeper, so it is easier to encounter accidents when climbing. The mysterious man came to the Dumpo base camp. But today the Dumpo base camp was closed and no one was allowed to approach. As soon as the mysterious man appeared, a man in a suit came to meet him. The man didn't look unusual. He looked like a social animal who had been working overtime for a long time. His eyes were blurry and he was sleep-deprived. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, people always thought that he would die suddenly in the next second. Tisk. You are really not quiet at all. The man looked at the mysterious man who was getting closer and closer with a cigarette butt in his mouth, looking reluctant. Donor Zhang, we meet again. The mysterious man stopped 2 or 3 meters away from the man, and then put his hands together to greet him. Don't give me that. You are not a monk. The social animal in a suit didn't appreciate it at all. I said that you Kunlun have always pretended to be turtles, so just keep pretending. Why are you running out now, Donor Zhang? Fake monk, don't give me that. The social animal in a suit was not polite at all. Hey. I know there is a misunderstanding between Kunlun and Shenmeo, but didn't the Jade Emperor already talk to you guys? It seems that there is no need for us to be so tense, right? Seeing that the man in the suit was unwilling to compromise, the mysterious man had to put down his attitude. Indeed, the Jade Emperor agreed with us, but you violated the rules. The man in the suit was still rude, choosing a foreigner as Iron Fist. You are really amazing. Hearing this, the mysterious man also became serious. The agreement between the Jade Emperor and Shenmeo is to help Shenmeo train. We, Kunlun, have not broken our promise on this point, but what about Iron Fist? Iron Fist is a foreigner. The man in the suit didn't buy that at all. Donor, you should know very well. The choice of Iron Fist is based on the precepts, not that we deliberately make things difficult for him. Haha, Thunder God. Do you think I look like a fool? The man in the suit said. Everyone knows that the big-bellied Prime Minister Zhang Xian, Zhengguang, is naturally a genius. Kunlun has no intention of deceiving. Thunder God was still polite. Thunder God, the master who truly reached the immortal realm in Kunlun. Kunlun has a way to achieve longevity, which is not to rely on tricky means like dragon bones. On the contrary, it is absolutely forbidden to use dragon bones to prolong life in Kunlun. Kunlun believes that human lifespan is closely related to breath. Only those who have reached a higher level can prolong their lifespan. Using external objects to prolong life is considered an evil way. Lei Gong is a person who has reached the pinnacle of ki cultivation. That is the legendary immortal mirror. One thing to explain here is that longevity and fighting have always been two different things and should not be confused. After all, the birth of ki was not aimed at fighting at the beginning. The sages who first developed ki from the secret realm of Kunlun were aiming for immortality. As for the use of ki in fighting, it was a byproduct that was developed later. Therefore, the masters who have reached the immortal mirror may not be able to fight. Others may have been meditating and practicing ki for hundreds or thousands of years, but rarely fight. For example, the Jade Emperor mentioned by Lei Gong before, he is the ruler of Kunlun, wise and kind, but he never dominates by force. On the contrary, even Lei Gong has never seen the Jade Emperor use force. Lei Gong is different, he can fight. He is also a recognized martial arts master in Kunlun. The kind that can fight super well. As for Zhang Xian, he is the manager of Shenmeo. It is also because of the existence of Shenmeo that it is difficult to find any superpower crimes in China. They take tough measures to suppress any unstable elements, and at the same time they also adhere to the concept that any supernatural power should be kept away from the people. But Shenmeo is much more open. They do not discriminate against those with supernatural powers. They like to absorb those with supernatural powers, but they will never force them. On the contrary, if you are willing to live a good life, they will never disturb you, and will even take the initiative to help those people solve some trouble so that they can live a better and quieter life. They always believe that only with the same ideas can we unite as one. So even if they implement an iron-fisted policy, Shenmeo has a very good reputation. After all, SHIELD has a very strong Western colonial atmosphere and is extremely brutal. On the contrary, SHIELD, which adheres to the concept of moderation, has always been as stable as Mount Tian is welcomed by all parties. At the same time, the history of Shenmeo is also very long. In fact, there have been similar organizations in all dynasties, but it was not until the Eastern Han Dynasty that Zhang Heng established the real organizational structure. So if you look at Chinese mythology, you will find that since the Eastern Han Dynasty, all kinds of monsters and demons have begun to decrease. Before the Eastern Han Dynasty, every time a dynasty changed, all kinds of monsters and demons came out to make trouble. After Zhang Heng began to hold the divine spear to fight against the gods and protect the world, the organizations that used to supervise supernatural forces began to no longer pay attention to the change of dynasties, no longer work for a certain person or a certain family, but for all mortals on this continent. The divine spear refers to Zhang Heng's divine spear. However, so far, except for the absolute core of the divine spear, no one has really seen the divine spear, because everyone who has seen it has died under the divine spear. Let's talk about Zhang Xian, who is the master of the divine spear of this generation. But Zhang Xian is not good at force, at least no one has seen him do it. But everyone who has seen Zhang Xian knows that this guy is a very difficult and even terrible person. At the same time, this guy is very stingy. It's not that he is stingy, but he has always been very careful about the interests of the divine spear. Anyone who dares to provoke the divine spear and harm China's interests will not escape his revenge. So the people in the underworld gave him a nickname. It was called the Prime Minister with a Big Belly. Prime Minister means he is in a high position and has great power, and the big belly is a naked irony. However, Zhang Xian himself had no opinion on this, and he did not care about his reputation. On the contrary, with this title, Shenmeo would be easier to do things. So he was not angry, but secretly spread this title more and more. Then why didn't you choose my people? Even if you choose a Chinese, I will accept it. Is there no talent in China? Do you have to choose a foreigner? Zhang Xian got angry when he mentioned this. Iron Fist has always been connected with Shenmeo, and many generations of Iron Fist have joined Shenmeo. But as Shenmeo became more and more powerful, Kunlun seemed to feel threatened. In the last century, Kunlun refused to let Iron Fist work for Shenmeo, and Kunlun began to accept some foreigners, seemingly intending to expand its international influence. This made people at that time very dissatisfied. If you, Kunlun, live a small life behind closed doors, no one will say anything. It's okay even if Iron Fist doesn't join Shenmeo. Shenmeo will not be so tolerant. But Nima hooked up with a foreigner, which was too much. Especially many martial arts schools with a long tradition were particularly dissatisfied with this. What are foreigners? Barbarians. They fear power but not virtue, have small gifts but no great righteousness, and make enemies but do not remember favors. The public opinion below was boiling. Could Shenmeo really stay out of it? So Shenmeo approached Kunlun. No one knows how the details were discussed. But from then on, there were no more foreigners in Kunlun, and Shenmeo also began to accept Kunlun's training. But unexpectedly, at the last minute, this generation of Iron Fist was actually a foreigner. This made Shenmeo very angry. As a result, after Kunlun sent Iron Fist away, he closed the door and did not see guests. I think your son, Dashan, is good. Legong has a son named Lishan, who is extremely talented, but unfortunately he did not become an Iron Fist. In the comics, Legong's son is Steel Snake, also known as Davos. What the hell, a Chinese named Davos, what a joke. So I simply changed it to Leishan. Legong was silent for a while, and then whispered, this time, maybe it's up to you, Zheng Xian smiled. You can't blame me. Who told you to choose Iron Fist to be short-lived? You came to see me. Didn't you just want to confirm this? Lei Gong didn't find Zheng Xian's appearance strange at all. The power of Shen Lance is not comparable to that of the idiots in S.H.I.E.L.D. At least in China, no monster can escape the eyes of Shen Lance. Zheng Xian's appearance at this time, of course, is not to chat with him. Da Shan, that kid, should go back. Zheng Xian immediately put away his previous face and turned into an uncle drinking by the barbecue stall, harmless and kind. Lei Shan has been working hard to become Iron Fist since he was a child, but he unexpectedly lost to a ghost who was weaker than him. He knew there was something fishy going on, so he left Kunlun in a rage and was recruited by Shen Mao. Lei Gong was biased towards his son. He had lived for so many years and finally had a son. Naturally, he would carefully train him from a young age, in order to make his child successful. But at the end, he tricked him. Lei Gong himself felt guilty. But there was no way. Kunlun didn't want to be coerced. So a group of elders did some small actions in private without telling the Jade Emperor. Stay independent. This is why the Iron Fist was so lax in this regard, because they didn't care about Daniel at all, just to avoid outsiders interfering in the selection of the Iron Fist, and just sent a foreign guy abroad, thinking that Shen Mao couldn't do anything about it abroad. And they also underestimated the dangers abroad, thinking that this generation of Iron Fist grew up in Kunlun after all, practiced martial arts since childhood, and had no problem holding on for decades. As for what to do after decades, isn't there still a few decades? Think about it slowly. But who would have thought? This generation of Iron Fist died before it lasted for 3 years. This is too watery. A group of Kunlun elders were almost pissed off. Then the Jade Emperor was also alarmed. Then the Jade Emperor was very angry. Kunlun's reputation was about to be ruined by you bastards. So Lei Gong came out. He followed. Right, Lei Gong asked. Zheng Xian smiled and whistled. A man with shining eyes jumped down from the empty sky. It turned out that there was an invisible aircraft parked above. Father, the strong man stood straight in front of his father. Xiao Shan. Lei Gong saw his son again, and Lei Gong also had mixed feelings. The Jade Emperor has decided to let you avenge the 66th Iron Fist to offset your crime of leaving Kunlun without permission. In fact, it was a disguised way to let Lei Shan inherit the Iron Fist. After all, this matter was originally caused by those old fools, and Lei Shan's rebellion against Kunlun was understandable. But a crime is a crime, and it is impossible to go back like nothing happened without doing anything. So the Jade Emperor simply handed the aftermath of the Iron Fist's murder to Lei Shan to solve. Lei Gong went with them as a witness. How? Lei Shan laughed slightly mockingly. Those old guys were still so arrogant. But he didn't refuse. After all, Lei Shan still respected the Jade Emperor. I will take it, Lei Gong said. Then a flying machine suddenly appeared beside them. Free pickup and delivery, isn't that good enough? Zheng Xian said. We have already made an agreement with the United States, but don't make too much trouble. Be careful. Got it, thank you, Lei Shan immediately saluted. Lei Gong was watching with a toothache. If I had known earlier, I might as well have let Lei Shan become the Iron Fist directly. What the hell is this? You told me that someone from China was going to come to investigate together. Kai received the news in the afternoon. What's more interesting is that it was Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. who notified him. Who needs you to notify me? Hill's face was not very good either. Kai had heard of him, Spear of God. It was said before that there were never any monsters and demons causing trouble in China, unlike the United States, who were messing around every day. What superpower crimes, what evil organizations, what demons and monsters, but in China, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be in trouble. No matter what you are, get out of here. Just receive them well. By the way, Hill was about to remind Kai not to embarrass the Americans, but he got stuck the next moment. Isn't it their S.H.I.E.L.D. that is the most embarrassing? The last time with Project Inside and the rise of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. blatantly mocked S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. directly asked if they should come to help. Listen, what are you talking about? Who are they looking down on? This is a naked mockery, and they didn't even try to cover it up. They said something like Hydra is related to international security and we should act cautiously. It's just short of saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. is lame. So, Hill didn't have the face to mention it. I don't know why, some content is blocked. Really, what went wrong? Chapter 1133 Everyone has a bright future. Gwen watched the woman appear again. Peter didn't seem to find anything wrong with the woman. This made Gwen very angry. "Are you okay?" Harry asked cautiously. In fact, Harry didn't want to speak at all, because Gwen now made him feel a little scared, but Mary Jane kept pinching his arm to make him speak. What could he do? Gwen held the telescope and gritted her teeth. I'm fine." Harry was about to cry. What the hell was good about this? Why was he dragged into this situation? Who is that woman? Have you found out? Gwen now has lost her ladylike image in the past, and instead has a kind of domineering aura, which makes the eldest son of the Osborne group tremble in front of her. Harry took out a document. Really want to do this? Isn't it a bit bad? This is the investigation that Gwen asked Harry to mobilize the power of his family to do. In short, it is something that Harry asked their housekeeper to investigate. Strictly speaking, this has violated other people's privacy. Stop talking nonsense. Gwen didn't care about those things at all, and snatched the file bag. That woman approached Peter and my face. There must be a conspiracy. When Gwen learned that Peter was with another woman that day, she almost exploded. So she rushed back from her grandmother's house at that time. Then she was stunned. It was exactly the same. Maybe because her father was a policeman, Gwen immediately felt that this matter was not simple, so she didn't jump out at the first time. She decided to investigate. But this investigation didn't matter. It made her even more angry. This woman, in broad daylight, was with Peter under her identity, without any hesitation. Peter, that idiot, didn't realize that the woman was a fake from beginning to end. This made Gwen even more angry. Are you blind? Gwen likes Peter, of course. But it's not just as simple as liking. There are also some factors of cultivation. When Gwen first met Peter, Peter was still a timid little boy. At that time, Gwen discovered the advantages of Peter, kindness and responsibility. Later, as they became friends, Gwen kept trying to make Peter confident. After 2 years of getting along, Gwen felt that she had done well. Peter has changed a lot compared to 2 years ago. Gwen was delighted by this. It was like the flowers she had raised finally bloomed, and the sense of accomplishment was incomparable. Although she didn't know that the flowers bloomed for another reason. But, who cares? The problem now is that after the flowers bloomed, they began to attract bees and butterflies. Look, the little bitches in the school haven't been dealt with yet, and now there is another inexplicable woman. Gwen opened the file bag, and then, bang, it fell to the ground. I asked you to check that woman. Why is it my information? And, how did you take the photo of me taking a bath, huh? Harry hadn't reacted yet. There was a burning breath beside him. It turned out that Mary Jane had come to his side without knowing when, and was rubbing her fists. No. Listen to me. Listen to me. This was taken by a private detective. It's none of my business. I haven't even seen anything in it. Harry himself felt wronged. As a rich man, he certainly couldn't take the photos himself, so he outsourced it to his butler. And the butler was also very busy, so he naturally outsourced it. So it became the work of a private detective. After he shouted like this, the two girls calmed down. Indeed. Harry didn't have the money to do such a thing. What kind of private detective did you find? I asked him to investigate that woman. How did he find me? Gwen was even more angry now. Harry was sweating and wanted to explain the problem in front of him, but the next second, his body froze. The two girls were a little surprised to see Harry like this, so they also looked in the direction Harry was looking. Then the two girls were also stunned. They saw a girl sitting on the windowsill looking at them. Well, in order to facilitate monitoring Peter and the fake Gwen, they deliberately found a house on the upper floor, opposite the fast food restaurant where Peter and his friends were. Yes, the room they were in was on the 5th floor. How did this girl get up there? Hi, that Gwen smiled and greeted them. Mary Jane also reached out her hand foolishly. Hi, Harry reacted at this time, grabbed Mary Jane and blocked her behind him. Gwen also hurriedly took out an anti-wolf spray from her bag and pointed it at the woman who looked exactly like her. You, who are you? Why are you close to Peter? What is your conspiracy? Looking at the face that looked exactly like her, Gwen smiled. That smile was envious and bitter, and there was also a kind of jealousy that could not be obtained. I am Gwen Stacy, lie. You are Gwen Stacy, who am I? You are also Gwen Stacy, Gwen on the windowsill said with a smile. The happy Gwen. Gwen didn't know why, but suddenly felt sad, and even a little heartache. It was a very strange feeling. Soon she cheered up and pretended to glare at the woman who looked exactly like her. "What do you mean by that?" Gwen on the windowsill did not speak, but stood up directly and climbed up to the ceiling with her hands and feet. The three people below were stunned. Then Gwen landed in front of Gwen so lightly and stretched out her hand. "Let's get to know each other again, Spider-Woman Gwen Stacy." The two Gwens faced each other, and there was silence in the room. Until Harry spoke up. "Is Spider-Man a girl? Are you all wrong, Mary Jane?" "Harry, come on. Is this the point? Shouldn't you be more concerned about why there are two Gwens?" Gwen also came to her senses. "Who are you?" Spider-Gwen raised her hand. Gwen subconsciously wanted to hide, but for some reason she stopped in the end. Then her face was warm. "It's really incredible." Spider-Gwen stroked Gwen's face with complicated eyes. "If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would never have believed that the parallel world theory is actually true. I really saw another me, another completely different me." Harry suddenly realized at this time, parallel world, this is true? But it's very possible, otherwise, everything in front of him could not be explained. Mary Jane asked quietly, "What is a parallel world? How many girls are interested in this kind of thing?" "It's very complicated to explain." "Then let's make it short." Harry organized his words. "Let me put it simply. The so-called parallel world is a world that is very similar to the world we are in, but different. For example, I want to drink something, but I need to spin a drink. After I make a choice, a parallel world is created, because I may choose coffee or juice. After I make a choice, the timeline will split into another world where I make different choices. In one world, I chose coffee, in another world, I chose juice, and maybe in another world, I didn't buy a drink at all." "I still don't understand." Mary Jane still didn't understand what was going on. Harry didn't know what to say. The theory of parallel worlds is very complicated, and Harry actually didn't understand many of them. It's probably equivalent to a person knowing what a computer is, but unable to explain the principles and structure of a computer in detail in words. Gwen, on the other hand, has already understood. "I roughly understand." Gwen looked at Spider-Gwen and said, "That is to say, in another world, I became Spider-Man. And she is me in another world?" "That's right," Spider-Gwen affirmed. "After I came here, it took me a long time to confirm that I came to a parallel world." "You are me in another world?" Gwen said. "That's right." The amazing thing is that Gwen accepted this statement very readily. It was not that she lacked vigilance, but when Spider-Gwen stood in front of her, the feeling was very, very wonderful. It could not be described in words, but it was indeed felt. The other party was herself. "Then you?" Gwen was a little unsure of how to address the other party. "How about this? You call me Stacy, and I call you Gwen. After all, this is your world," Spider-Gwen said. "Okay, Stacy." Gwen was a little uncomfortable, calling my own name. "It feels so weird." "You'll get used to it," Stacy comforted. "Ask whatever you want to ask. You have been monitoring me for a few days. You are also full of doubts, I can tell you." "Okay. Then I'll ask." Then the three people began to ask Stacy questions. "In your world, George is also a policeman." "Yes, he is the chief of the New York Police Department," Stacy said with pride. Gwen was a little disappointed. "Oh, George in this world is just a branch chief." She felt that her father had lost. Although biologically speaking, that should also be her father. "How many brothers do you have?" "I am an only child." I have two younger brothers." "When?" Gwen clenched her fist in her heart. Although it is insignificant, she still cares about it. "I roughly understand why George became the chief in your world," Gwen said. "I guess he put all his energy in having children into work. It should be. George has been very busy. Helen often quarreled with him about this. But they always make up." "Oh, then I am much happier. George will make time to accompany us no matter how busy he is." At this time, Harry couldn't help it. After all, such an interesting thing, he also wanted to participate. "What about me? What about me? What about me? What about me? What about me in that world? Am I also a superhero?" Harry asked anxiously. After all, even Gwen can become Spider-Man, right? Why can't he be a superhero too? "No," Stacy shattered Harry's delusion and stabbed him. "You and I are sworn enemies in that world. You are a super criminal." "Little Green Goblin." Harry was stunned. "Not a superhero, but a villain." What Little Green Goblin? How is that possible?" Stacy seemed to be very relaxed. "After all, This is a world that is so similar, yet so different. Everyone has a different life. This matter starts with your family. Your family has a genetic disease, and because of the genetic defect, none of your ancestors lived past the age of 45. Your father, Norman Osborn, founded the Osborn Group, specializing in biological sciences, in order to solve the family's genetic disease and to save you. But soon his time was up. And when he was 43 years old, the genetic disease began to attack, and in order to save his life, he was injected with a gene-enhancing drug researched by the Osborn Group. This drug perfectly solved the genetic disease in your family and also allowed him to gain physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. However, due to the side effects of the drug, a terrible personality with only the desire to destroy was created in his mind. Driven by this personality, Osborn used his strong financial resources to create all kinds of high-tech equipment, then transformed into the Green Goblin and began to commit all kinds of crimes. Mary Jane became anxious when she heard this. She was really afraid that her boyfriend really had this disease, which would be too bad. Wait, Harry hurriedly comforted his girlfriend. Don't be afraid, that's a parallel world. It's different. My grandfather lived to be 70 years old. Moreover, Osborn Group is our family business with a history of more than 100 years. There is no family disease in his family. His aunt is now 50 years old. There is no saying in his family that ancestors cannot live beyond 45 years old. Really, Mary Jane was afraid that Harry was comforting her. Really, Harry actually enjoyed his girlfriend's concern. Then he thought of the point, my dad became the Green Goblin? A supervillain. Yeah, Harry thought about his dad. Then he shivered with his arms crossed. Huh? That's terrible. My dad is terrible enough now. I can't imagine the scene of him becoming a villain. It must be very bad. Oh, Stacy was a little uncomfortable with Harry saying this about his father. After all, Harry admired his father very much in his world. What happened next? What happened next? Gwen was very interested in what happened in another world. Later. I killed Mr. Osborn. The three people were speechless. You killed someone? Gwen asked carefully. Although the situation was complicated at that time, but Mr. Osborn did die because of me, Stacy said in a depressed mood. So, I became a villain for revenge. Harry thought of something and asked. Well, although the situation is a little more complicated than this, it is generally correct, Stacy said. Then am I? Harry asked carefully. Well, Stacy was even more depressed. Although I didn't kill you, you also died because of me. Although I know that it is not me in this world, you still make a little distinction. It feels weird. Okay. Although the little Green Goblin is a villain, at the last moment, you defeated the demon in your heart and returned to normal. You gave your life to save me, Stacy said at the end, and the title changed back. But Harry didn't correct it, because when Stacy talked about this time, the whole person was visibly sad. Gwen patted Stacy carefully. It's not your fault, thank you, but it doesn't matter. Seeing you makes me feel much better, Stacy said excitedly. What about me? What about me? What about me? Mary Jane was always good at adjusting the atmosphere, and she quickly changed the subject. I'm sorry. In the world. I don't know you. What? Mary Jane was very disappointed. What about Peter? Gwen asked with courage. Stacy was silent. After a long while, Harry asked carefully, Peter died too. Then Gwen glared at him. Harry quickly raised his hands. Stacy nodded heavily. She looked at Gwen. Do you know how happy I was when I saw Peter? I really envy you very much. As she spoke, her tears flowed down. Gwen held the other self. She didn't know how to comfort her, but as long as she put herself in her shoes, she could understand Stacy's sadness. Stacy hugged Gwen tightly. Peter died in my arms. In my arms, I could have saved him. I could have saved him. Chapter 1134 My world is bad. Now the others finally understood why Stacy said that she envied Gwen. Harry and Mary Jane knew Gwen's feelings for Peter. The person they loved the most died in their arms. This was simply a nightmare. Harry and Mary Jane looked at each other and held each other's hands at the same time. They were really happy. After a long time, Stacy's emotions finally stabilized. She talked about her story with Peter. Peter was still the same Peter, even in another world. Peter was still the kind and even a little weak boy. He used his kindness and tolerance to heal the exhausted Stacy. Why do you do everything? Where are the other superheroes in your world? Gwen was indignant about the experience of her different time and space isotope. Why did everything have to be left to a teenage girl to solve? Are all the adults dead? Oh, in my world, there are no other superheroes, Stacy said with jealousy. What? The three people shouted immediately. This broke their common sense. To them, superheroes and supervillains are indispensable in daily life. They simply cannot imagine a world without Tony Stark and Kai Wayne. To be honest, I was really shocked when I first came to this world. I didn't expect that there would be so many superheroes in this world. Oh, by the way, my world is not completely without superheroes, such as Captain America. There is one. The gene enhancement potion developed by Mr. Osborn is based on the super soldier serum. However, our Captain America did not come back to life again like in this world. You don't have the Stark group? Harry asked. No. I don't even know there is a celebrity named Stark. Stacy shook her head decisively. No Night King, no Mr. Wayne, no Batman, no Flash, no. The more Stacy talked, the more disappointed she felt. The gap between the two worlds is too big, right? Mary Jane noticed Stacy's disappointment and gave Harry an elbow to shut him up. That's why I envy you, Gwen. You've worked so hard. Gwen couldn't help but hug her other self in her arms again. Stacy smiled and shook her head. Then she continued to talk about her and her Peter's story. Afterwards, Harry's death dealt a great blow to Peter, because Harry was his best friend. Harry looked proud, although he didn't know what he was proud of. Then Peter discovered the secret of Harry's death. It was also from that time that he realized that I was Spider-Woman. Facing his lover killing his best friend, Peter has been struggling hard. At this point, Gwen immediately held Stacy's hand tightly. She couldn't believe what kind of torture Peter had endured. During that time, Peter was always alone, and he didn't want to see me, Stacy said nostalgically. In fact, for her, perhaps it was a good thing for Peter to stay away from her. But Peter was always so kind. He saw me injured in the battle and couldn't help but help me. That was my happiest time. When I went to fight, Peter was my best support. He helped me design my battlesuit, design the spider silk launcher, and helped me solve various problems. We were the best partners, Stacy said, completely immersed in it. The others stopped talking and listened to her quietly. But Peter's kindness made him unable to watch me fight alone, while he could only watch from the side. So he secretly improved the gene enhancement potion. The others had already guessed what happened next. He succeeded, but also failed. He became Dr. Lizard. The gene enhancement potion made him crazy. He wanted to turn everyone in the world into lizard people. In order to stop him, I could only fight, but I failed. Peter died in my arms. In his last moments, he kept apologizing to me, saying that he didn't want that. As Stacy spoke in a calm tone, the atmosphere became low and sad. In fact, the situation was more complicated than Stacy said. George was there at the time. At the last moment, George and Peter fell from the building at the same time. She could only save one. George was closer to her. Then she tried to save Peter, but it was a step too late. Exactly the same scene when Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man failed to save Gwen in the end. After all the stories were told, Stacy sat on the ground, hugged her knees tightly, and curled herself up, as if this was the only way to fight against the malice of that world. This is not fair. Mary Jane was the first to come to her senses. She shouted, "This is not fair at all. Why do you do good things but don't get any good rewards? Your world is definitely wrong. Why is it always you who gets hurt? This is not fair." Harry also hurriedly said, "That's right." Gwen also nodded and said, "That's right. That's right." Then Gwen seemed to remember something, "But speaking of this, it may be a good thing that you came to this world." Everyone else looked at her. "Look, in this world, Stacy has not lost anything. You can enjoy everything you deserve with me. You can go to school, get to know Peter again, get to know Harry again, and enjoy everything you haven't enjoyed before. This world doesn't need you to hurt yourself to save others. We have many superheroes here, and we don't need an underage girl to fight for it." "Right." Mary Jane also nodded, "That's right. That's right. This is what good people get." Harry hesitated and said tentatively, "Then Peter, will you share it too?" Gwen was stuck all of a sudden. Stacy laughed out loud. Although she and Gwen had different experiences, she believed that the other self in front of her was still the same as herself deep in her heart. At least she didn't want to share Peter. No. Although this world is good. But I still want to go back to my own world, Stacy said firmly. Although it's terrible, there is my home. But do you know how to go back? Harry asked a key question at this time. Stacy was also stuck. Others also looked at Stacy. By the way, how did you get here? Gwen asked tentatively. I don't know. I was chasing a robber, but I was inexplicably sucked into a black hole. Stacy was also distressed. She had no idea at all. Mary Jane turned her head to look at her boyfriend. Don't look at me, I don't know. Mary Jane shook her head in disappointment. Hey, I'm just a high school student, how could this happen? Harry felt very wronged. But at this point, Harry had an idea. But Tony Stark must have a way. Yes, Stark definitely has a way. He is the smartest person in the world. Gwen immediately became happy. But I don't know him, Stacy said. No problem. I know Uncle Wayne. He and Tony Stark are good friends. And he must be interested in parallel worlds. By the way, Stacy, do you want to go to my house? I think George and Helen will be very happy to see you. Gwen looked at Stacy. Unexpectedly, Stacy looked hesitant. What's wrong? No, it's just that George doesn't like superheroes. In my world, George and I have severed our father-daughter relationship. In that world, George was the main force in the hunt for Stacy, and he succeeded. He forced Stacy into a desperate situation. He held Stacy with a gun, and Gwen took off her mask. George was shocked to learn of Spider-Woman's identity, and told her to run away before he changed his mind. From then on, Stacy could never go home again. Too much? How could George do this? Gwen was immediately furious when she heard this. She was too miserable in another world. After losing her friends and boyfriend, her father still did this. Let's go. Come with me to settle accounts with George, he said. Regardless of whether Stacy was willing or not, he pulled her towards home. At this moment, Stacy forgot that she was Spider-Woman, and was pulled back home by Gwen like a child who is at a loss. Mary Jane also grabbed Harry. Let's go. We're going to. No, what are we going for? To help one scold George. Harry was confused. Big sister, do you know George? Kai received the people from the Shield at the airport. He was very curious about how the Shield managed to get the United States to agree to let foreigners intervene in the investigation of homicides in their country. Hello. Kai looked at the two Chinese people with unique styles and was a little surprised. Are all Chinese officials in this world styled like this? It's avant-garde, it's really avant-garde. Two people, a tall middle-aged man and a tall young man. The middle-aged man has a cold bald head, while the young man has a sky-high braid in the middle of his head. The braid is very long and reaches his waist, but except for the tuft in the middle, all the hair around it is shaved off. It's so avant-garde. But the clothes they wear are very classical. The young man is wearing a martial arts suit, and the middle-aged man is wearing a monk's robe. The monk's robe is just a monk's robe. Why does he also have a hexagram emblem? Kai practiced Bajiquan, so he also learned a little about yin-yang bagua. The hexagrams on this middle-aged man are, yang yin yang on the top, yang yin yang on the bottom. Yang yin yang is the Li hexagram. Li on the top and Li on the bottom. The main hexagram and the guest hexagram are both the fifth hexagram Li hexagram, and the hexagram is fire. Among the 64 hexagrams, the Li hexagram is a relatively good gen hexagram, which means sparks, sunrise, and the light stops and loves the ground. Therefore, when we have the Li hexagram, it usually represents a bright future. Even if there are inevitable hardships in the whole process, we will still succeed in the end, so it is a relatively good gen hexagram. However, brother, you are wearing a monk's robe? A monk with a hexagram. I always feel that it is a makeshift team. Lei Gong and Lei Shan were stunned when they heard a fluent Chinese greeting. Hello, but out of politeness, they still responded. They brought a translator. Lei Gong actually knew English. After all, he had lived long enough, so he knew a lot of things naturally. It was just that he rarely spoke. Lei Shan didn't know English. They were still very happy to meet a receptionist who knew Chinese. At least they didn't have to worry about communication. After the two sides introduced each other, Kai finally couldn't help it. That? Master. I'm not disrespecting Buddhism, but you are a high monk with hexagrams. Don't you have anyone to take care of it? Lei Gong was stunned. He didn't expect that a foreigner would know hexagrams. Donor, you misunderstood. I'm not a monk. Lei Gong was very helpless. Who stipulated that only monks can wear monk robes? And they, Kunlun, don't believe in Buddhism, or they believe in everything. Kunlun's spirit emphasizes peace of mind to be peaceful. As long as they can be at ease and calm, they don't reject religion. Therefore, some religious ideas from the outside world are very popular in Kunlun. They discarded the dross and took the essence, which became the unique ideas in Kunlun. I am a practitioner, but I don't practice Buddhism. Or rather, I practice not only Buddhism, but also Taoism. To be more precise, I practice truth. It sounds very boastful, but Kai always thinks of a sentence. The great priest Wang Lama of the Shaolin Temple's Wudang Mountain office. Ha, I don't know how to comment, just laugh. It's surprising that you, the donor, actually know the hexagrams. Well, I was Chinese in my previous life, and I also learned Bachiquan, so I know the hexagrams. Lei Gong raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think it was strange. Of course, he didn't think it was the truth. He just thought that foreigners were making a fuss again. Foreigners don't understand anything. It's like they would tattoo the word idiot on their bodies and think it's cool. Oh, then do you know what my hexagram is? Li hexagram, Kai said. How to interpret it? I only know it represents fire. As for how to interpret it, I don't know. Kai has read the Book of Changes, but he didn't understand it. It was a headache. It was amazing that he could remember the 64 hexagrams. As for the interpretation, that's too complicated. Oh. A stupid foreigner who knows nothing. Lei Gong made a judgment. Let's not talk about Kai receiving visitors from his hometown. Let's talk about Stacy's family. George was at work, but his wife called him anxiously and asked him to go home quickly. George naturally asked what happened, but his wife said a lot of nonsense, and he didn't get any useful information. What do you mean by I'm a bastard? When did I abandon my daughter? And why is Gwen so miserable? But George could hear that Helen was really anxious. In any case, something big must have happened at home. George didn't care about work at this time. Anyway, he was the director, and no one dared to check on him when he was away from work, so after telling his secretary, he hurried back home. The first thing he did when he got home was that he was confused. What did he see? Two Gwens? Then he was blamed by everyone. What's worse is that he didn't know what happened at all. Chapter 1135 Parallel World Invasion. In a warehouse of a farm in New Jersey, Jin Bing fell powerlessly among the farm tools. A shovel was deeply inserted into his abdomen, which made his huge body weak and powerless. Who are you? Even at this point, Jin Bing still maintained the demeanor of a gangster overlord. Even though he was now desperate, he was still intimidating. A huge body slowly walked out of the shadow of the warehouse. For the first time, Jin Bing's face showed panic and fear. What an enviable guy, the huge figure was Jin Bing himself. Asshole, as the leader of the underworld world, Jin Bing almost took only 1 second to deduce countless conspiracies based on the person in front of him. For example, Shadow Dancer, find a substitute to replace himself, and let the real Jin Bing become a substitute. Kill them. Thinking that he was about to be replaced, Jin Bing immediately became anxious. It was not because of his industries. In fact, he didn't care about those things at all, because Jin Bing was confident that no matter how much he lost, he could still make a comeback. Because, he is Jin Bing. What he is really worried about is his family. If there's anyone in this world who knows him best, there are only 3 people. The first is James Wesley, the man who is most loyal to Kingpin in the world. Many times, James Wesley regards Kingpin as his father, and also regards Kingpin as the projection of his dream. James Wesley is not actually a vicious person. He even feels disgusted when he sees blood. But he advocates violence and advocates dictatorship. A very strange person, but unfortunately his personality and ability cannot do it, so he projects his expectations on Kingpin. And try his best to assist this man. James Wesley has followed Kingpin for a very long time. He has been following Kingpin since James Wesley was a child. No one knows Kingpin better than him. Kingpin never treats him like other men. He thinks James is his family. The other 2 are Kingpin's wife and children. As family members who live together day and night, they can best distinguish the changes in Kingpin. If these people really want to replace themselves, then, these 3 people must be eliminated. This is absolutely unacceptable to Kingpin. With Kingpin's roar, several assassins wearing black ninja uniforms suddenly appeared in the darkness. They were so fast that they arrived in front of Kingpin in almost an instant and stretched out their claws. Yes, claws. But facing this sudden attack, Kingpin seemed very calm. Bang! Kingpin's movements were almost invisible, and several ninjas who pounced in front of Kingpin were knocked away. One grabbed Kingpin's neck and slid him in his hand, and the other was stepped on by him. What is this? Ninja. Kingpin brought the ninja in his hand closer and observed it carefully. The skin of the ninja in his hand showed a strange blue-black color, his eyes were occupied by blood, and his mouth was full of canine teeth, which kept opening and closing, trying to bite people. Rabies. Kingpin looked at the creature in front of him with a confused face. Kingpin was also stunned. This is a blood-sucking ninja. The product of combining the ninja of the hand and the vampire. If Kingpin hadn't asked himself that he couldn't control this creature, he would definitely mass-produce it and take back his New York. At the beginning, Kingpin cooperated with the hand and the society. Secretly got some secrets of the hand and the society, and then some suspicious vampires came to trouble him, and he captured a vampire elder. Then he asked his scientists to combine the hand and the society ninjas with vampires. As a result, these vampire ninjas were born. They are useful, but they are difficult to control. Most of the products were destroyed by Kingpin for this reason, leaving only some products that can still maintain basic sanity. These are the things in front of you. It can be said that except for the fear of light, these vampire ninjas basically have no shortcomings. But now they are actually caught by one hand. Oh, what an interesting creature. Let me see. A girl's sharp voice came from behind Kingpin, and then Ms. Octopus came out from behind Kingpin. I saw traces of biological transformation on it. Ms. Octopus's tentacles directly rolled up the two defeated blood-sucking ninjas and tied them in front of her. Then the top of the mechanical tentacles opened, and a bunch of meaningless probes pierced into the bodies of those blood-sucking ninjas. It seems that you are doing well in this world. Dear boss, Ms. Octopus showed a nervous smile. It's up to you. I don't care. I have found what I want. Kingpin slowly walked towards Kingpin, who was lying on the ground. Kingpin gritted his teeth and looked at himself getting closer and closer, and his heart sank a little bit. Bullseye. Kill him. This is Kingpin's last trump card. After Bullseye was killed by Kai, his body was handed over by Kingpin to his scientist Professor Kenji Koyama for transformation. Originally, they intended to use the power of technology to revive Bullseye, but failed. They revived Bullseye's body, but it was just a shell. This discovery surprised Professor Kenji Koyama, because they had revived Bullseye's brain and body. Logically, it would be strange if he was revived. In the end, no matter what they did, they still got a vegetative person. They knew that there was nothing wrong with Bullseye's brain, but he was still just a shell and had no reaction to the outside world. So Professor Kenji Koyama simply went all out and completely transformed Bullseye, replacing his brain with artificial intelligence. From this point on, it is unknown whether Bullseye is still Bullseye. After all, the most valuable thing about Bullseye is his superpower, a sure hit. As for other things, they are just so-so. Now Bullseye has become a vegetative person, so naturally his abilities are useless. As a result, after Professor Kenji Koyama's transformation, he was actually completely changed inside and out. It's hard to say that he has any relationship with a previous Bullseye. But at least he spent money, and Bullseye's body was transformed to be extremely powerful, which is still useful. But Kingpin shouted for a long time, but Bullseye didn't move at all. Kingpin turned his head and looked at the Bullseye that had appeared. Broken? So casual? Bullseye attack, the highest order, protect Kingpin, obey Kingpin's orders, and do not harm Kingpin in any way. Wrong order, not executed. After a burst of electronic sound, Kingpin was dumbfounded. What a mess. Go. I order you. Wrong order. Bullseye can't attack Kingpin. Not executed, huh? Kingpin suspected that he was hallucinating because of excessive blood loss. The other Kingpin understood a little. I think I understand a little. He looked at Bullseye and said, are you the Bullseye of this world? You are turned into this. It's so sad. You might as well die. What's going on? How did you do it? Kingpin thought that the fake Kingpin had done something to make Bullseye malfunction. Did he say that he couldn't attack Kingpin? Kingpin said. Kingpin felt that the scene in front of him was getting more and more blurred, and his body was getting colder and colder. He knew that this was a symptom of excessive blood loss. He was dying. I am Kingpin. Of course he can't attack me. Cough cough cough. Kingpin was punched by the fake Kingpin before, and his ribs were broken and pierced into his lungs. Now his lungs are filled with blood. He can no longer speak, but Kingpin knows what he wants to say. After all, they are the same person. I am you, and you are me. You and I are the same person both physically and mentally. There is no need to doubt this. So don't worry about Vanessa and Richard, they are the reason why I came to this world. I will love them well. More than before, Kingpin looked at Kingpin with his eyes wide open, although he couldn't see clearly. He misunderstood Kingpin's words. He thought this guy would use some perverted method to torture his wife and children. But he didn't need to worry anymore. He died in the next moment. A dead person naturally doesn't need to worry about others. It's pitiful. Burn him. From now on, there is only one Kingpin in this world. That's me. So, you are my daughter. After about 2 hours of noisy explanations by a group of people, George finally figured out some things. For example, the girl in front of him who looks exactly like his daughter is his daughter. Are you sure she's not an illegitimate daughter or something like that? But, anyway, the explanation of a parallel world is too surreal. On the contrary, an illegitimate daughter is more reliable. Helen immediately noticed. You are outside. No, Helen, wait a minute. George held down Helen's hand that was about to take the knife. Since the girl came, he felt that Helen had changed and became full of violent tendencies. I'm just making an analogy, parallel world. How can I accept it? The more rational people are, the more they can't accept this. On the contrary, emotional people can easily accept this setting. For example, Helen and the other people in this room. And George, as a policeman, likes to speak from logic and evidence. From George's point of view, it was just a girl who came to his house and told him that she was his daughter in another world. This is a complete liar. But looking at the timid child and the face that looks exactly like Gwen, George couldn't say a lot of words. It's amazing. He, a policeman, didn't dare to expose a liar. So what went wrong? Don't be afraid of him. He is just an old stubborn. A middle-aged man without love. Gwen didn't care so much, saved Stacy, and then ruthlessly accused her father. Hey, Gwen. I'm your dad, how could my lovely daughter be like this? Huh? You've cut off the father-daughter relationship with me. Why can't I say it? Go be your police chief. Yes. Bastard dad. Down with the bastard dad. Gwen's two younger brothers also began to rebel. Helen had already started to hold Stacy and wipe her tears. Mary Jane glared at George, but Harry was embarrassed. This family has too many emotions. So, when did I cut off the father-daughter relationship with you? George's head was about to explode. Helen said that she didn't understand her daughter, and her daughter said that she was stubborn and cut off the father-daughter relationship. What's the connection? It wasn't like this when I went to work in the morning. My father is kind and my son is filial. My husband and wife are loving. Give it back to me quickly. Stacy became more and more embarrassed. She found that her appearance seemed to have brought trouble to this family. That? Gwen, those things happened in my world. They have nothing to do with George in this world. For some reason, seeing Gwen speaking cautiously and uncomfortably, George felt very bitter. Shut up. George thought it would be better to find a reliable person to explain to him what happened from beginning to end. Then he saw Harry. Don't talk, let Harry talk. I need to go through it from beginning to end. Harry looked at the others, and Helen turned around and grabbed Stacy and asked her to go back to Gwen's room with her. She wanted to stay with her daughter. When Gwen told Stacy about what happened to her, Helen's heart almost broke. Thinking of Stacy's experience, she was not by her side. Helen could not forgive herself at all, and felt like she had abandoned her daughter. So she had to make up for it. Gwen and her two younger brothers hurriedly followed. Harry was more rational and could tell everything in an orderly manner for George to judge. You said Gwen. No, Gwen in another world is Spider-Man. George widened his eyes. The fact that he could use the name Gwen to refer to Stacy at this moment actually showed his inner inclination. I also severed my father-daughter relationship with her because I wanted to hunt her down. Peter died. Died in Gwen's arms. You died too? Are you still a bad guy? Your father is also a bad guy. In short, there are too many things worth complaining about, but George keenly realized, this doesn't seem to be a lie. After everything was said, George sat alone on the sofa, quietly digesting the information. Of course, more importantly, he had a question that he couldn't figure out. Am I crazy? I don't want my own daughter. This is something George couldn't figure out. What the hell is George in another world? Harry raised his hand. What do you want to say? I think it's possible that you care more about your career in another world. Just like my dad is like this. I haven't seen my dad for almost a month. Harry gave a relatively reasonable explanation based on his own experience. For the sake of career, even family is abandoned. George tilted his head, very confused. Chapter 1136 Parallel World Invasion. George's family had a chaotic day, but at night, when the family sat around the dining table, holding hands and praying, everything returned to peace. No matter whether Gwen Stacy, who broke into their lives, was real or fake, at this moment, no one cared. After all, even if she was fake, a girl who looked so much like Gwen appeared in their lives, which was a very special thing. Moreover, even George was inclined to believe it was true in his heart. Because George didn't think that someone would spend so much money for himself. Find a girl who looks exactly like Gwen, and this girl also has the ability of Spider-Man. He positioned himself quite accurately. Of course, that was because he didn't know that there were creatures like Skrulls in this world. But anyway, George's family accepted Stacy's arrival. But the difference is that the family is still worried about Stacy's experience in another world. In their opinion, Stacy, like Gwen, is a high school student who knows nothing. She should enjoy a carefree high school life instead of becoming scarred for world peace. After all, in their world, the real Spider-Man is just a good neighbor in New York, a little boy from Brooklyn. He is not a big shot at all. The most he does is to catch thieves and help New Yorkers. There are superheroes who can do such high-end work as saving the world, and he is not needed at all. In fact, Peter has been troubled by this. He wants to take more responsibilities, but both Matt and Kai are against it. But in the eyes of George's family, Stacy should be like this. Instead of shouldering everything alone. What are the adults over there doing? George's family are all Catholics and need to pray before meals. They are also used to keeping quiet when eating. But today is different. Although everyone talked a lot, they are still eager to try. Not long after, Gwen's brother, Arthur, couldn't help asking, why do the police over there hate superheroes so much? George glared at his son. He felt that this silly boy was talking about something irrelevant. Stacy was tired enough, and now she can finally relax. Why should she recall those bad experiences again? Stacy didn't think there was anything wrong. I don't know. I've been helping others, but it seems that the police don't think so. Stacy was just a high school student after all, and she couldn't understand the intrigues of the adult world. The reasons were very complicated, such as Spider-Man's existence was indeed illegal. Some people were afraid of Spider-Man's power and his behavior, and some people were spying on Spider-Man's power. In short, the adult world is never black and white. Not necessarily. George, as a policeman, instinctively excused the police. It is also possible that you have interfered with the police's law enforcement, just like our Spider-Man. God, he has messed up so many things. Many of our actions have been destroyed by his willful behavior, and even undercover agents have sacrificed because of him. Ahem. Helen immediately reminded George that the Spider-Man opposite was your daughter. George also reacted at this time. Hurry up and shut up. On the contrary, Stacy was very interested in the Spider-Man of this world. What does Spider-Man here look like? I'm curious about what kind of person he is. Very cool, Arthur answered first. He's a hero, his younger brother Gabriel also shouted. Gwen thought for a moment and said, he's a good man. George looked disdainful. I don't deny these, but I still hope he can learn from other superheroes, at least don't act like a child. Having power is not the only factor to become a superhero, but obviously he doesn't think so. George himself didn't hate Spider-Man, but Spider-Man's reckless style still made George instinctively unhappy. Helen is a housewife, she doesn't have so many ideas. I think Spider-Man is still a child. He shouldn't be exposed to these. This is Helen's most simple idea. In her concept, children should stay in school. Instead of running out to fight and kill. Saving people is of course a good thing. But this world has police, firefighters, and doctors, and it doesn't need a child to take on these. Stacy listened to these comments and smiled involuntarily. She could feel that here. Spider-Man doesn't need to bear the expectations of everyone, let alone carry everything on his shoulders. This is a good thing. Because she knows that feeling, it's terrible. The family chatted at the dining table. The atmosphere at the table, which was originally a bit serious, became cheerful. Surprisingly, George did not stop them and even enjoyed it. Perhaps, George and the world gave him some inspiration. The family chatted for a long time. It was not until George said that the children had to go to school tomorrow that everyone reluctantly returned to their rooms. Gwen and Stacy stayed in the same room tonight. When the two were about to return to their rooms, George called Stacy. Stacy. Well, if you like, I can take you to see Tony Stark tomorrow. Yeah, Stacy nodded happily. Watching the two daughters happily return to their rooms, George felt a little lost. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? Helen appeared behind George. George did not say anything stubborn about his wife who was going to accompany him for the rest of his life. Yet, letting such a child return to that bastard world. I always feel like pushing her into the fire pit, George said unhappily. In his opinion, that world was a mess. Everyone commented on Stacy, but never thought about how much she had endured. No one understands her, let alone supports her. What kind of bullshit world is this? So what do you want? Helen said with a smile. When Stacy came, George was the one who doubted her the most. Now, it is George who is most reluctant to let go of Stacy. Let her stay here. There is nothing to be nostalgic about over there anyway, George said. Nonsense. What about George in that world? Don't mention that bastard. Although he was scolding himself, George felt that he was not wrong. Don't forget, there is another me on the other side, Helen said. In a garbage dump in New York, a decadent middle-aged man in ill-fitting clothes staggered out of the garbage dump. I won't let you out. Absolutely not. The middle-aged man was in a mess, his face was pale, and his body was still shaking. But considering the temperature in New York in late autumn nights, it was normal. Ha ha ha, but the next second, the man's expression changed, becoming hideous and weird. Norman. Look at you, you are so useless. Wake up, I am the real you. Why do you suppress yourself? This is a new world. Let's have a good fight. No, this person is the Green Goblin who broke through the parallel time and space and came to this world with Kingpin. In the original world, this Green Goblin has completely sunk. Because in that world, the Osborn Group has completely gone bankrupt. Norman has lost the career he has been fighting for all his life, and what's more terrible is that the only person he cares about, Harry, is dead. Died in the aftermath of a battle between the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. Since then, Norman's personality has completely collapsed and was completely occupied by the Green Goblin personality. Then the Green Goblin turned into that devilish look. But after coming to this world, Norman's personality suddenly awakened. He couldn't tolerate the Green Goblin continuing to do evil. So he kept suppressing himself. I won't allow it. I absolutely won't allow it. Harry. In this world, Harry is still fine. You will destroy everything. I won't allow it to be destroyed again. I absolutely won't allow it. If someone walked by at this time, they would be scared silly. Because it was too scary. No one could imagine that a person's face could make such different expressions, just like two people. Finally, when Norman walked out of the alley, Norman finally defeated the Green Goblin. Temporarily. Norman looked at the empty streets of Brooklyn late at night, and for a moment he didn't know where to go. Until he saw the advertisement of the Osborn Group. This was the opportunity for Norman to wake up. The Osborn in this world is a pharmaceutical giant, although it also cooperates with the military. But after the two incidents of the Hulk and the Abomination, the research on the super soldier serum was stopped. After all, the military is also afraid of any more trouble. Without the support of the military, the Osborn Group naturally could not invest huge sums of money to research the super soldier serum. The cost is too high. Osborn Group has to consider the stock price. If it invests too much and has no returns, it will seriously affect the financial statements of Osborn Group. When the stock price drops, those shareholders will jump up and down. Perhaps it is because of this that the Green Goblin was not born in this world. Seeing that Osborn Group was fine, Norman woke up immediately. Then he found out that not only Osborn Group was fine, but Norman in this world was also fine. That means that Harry was also fine. So for the sake of his son, even if it was a son from another parallel world, Norman would not allow the Green Goblin to appear again to disrupt it. This world is good, so it will always be good. Thinking of this, Norman dragged his exhausted body and staggered outside. His biggest thought now is to leave here quickly. The farther away from Harry, the better. It would be best to find an uninhabited area and die there quietly. But he was really too tired. Not only physically, but also mentally. He needs to keep fighting the Green Goblin and can't relax for a moment. Finally, I don't know how long I walked. In fact, it wasn't long. He didn't even walk out of a block. His body went limp and he fell to the side of the road. Sir, are you okay? The Parkers, who were about to go home, happened to see this scene and got out of the car quickly. Seeing the man's clothes, he should be a homeless person. The Parkers immediately carried him into the car and returned to the homeless home. Why not send him to the hospital? It's too expensive. It's obvious that this man can't afford the medical expenses. The Parkers are not unable to pay, but it's quite difficult. After all, they still have to support the homeless home. Fortunately, the homeless home has doctors, who are also volunteers. Although it's a bit embarrassing to disturb him now, saving people is important. So I can't care about it. The morgue of the New York Police Department. Lei Gong and Lei Shan looked at Daniel's body. Lei Gong's face was full of sadness. Although Kunlun had his own selfish reasons for choosing Daniel to become the Iron Fist, it was an indisputable fact that Daniel grew up in Kunlun since he was a child. Lei Gong also taught Daniel martial arts in person. Although he didn't recognize his martial arts talent, Lei Gong always thought Daniel was a good boy. Kunlun may fool around in other aspects, but Kunlun will never allow Iron Fist to have any flaws in his character. Insufficient ability means that you are not as skilled as others, and there is nothing to say if you lose. But if the one who inherits the Iron Fist is a scoundrel who commits crimes, then it would be a shame to be embarrassed. All 66 Iron Fists are heroes with strong bones and chivalrous deeds. Kunlun will not break this rule even if it is selfish. But now such a good boy is lying quietly in the freezer. Lei Shan's expression is relatively normal. He knows Daniel, but the age difference between the two is actually quite large. Lei Shan is 9 years older than Daniel. The two can't play together, but Lei Shan's eyes still flashed with sadness. In any case, they still get along in Kunlun for more than 10 years. It's just that Lei Shan and Lei Gong think differently. He thinks that the biggest problem of Daniel's death is because of the title of Iron Fist. If virtue does not match the position, there will be disaster. If virtue is weak but the position is high, wisdom is small but a plan is big, strength is small but a responsibility is heavy, it is rare. Can Daniel inherit the title of Iron Fist? No. He doesn't have this ability, you know. The elders of Kunlun didn't even care about their face, and they insisted on appointing him as the successor of the Iron Fist. Is he qualified? No. If he didn't inherit the title of Iron Fist, he could only stay in Kunlun honestly, and he wouldn't be killed. In the final analysis, it was those old people who killed him. I'm sorry, can you let us take a closer look? Lei Shan calmed down first, and then asked Kai politely. Kai nodded. This case belongs to their New York police. If someone from other agencies intervened, Kai would definitely not be happy. But this is someone from my hometown, so it doesn't matter. Lei Shan opened the body bag. Then his face changed immediately. Kunlun martial arts, Lei Gong's face also changed. That group of rebels, as Lei Gong got angry, waves of hot air steamed up from his body, even accompanied by a slight electric sound. No wonder he was called Lei Gong. Kai asked curiously, Kunlun rebels? The group of people in the Hand and Society, the Lei family father and son immediately turned their heads to look at Kai. How did you know? Only a few people know about the relationship between the Hand and Kunlun, at least the guys in the Hand will never tell anyone. Kai pointed at Daniel who was lying. He said so, the Lei family father and son were speechless. Besides, it couldn't have been done by the Hand, the Lei family father and son hadn't digested Daniel's leak when they heard this. Why? Because the 5 fingers of the Hand are all dead. I killed them. I also got a book of Kunlun Kigen from them, which is quite interesting. Kai didn't need to hide it. The Lei family father and son were speechless again. Another reason why Daniel became the Iron Fist was that they hoped that Daniel would eliminate the traitors of the Hand. Since the 5 traitors escaped from Kunlun hundreds of years ago, Kunlun has been chasing them. And they were also very smart and had been operating outside Kunlun's sight. First in Japan, and then with the development of technology and the acceleration of information dissemination, they left Japan and ran to Europe and the United States. In short, they didn't have any encounters with Kunlun. Kunlun rarely came to the territory of the foreigners. He thought that since he had chosen Daniel, he might as well give him something to do, so that he could make achievements and not let the name of the Iron Fist be tarnished. But the 5 rebels were killed by an outsider. How could it be justified? Did this guy do anything? Chapter 1137, Split. Wait a minute, Lei Shan suddenly noticed Hua Dian, Did you get Kunlun's Kigen? Kunlun still cares about its own inheritance, otherwise there would be no saying that it is not allowed to leave casually. Yes. Found it from their relics, Kai did not intend to deny it. This thing is just a clear way, and it always feels like stealing. Anyway, he has a clear conscience. He did not get it from Kunlun, but from several criminals. It is not against the rules. However, Lei Shen is obviously more conservative and is not happy to see his inheritance fall into the hands of the ghosts. But he cannot make the decision on this matter. His father is the one who makes the decision. Lei Gong saw the look in his son's eyes and naturally knew what it meant. But he did not react at all, because Kai did the right thing. You Kunlun failed to kill the rebellion yourself, that is your own problem. Others helped you kill it, Kunlun can only thank you, there is absolutely no such thing as repaying kindness with enmity. Besides, if the Kigen falls into the hands of others, can it make people abandon their martial arts? There is no such saying. Although I feel a little embarrassed, but I still want to ask, have you taught Kigen to others? What Lei Gong has to do now is to prevent Kigen from spreading everywhere. Well, this thing may not be good enough for fighting, but it can strengthen the body and calm the mind, so I did teach it to a few friends. Lei Shan was even more dissatisfied. If Kai just learned it himself, Lei Shan would not say anything even if he had any opinions. But Kai's teaching others was a bit taboo. Especially since Kai himself understood Chinese culture very well. After a period of communication, Lei Shan and his friends found that this foreigner was not a half-understanding foreigner. He really understood China and could even think about problems in the Chinese way in many cases. This was rare. Like the so-called China experts assigned to them by the US government, each one of them was inexplicable, especially those Chinese people, which made Lei Gong's teeth ache. These guys, except for looking like Chinese, actually have little to do with China. Their thinking is also completely American thinking, and they are not on the same channel as Chinese people at all. To truly understand China, it is not just being able to speak a few words of Chinese with a strange accent. Knowing some Chinese customs is also considered understanding China. But it is precisely because Kai knows these that Lei Shan cannot tolerate it. You should know what will happen if you teach other martial arts privately, Mr. Wayne. I hope you can give us an explanation. Lei Shan thinks he's an iron fist and is qualified to uphold justice. Explanation? Kai was stunned. What explanation? Don't pretend to know. Since you know that it is Kunlun's martial arts, you should know that it cannot be taught casually. Even if there is a compelling reason, you need to inform us Kunlun before making a decision. Lei Shan feels that he needs to maintain the dignity of Kunlun. Huh? Inform you? I know where your mountain gate opens. Besides, I know whether the Kunlun they are talking about is real or fake. Kai doesn't think there is anything wrong with the way he handled it. If your Kunlun has a mountain gate spread outside, things will be simpler. But the problem is that Kunlun is mysterious. Who knows where his mountain gate is? Kai wants to inform. But where can he inform? Moreover, whether Kunlun is real or not to mention abroad, even in China, not many people can really tell. Lei Shan's expression froze. This is really the case. In fact, it's Kunlun's fault that it's too mysterious. Things like this rarely happen. There is no experience in dealing with it. Also, those 5 fingers have taught countless people over the years, and you haven't troubled them for hundreds of years. I helped you solve the problem, but in turn, you want to trouble me. Don't you think it's reasonable to do so? Kai asked again. Lei Shan didn't know how to respond. Because he thought Kai was right. But he didn't want to end up like this. So he decided to have a competition with Kai. The advantage of doing this is that Kunlun doesn't have to lose face, and can teach Kai a lesson with a clear reason. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You want to challenge me? Kai was really scared. Doesn't this guy watch the news? Where does the courage come from? Lei Gong was also a little embarrassed. His stupid son was a typical martial arts fanatic. In addition to practicing martial arts, he was not interested in anything else. This is naturally a good thing for those who practice martial arts, because this way they can focus on their work without distractions and move forward. But, some things still need to be paid attention to. At least Lei Gong only knows how to watch the news. But Lei Gong thought about it and felt that this was not bad. It was also a good thing to be taught a lesson, so as not to always look down on others. However, the business is still important at the moment. Okay, the competition can be put aside for now. Our goal is to investigate the cause of Daniel's death. Lei Gong interrupted Lei Shan. Then Legong began to touch Daniel's body and carefully felt his injuries. Yes, it was the snake fist and the crane fist. Legong ignored the wounds on Daniel's body caused by modern weapons, and was very keen to detect what kind of martial arts killed Daniel. Kai was confused. He knew about the snake fist and the crane fist, but he had never seen them. In the world before Kai traveled through time, martial arts had long been in decline. He really had never seen anyone use the snake fist and the crane fist to hit people. Lei Shan also nodded solemnly. He saw it at a glance. This snake fist and crane fist are very powerful. In the world before Kai crossed over, he really hadn't heard of any masters who practiced this kind of fist, and how to say it? The names of snake fist and crane fist are too general. Let's not talk about anything else. Which crane fist does the crane fist refer to? The 5 ancestors crane yang fist, the zong fist, the white crane fist, and even the Shaolin 5 forms fist and Zingaya fist all have crane-shaped fists. The snake fist is similar. Seeing the two people's expressions so solemn, Kai thought it was some very powerful martial arts. Lei Shan opened his mouth and was a little bit unable to say it. Lei Gong was much more generous. After all, this was someone else's territory. In such a vast sea of people, can they rely on the two of them to investigate? How long will it take to investigate? So some situations should be said. No, this is authentic Kunlun martial arts. Kai was really shocked at this moment. Kunlun has another traitor. Kai could understand why they looked like that. The murderer used authentic Kunlun martial arts to kill Kunlun's Iron Fist. This is fucking killing his own people. Kai's careless words almost made Lei Shan roll his eyes in anger. Although Kai was right. He also suspected that Kunlun had another traitor. Impossible. Only 2 people have left Kunlun in these years. Kai asked, who? Lei Shan and Daniel, Lei Gong said in a deep voice. Lei Shan immediately waved his hand. It's not me. It's not me. I haven't even been to the United States. Lei Gong shook his head. I know it's not you. The person who killed Daniel used very skilled snake fist and crane fist. Although you have learned snake fist and crane fist, you haven't reached this level yet. In fact, this is the reason why Lei Gong looked weird. Lei Shan suddenly realized it at this time. Kai was confused. What's the explanation? Lei Shan hesitated, but Lei Gong didn't mean to hide it and nodded to him. So Lei Shan explained to Kai what Kunlun was all about. Kunlun is a pocket dimension originating from the Himalayas. To put it bluntly, it is a small world. Kunlun is very big. There are 7 towns in Kunlun, and Kunlun is the most important town. Also in a leading position. So the dragon is the totem. The other 6 cities are Crane City, Jiugeo as the name suggests, they use the crane as a totem, and the representative martial arts is the crane fist. Turtle City, Penglai use the turtle as a totem, and the representative martial arts is the golden bell cover. Snake City, Xiangaeo use the snake as a totem, and the representative martial arts is the snake fist. Tiger City, Shanjin use the tiger as a totem, and the representative martial arts is the black tiger fist. Monkey City, Huagushin use the monkey as a totem, and the representative martial arts is the monkey fist. Here I changed the setting of Marvel. What the hell is that? It hurts people to watch it. There are also spiders. Do you want to make 1,000 spiders and 10,000 poisonous hands? And the Pig City. I just laugh. A bunch of stupid foreigners who don't understand anything. Among them, Kunlun is a collection of the strengths of many schools and practices everything. The ancestors who first established Kunlun imitated the creatures in nature to protect themselves after practicing Qi and created these first 6 martial arts. In Kai's opinion, this is like the path of Xingaiquan and Xiangxingquan. Up to now, Kunlun has many martial arts, such as Mantis Fist, Eagle Claw Kung Fu and other boxing techniques, but most of these martial arts are derived from the evolution of these 6 martial arts. It is also because of this that these 6 martial arts have an extraordinary status. Only in the 7 cities, the recognized martial arts geniuses can practice the original versions of these 6 martial arts. After listening to it, Kai felt that Kunlun was playing quite a lot. What's the situation now? Kai pointed at the dead ghost Daniel. The Lei family father and son were also a little embarrassed. They said they came to investigate the case, but in fact they came to revenge. As for the illegality of killing people, how can it be considered illegal for people in the martial arts world to do things? Besides, the Shenmiao Bureau has already said hello. That's not a big deal. But now that the melon has been eaten in my own home, it's a bit uncomfortable. Could it be that this generation of Crane Mother in Jeogeo City ran out? Lei Shan asked carefully. Kunlun has the Iron Fist, and other cities have similar titles. The difference is that Iron Fist represents the entire Kunlun, while the titles of the other 6 cities are more like their honorific titles for the strongest martial artists. For example, the strongest person in Jeogeo City will be named Crane Mother, female, or Danja, male. Dengja is the ancient name for crane, also known as Danja. However, there are no strict regulations for such titles, unlike Iron Fist, which requires a large-scale ceremony for selection. Nonsense. I saw Kyan when I came out, and she stayed in Kunlun well. Lei Gong glared at his unlucky son fiercely. Did he really think that everyone would act as recklessly as he did? In other words, he had a good father, and the matter of Iron Fist was indeed that the elders of Kunlun did not let Lei Shan down. That's why everyone laughed, and no one mentioned this matter, otherwise Lei Shan would have been cleared out long ago. What can I say about the people in Kunlun? They are more keen on practicing Ki and reaching the realm of immortality, and practicing martial arts is also for strengthening the body and protecting themselves. Kunlun even has creatures like Shou Lao, and it is not surprising to have other beasts and monsters. They practice martial arts not for fighting. As a result, almost all members of Kunlun are socially anxious. They are too lazy to come out when asked to. Lei Gong taught his son a lesson, and then he didn't know what to do. I need to contact the country. Others may not know who ran out of Kunlun, but the Spear Bureau must know. It's a bit embarrassing to say that Kunlun has to ask others about its own affairs. But the current situation is indeed beyond Lei Gong's expectations. Kai is still entertaining the Lei family father and son. In Stark Tower, a fight almost broke out. The cause of the incident was George taking Stacy to find Stark. Originally, Gwen was going to school today, but Gwen, a famous student model, took a rare leave today to accompany her good sister. It's right to say that. After all, there is no one in the world who is more similar to them. They are the same in every aspect. Originally, George planned to contact Kai and let Kai take them to see Tony. As a result, Kai was preparing to compete with Lei Shan, and no one answered the phone. There was no other way. George could only contact someone he knew. Natasha. Because Natasha had been in charge of the public relations affairs of the 15th precinct for a period of time, George was also very familiar with Natasha. He didn't tell Natasha about the parallel world. Because it was too ridiculous. Even though he had accepted this setting, he still felt it was too ridiculous. So he simply didn't tell Natasha. He asked Natasha if he could meet Stark. He had some questions and needed his help. Generally speaking, if a police chief or a precinct chief wants to see Tony Stark, he needs to make an appointment, and it is very likely that the appointment will be made next year. But George has someone above him. Natasha asked. Tony had no visitors today, so she asked Tony's opinion directly. Tony was not an enthusiastic person, but because of Kai's face, he reluctantly gave George a chance. Things were going very smoothly up to here. Until they came to Stark Tower and saw Tony, things changed immediately. When he saw 2 identical Gwens appear in front of him, Tony's first reaction was to call Jarvis. Intending to control the 2 Gwens. Facing the laser weapons that suddenly stretched out from the wall, Stacy's response was also very simple. She raised her hand and shot out spider silk, blocking all the laser weapons. And Tony put on the mecha at the first time. Seeing Tony's aggressive momentum, Stacy also pulled down her mask. She turned into Spider-Woman in pink, white and black. Tony was stunned when he saw Stacy's outfit. And because Stacy was not familiar with Tony, when she saw Tony attacking it the first time, she instinctively fought back. The 2 of them fought inexplicably. George and Gwen were stunned. What's going on? But what's interesting is that no matter how the 2 fight, they will protect George and Gwen intentionally or unintentionally, but at the same time, they prevent each other from approaching the father and daughter, because they are sure that the other party is approaching George and they are planning to do something bad. Chapter 1138 Time Paradox. Lei Shan was lying on the helipad on the roof of the police station, staring at the blue sky and white clouds with lifeless eyes, like a doll that had been broken. Not far from him, Lei Gong was stunned. Lei Shan lost. This was a matter of course. Anyone who had read the news about Kai knew how strong this so-called New York policeman was. So except Lei Shan himself, anyone who knew about this matter knew clearly that Lei Shan had no chance of winning at all. They were martial artists, not immortals. Even an immortal like Lei Gong was far behind the legendary immortals. Lei Shan was very clear about this. If the records in the Kunlun ruins were correct, then the only person in the entire Kunlun who could be close to, note, close to the legendary immortal realm was the Jade Emperor. In Lei Gong's view, Kai was also close to this realm. So Lei Shan couldn't win. But he really didn't expect Lei Shan to lose so badly. It's not that there's anything wrong with Kai's overwhelming strength, it should have been like this. It's just, Kai didn't transform, didn't summon the destroyer armor, didn't take out his magic axe, and didn't call the wind and rain. It was just an ordinary duel. It was all about fists and feet. That's right, Kai used Bajikwan. It should be said that Kai didn't practice Bajikwan well in his previous life. It's impossible to practice this thing to the extreme in a lifetime. There are very few people who can really say that they have practiced this set of boxing. Kai is not a professional boxer, so naturally he's a half-baked one. It's no problem to beat ordinary people, but he's a loser when he meets a master. But the problem is that after crossing over, Kai's physical fitness exploded. When practicing martial arts, the moves are actually secondary. No one who fights with martial arts will really follow the moves one by one. What really trains is the power, followed by the reaction speed, so that the body produces instincts, and finally it is to exercise physical fitness. Kai learned the power, but the reaction speed, don't need to be mentioned. Let alone physical fitness. Kai practiced Kunlun Kicken, but he didn't have any talent. In addition, he fished for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days, so he didn't practice anything famous. But the problem is, Kai doesn't need it. Li Shan punches with one punch, and with a blessing of Qi, one punch can easily penetrate the steel plate. But Kai punches with one punch, without Qi, and can do this easily. Then Li Shan was beaten. Kai's reaction speed is faster than Li Shan's, and his strength is stronger than Li Shan's. Even if he doesn't know martial arts, he won't lose. What's more, he also knows Bajikwan. Your Bajikwan, Lei Gong said after a long time. You practiced it wrong. In Lei Gong's opinion, Kai's Bajikwan, what is it called? Even many of the moves of Bajikwan are deformed. It has completely lost the spirit of Bajikwan, but has many shadows of grappling, back throws, and fighting in the army. This is not Kai's fault. He joined the army after graduating from high school. After fighting in the army for so many years, he naturally took on the need and murderous temperament of the army. Military fighting skills are different from other martial arts. They are not limited to fighting. In addition to fighting skills, they also include bayonet skills, dagger skills and short stick skills. The pursuit is simplicity and clarity, and one-hit kill. In addition, Kai has made random modifications over the years, and his Bajikwan is definitely not authentic. So in Lei Gong's opinion, Kai must have practiced it wrong. Kai smiled embarrassedly. I don't know how to practice, I practiced blindly. Lei Gong looked at his son lying on the ground and doubting his life, and his eyes twitched fiercely. No more comments. How to comment? Can you beat my son like this by practicing blindly? If Lei Shan accepts this explanation, he will be autistic? Fortunately, someone from the police station suddenly came over, so that the scene did not continue to be awkward. Scroll. When Kai appeared in Stark Tower, the battle was over. The result was, Tony was completely defeated. Looking at Tony wrapped in spider silk and hanging on the ceiling, Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jarvis, yes, sir, is there a video of the last part, because we need to analyze the battle. The video has been saved successfully, send it to me. No, Tony wailed like a loser. He never thought that he would be defeated by a little girl. Although he underestimated his opponent, it couldn't change the fact that a 16-year-old girl had ripped off the arc reactor, causing the Iron Man's suit to be paralyzed and turned into a steel coffin, trapping Tony inside and unable to move. Good job, Gwen. Kai didn't bother to pay attention to this loser. Instead, he praised Stacy, who looked confused after subduing Tony. Stacy looked at Kai and still felt a little uncomfortable. There were no other superheroes in her world. As for why Kai knew her, it was of course because of George. Since they started fighting, George kept calling Kai. In the end, he had no choice but to call the police station directly and ask others for help. Fortunately, Kai was on the top floor of the police station and was easily found. George told the story of Gwen and the parallel world at the fastest speed. To be honest, Kai didn't believe it at first. After all, who would believe such nonsense? Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Tony and Gwen in the parallel world had a fight. Kai was really afraid that it was the work of the Skrulls, so he rushed over as fast as he could, only to find out that Tony lost. Of course, the reason why Kai was so nice to Gwen in the so-called parallel world was not because he really believed George. No matter how naive criminal investigators were before, they learned to doubt everything after seeing too much. And what people say is the most untrustworthy. Everything depends on the evidence. So the first time Kai arrived, he used the detector given by Asgard to distinguish. It's not a Skrull. That's good. Although it is still unclear whether it is an enemy or a friend, it is not so urgent. It was also at this time that the door was knocked open and Happy rushed in with a group of security guards. A group of people quietly watch this fat man who likes movies making fun of him. It's not that Happy is not serious, it's really, this guy seems to be funny even when he is serious. Kai once advised Happy, why don't we stop making independent movies and make comedies? Comedies are so good, they don't need to be expensive and they are also popular. The important thing is that Happy is born with a sense of comedy. Although he is not handsome, he looks festive. Americans like comedies very much, in fact, most people in the world like comedies. After all, real life is tiring enough, and everyone is willing to spend some money to have a laugh. But Happy is a filmmaker with dreams. Well, this guy has always insisted that he is a filmmaker. If he wants to play, he will play independent movies, avant-garde movies, and art movies. He plays with a high level. Yes, this stuff is indeed very high level. But it loses money. As Tony's security director, Happy's job is actually quite easy, because in real danger, he doesn't need to protect Tony at all, but Tony has to protect him. The salary and benefits are even more outrageous, but even so, Happy still owes a lot of loans. Seeing that everyone is looking at him quietly, Happy is a little bit helpless. But when he saw Kai there, he knew that this matter had nothing to do with him. Sorry. I'll go turn off the alarm. After saying that, he quickly led his people away. Isn't it very funny? Happy has this ability. Kai always felt that Tony liked Happy so much because he liked the comedy in Happy. Soon Tony's arc reactor was stuffed back. Then everyone talked calmly. Then Tony was open to a new world. He didn't care about Stacy beating him up, but dragged Stacy to do various tests like a pervert, hoping to find out the difference between the people in another parallel time and space and the people here. It turned out that Stacy and Gwen are no different. They are exactly the same in DNA. This is impossible. This discovery alone is enough to shock the entire scientific community. Now Tony really believed it. And if this is true, it will also be an earthquake in today's scientific community, which means that time travel is possible. According to the existing theory of time travel, there is always a problem that cannot be avoided. That is, time travel may cause devastating changes to the history of the entire world. This change may also affect the traverser himself. How can the changed traverser ensure that he can travel through time? Even whether the traverser can still exist is an unknown. Since the traverser himself will change, whether it will change history is another unknown. For example, if time travel is feasible, a person goes back to the past and kills his parents before he is born, then this person will not appear, so this person can never go back to the past in time to kill his parents. This is the time-space paradox. And there are many such paradoxes. But if the idea of parallel universe is introduced, it provides a possibility for the existence of traversers. Because in that case, the so-called time travel is likely to travel to another parallel time and space. The history in this space may be the same as yours, or the opposite, or fast or slow. If this time and space happens to travel through the past of the previous time and space, then we can understand history and may change the course of this history, but this changed history is not the history of our space, so it will not have any impact on you. In this way, the time paradox does not exist. There is no doubt that this is a huge discovery. A discovery that can even change human history. Tony was very excited, and even wanted to find out immediately how to travel through a parallel world. So how did you get here? Kai was very curious about what caused Stacy to break through the space-time barrier and travel through a parallel space-time to come here. And Kai was not just curious. He thought that if the parallel world really existed and could be traveled through, then would he? There are always some things that become more mellow as time goes by. For example, fine wine. For example, homesickness. Although Kai is living a good life now, at least it is much better than his previous life. But every time in his dreams, He still recalls his ordinary past life. I don't know. Speaking of this, Stacy also had a headache. She didn't do anything, but she came to this place inexplicably. I was chasing a group of robbers, but my eyes blurred and I came to this world. These days, I have been looking for the reason, but I don't have any clues. Kai was very disappointed, and Tony was even more disappointed. But there was no rush, just take your time. So everyone changed the topic and slowly the topic turned to Stacy's ability. I was bitten by a mutant spider when I visited the Osborne group, and then I got this ability. If it was in her own world, Stacy would not be so outspoken, but at this time, Stacy was very relaxed. She didn't need to fight alone, and she didn't need to hide. After all, Kai and Tony were both open and honest, and no one would bother them. So she wouldn't hide many things. The Osborne group is really evil, and it has harmed another person. Tony's instinct to be mean again broke out. Although Tony is a capitalist, he has always positioned himself as a scientist, and his scientific research ability is indeed unique in the world. This also led to his disdain for Norman Osborne, who is more like a businessman than a scientist. In fact, even without these, there are still very few people Tony can look up to. However, what makes Tony even more dissatisfied is that the guy he dislikes can actually invent this magical spider. This makes him a little embarrassed. Otherwise, how can you say that this guy has no friends? The reason why he didn't get beaten to death is that his family is rich and lucky. Is the Spider-Man of this world like this too? Stacy quickly thought of the little bug who shared the same fate as her. Kai glared at Tony. What a mean mouth. Tony shut up a little embarrassedly. In fact, he didn't think much of it. It was really hard for a guy who revealed his identity at a press conference to understand the concept of hiding his identity. That's right, Kai was thinking about something else, whether he should contact the Osborne group. This thing seems to be able to change the world. When George saw this situation, he knew that Kai and Tony must know the identity of Spider-Man. But George didn't ask, because Kai wouldn't tell. Kai's attitude towards any case involving superheroes has always been the same. He would not ask, and even let it go. Then when they were talking about Spider-Man, something happened to Peter. Mr. Osborne. After school, Peter came to the homeless home to help his aunt as usual. As a result, when he arrived, his aunt told him that there were new people in the homeless home today. There are homeless people in every city, and there are even more in big cities. But there are fewer such people recently. Because the United States has been in bad luck recently, the domestic demand in the United States has been suddenly raised. With the reconstruction projects in several cities, there is a shortage of labor in various places. Many homeless people who couldn't find a job before can find a job as a construction worker to make a living. Although it is difficult to find a high-paying job without skills, they can still do jobs like laborers. This also means that from the day the homeless house was established to now, the number of homeless people seeking help has finally decreased. In the past 1 or 2 months, the number of homeless people receiving help has decreased significantly, and newcomers are even rarer. That's why May reminded Peter to take care of him more. As a result, Peter was stunned when he saw the person coming. Is the world so crazy now? The president of the Osborne group ran out to be a homeless person? Norman was stunned when he heard someone calling his name. Then he looked at the boy in front of him who he didn't know at all. Hearing the other party's reaction, Peter was more certain that this was his best friend's father. No mistake. Mr. Osborne, what's wrong with you? Peter saw Norman's face full of fatigue and immediately asked with concern. You? Norman still didn't remember who this was. What's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me? I'm Peter Parker. Norman stared at the child in front of him with wide eyes. You are Peter Parker. Peter looks like this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1139. You still say you are not Spider-Man. May. Norman suddenly remembered that the couple who helped him were named Parker, May Parker. May was a little puzzled, but she nodded. She was indeed named this. Wait. Ben Parker is still alive. Not only was May a little unhappy, but even a good man like Peter felt offended. What do you mean Ben is still alive? It was as if he would die. Norman didn't care, but continued to ask, are you Spider-Man? Peter was really shocked this time. Even Ben and May had never told this secret. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is Spider-Man? I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Peter was actually not suitable for lying. His psychological quality was not up to standard. In a panic, he basically confessed. May was scared. May never thought that her honest child would secretly run away to become a superhero. But in this way, the things they had doubts about in the past have been explained. For example, Peter has grown very fast recently. Peter used to be shorter and thinner than now, but recently, Peter has become much taller and his spirit has changed dramatically. Originally, May and Ben thought that Peter was late in development and was catching up now. In addition, he changed to a new school and the new environment may have changed him. But the change was too big, so they still had some doubts, but it was a good thing, so the couple did not delve into it. Children of this age already have a sense of privacy, and asking too much will make the child uncomfortable. So they held back. But I didn't expect that there was such a connection in it. Aunt May. Don't listen to his nonsense. Peter was really anxious. No matter what, he was educated by Matt and knew that if he wanted to be a superhero, he had to hide his identity, otherwise it would easily cause trouble for his relatives around him. He kept making a fuss to remember this principle, and he was also afraid that Aunt May and Uncle Ben would worry, so he kept it a secret. But at this moment, Norman suddenly picked up a bone-chopping knife from the chopping board and threw it at Peter. Oh, by the way, Norman is helping in the kitchen. With the activation of the spider sense, Peter almost instinctively grabbed the flying kitchen knife. Aunt May was shocked by the action and reaction speed. You still say you are not Spider-Man? Norman felt the magic of fate. He had come to another parallel world, but he was still inexplicably connected with Spider-Man. Could it be that he really could not escape the fate of being entangled with Spider-Man in this life? Aunt May was terrified. Such a big bone-cutting knife flew over, but Peter actually grabbed the knife with one hand. Peter was speechless. Just talk, what do you mean by throwing a knife backhanded? If I am not Spider-Man, I deserve to be chopped to death? Norman seemed to see what Peter was thinking. Don't worry, I'm chopping towards your shoulder. At most, I'll cut off one of your arms. It's not that easy to die. What the hell? Is this human language? At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. Peter, Harry ran in hurriedly, shouting randomly, I'm telling you. Dad, why did Harry appear here? Of course it was because of what happened yesterday. Harry thought about it at home all night and felt that Peter should know about this matter, otherwise it would not be good for him to be kept in the dark. Inexplicably dating two girls. Unfair. Ahem, it's unfair to Peter. He has the right to know at least. It's definitely not because I feel unbalanced. Yes. It's because I'm responsible for my brother. Bad luck in love. Definitely bad luck in love. Besides, it's very rare for Harry, a high school student, to be able to hold back and not tell others when encountering such a thing. Peter is the person involved, and he is also his best friend, so shouldn't he let him talk about it? In fact, keeping a secret has always been a difficult thing, and it's very painful. So after enduring for a day, Harry decided to share it with Peter. As a result, he ran into the room and saw Peter holding a knife, and his father was standing there in dirty clothes. Norman Osborn is definitely not a good father who can play with children. On the contrary, he is a wolf father who always forces his children to become successful. Moreover, Osborn has taken great pains to give his only son the best education, but at the same time he does not want him to grow arrogant and extravagant, so outside, he is almost the same as ordinary children, otherwise he would not become friends with Peter. In fact, Harry's food, clothing, housing and transportation outside are no different from ordinary people, and he can't be seen as a rich boy at all. But the disadvantage of doing this is that Harry's really afraid of his father. It is not an exaggeration to say that mice are afraid of cats. Seeing his father here, Harry immediately became like a toad stared at by a snake, and dared not move at all. When Norman saw Harry, he immediately became excited and couldn't help himself. It's Harry. It's really Harry. Norman looked at the boy in front of him, and he was so excited that he actually shed tears. At least his son has not changed. In the world he traveled to, Harry was dead. He died in the battle between him and Spider-Man. But the Harry here is still alive. Living well. At this moment, the roaring green goblin in Norman's heart was completely suppressed in his heart. Unlimited power emerged in Norman's heart when he saw his son. No matter how the green goblin struggled, he couldn't break free. Peter looked at the father and son a little strangely. Harry's reaction was nothing. He saw that his father had always been like this. As a close friend, Peter often went to Harry's house to play. In fact, Peter had a very good impression of Mr. Osborne. Friendly, wise, and charming. I never understood why Harry was so afraid of his father, just because Mr. Osborne was a little strict. He didn't even want his father to be strict. If Harry knew, he would definitely spit in Peter's face. Can you treat your own son the same as you treat other people's sons? Osborne is indeed like this. He is strict with Harry because the Osborne group will be his one day. If he doesn't teach Harry well, how can he be worthy of the efforts of several generations of the family? As for Peter, Osborne has no property for him to inherit, so what's the point of being strict with Peter? Moreover, Harry had few friends since he was a child. Osborne knew that this was not good, but he was afraid that he would learn bad things from bad people. It was not easy to have a friend like Peter who had good character and was in harmony with Harry, so he naturally had to be nicer to Peter. Just when the two father and son were staring at each other blankly, and the situation was a little overwhelmed, Harry's phone rang. Harry answered the phone like a robot. As a result, the voice from the other end scared Harry. It was his dad. Dad, Norman on the other side felt strange. Why did his son talk like that? It turned out that Norman was going on a business trip, so he called to tell his son. Harry looked up at Norman. The person on the phone was his dad, so who was the one on the other side? But soon, Harry understood. Parallel world. You are the dad of another world. Norman's eyes were hot, and finally tears came out. Yes, he was just Norman in another world, and his Harry was dead. May was suitable to walk behind Peter, because the scene was a bit weird. Everyone was weird and a little scared. What nonsense are you talking about? Norman on the phone was furious. What a mess. Another dad. Where did you find this dad? Sorry. Dad, I'm just arguing with Peter. You're going on a business trip, right? I know. I'll take care of myself. That's it. Bye. Harry hung up the phone quickly. At this time, Norman, who was sitting in the car, looked at the phone with a confused face. After a while, he asked his secretary, "You said, am I too strict with Harry? He is now finding a dad outside." The secretary was confused. But at this time, the secretary couldn't help but speak. "You just expect him to be better. But Harry himself is already good enough." He didn't say the rest. But the meaning is obvious. The secretary actually felt that Osborne was a little too strict. Anyone who knew Harry thought that this was a rare good boy, polite, sunny, and smart. But Osborne seemed to be never satisfied with Harry, and always believed that he could be better. A little harsh. Others felt distressed when they saw it. Humph. He's far from enough. Osborne was actually very proud, but he was afraid that Harry would stop moving forward after seeing it, so he never praised Harry, but let him get used to the fact that excellence was natural and not worth boasting about. The secretary was Osborne's confidant, and he knew that his boss was saying one thing and thinking another. Then again, he was just an employee, so how could he interfere in his boss's family affairs? He could only sigh secretly. "Harry, Uncle can only help you so much." Although Osborne felt that his son was a little strange, he thought about his business trip and decided to talk about it when he came back. Let's talk about it separately. Back to the homeless home. Peter looked at Harry and Norman stupidly, with stars in his eyes. It was too fantastic. Harry actually said that Norman was from a parallel world. As a technology geek, Harry naturally knew the parallel world very well. "Are you the Green Goblin?" Harry asked cautiously. He remembered that Gwen said that his father was the Green Goblin. Norman felt bitter and was a little curious about where Harry heard it from. "I heard from Gwen. Oh, by the way, she is Spider-Man from another world." Huh? Now it was Norman's turn to be confused. Gwen? Spider-Man? No. Spider-Man is dead. Peter's eyes widened, as if he was listening to a foreign language. What? Gwen is Spider-Man from another world? Spider-Man is dead? Then who is he? Harry reacted the fastest. No. You and Stacy are not from the same world. You are Norman Osborn from another world. This title made Norman frown instinctively. Harry. I don't remember teaching you to be so rude. Sorry. Harry also apologized instinctively. Then the two of them were stunned. Then they looked at each other and laughed. Although it was strange, there was no doubt that they were indeed father and son. Wait. Harry, what are you talking about? Peter asked quickly. Harry quickly told Stacy's affairs. Peter was stunned. Norman was also shocked. How is it possible? Peter, Harry, and Aunt May, who had been secretly watching the show, all looked at Norman. What do you mean? Harry was relaxed with his father who was not his father. Norman did not hide anything and told him about the fact that he and Kingpin and others designed and built a particle accelerator in an attempt to open the barrier of time and space to travel to other worlds. Spider-Man also showed up at that time to stop us, but was killed by Kingpin. Although the Green Goblin also contributed to Spider-Man's death, Norman was worldly wise and would not find trouble for himself, so he changed the topic. Besides, he did not lie, it was Kingpin who killed Spider-Man in the end. I'm dead, Peter pointed at himself. Is this the point? Norman looked at this silly Peter and felt a little headache. Obviously, the Peter he knew was so smart. The point is, we just opened the barrier between our world and this world. Why did a Spider-Woman who I have never heard of suddenly appear? Harry understood what his father meant. You mean alive? You may not only open the barrier of a parallel world, no. I mean, the consequences may be worse. For example, if Spider-Man from another world also comes to this world, will the supervillains from other worlds also come here? Even more seriously, our action of breaking the barrier of time and space may cause the barriers between all parallel time and space to collapse. Harry swallowed his saliva. What will happen then? Time and space collapse. May raised her hand. What will happen then? Norman took a look at May, who was completely different from his world, much younger and more beautiful. Everything will turn into nothingness. Everything will disappear. The real end of the world, huh? Everyone was shocked. If this really happens, then it will be a big trouble. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Harry asked cautiously. I don't know. Parallel world. I always thought it was the delusion of that crazy woman Olivia, but I didn't expect it to be true. So what will happen in the end? No one knows. At this time, Harry suddenly thought that it seemed that his father seemed to be a super criminal. So he immediately asked, I heard from Stacy that you became the Green Goblin because of the injection of gene enhancement potion. Are you, now my dad or the Green Goblin? Norman was stunned. Gene enhancement potion? What is that? Oh, parallel world. Tisk. I injected human enhancement potion. But this thing did give me the Green Goblin personality. Originally in my world, my Harry died, so my body was completely occupied by the Green Goblin personality. But after coming to this world, I temporarily suppressed him. To be honest, I don't know how long I can suppress him, which is why I dare not see you. Harry quickly grabbed Norman's hand and said, then let's go find someone to help. There are many superheroes in our world, and there are also many smart people. Maybe they can help you solve this problem. Norman was moved. Even if he is a son from a parallel time and space, he is still his son after all. Wait a minute, Peter couldn't hold it in any longer. I've been wanting to ask you since just now, since you're Spider-Man, why don't you recognize me? Norman frowned and looked at Peter. Maybe it's because of something that happened. In my world, Peter Parker looks completely different from you. Not only that, even May is different. The May I know is a 60-year-old man, and your Uncle Ben was shot and killed not long after he became Spider-Man. This was Harry's voice. Peter, you are Spider-Man. What? You don't know? Peter thought Harry knew. When did you say that? Chapter 1140 Intelligence. You didn't tell me. Harry was very angry. He regarded Peter as his best friend. He got the secret and rushed to share it with Peter the next day, but Peter kept it a secret. Is this a friend? Peter was a little embarrassed. Because it sounded like he was a little dishonest, of course, because of another thing. Harry then asked, besides me, who else knows that you are Spider-Man? Aunt May. She just found out too, Peter quickly assured. However, Peter's behavior made Harry suspicious. After all, Harry knew his best friend very well. What else? And Ned. When Peter said this, his head almost lowered to his crotch. What? Harry was even angrier. Harry and Peter were best friends, but he didn't have much friendship with Ned. Your friend's friend may not be your friend. Although they could play together normally, Harry didn't like Ned. Harry was arrogant after all. Who else could make him treat him sincerely except Peter? Ned also didn't like Harry and thought he was too pretentious. So except when they are together with Peter, they usually don't play together. Now hearing this, Harry suddenly felt that he had lost. No, it was an accident. I came back late the night before yesterday, and Ned came to play with me. I was not there, so Aunt May asked Ned to wait for me in my room. I didn't pay attention when I came back, and he found me like this." Harry was not relieved, and was still very unhappy. "Then you should have told me immediately." Yes, my fault, my fault." What else could Peter say? Should he tell him that he didn't intend to tell anyone at all? Or did Matt, Luke, Mr. Stark, and Mr. Wayne all know his identity except them? In the city sewers, a green monster walked through it, and soon it brought a comatose human to an abandoned underground city. This used to be the underground city of New York vampires, but since Kai led people to exterminate those vampires, it has become a ghost den. There is nothing except thick dust. And the dust is the remnant left after the death of the vampires. Just like humans instinctively don't want to live in a cemetery, vampires are the same. The existence of these dust and embers constantly reminds the vampires what happened here, so the vampires never thought of taking it back again. Originally, the population here was sealed up by a shield with steel and concrete. But now those seals have been opened. If someone breaks in here at this time, they will find that it has become lively again. Monsters with green scales all over their bodies live in it. Soon the green monster just now brought the unconscious human to the center of the underground city. It used to be a laboratory for vampires to cultivate a new generation of vampires, but now it has been used again. A particularly huge monster is operating in front of a pile of instruments. "Professor, the new test subjects have been gathered," a green monster suddenly spoke. The particularly huge monster turned his head and looked at the glass jars that formed a whole wall behind him. Those glass jars were filled with green liquid, and unconscious humans were stripped naked and placed in them. Very good. The particularly huge monster was none other than Professor Lizard, who came to this world with Norman and Kingpin. If the source of all evil in this world is S.H.I.E.L.D., then in Norman's original world, the source of all evil is the Osborn Group. They can always invent some strange things, but use another strange way to act on irrelevant people. For example, Electro, he was originally an ordinary electrician in the Osborn Group. As a result, when he was checking the circuit, he accidentally fell into the tank of mutant electric eels raised by the company and mutated into Electro. Another example is Sandman. This guy is a robber with a messy life. Once, in order to escape the police's pursuit, he accidentally got into the test site of the Osborn Group's latest energy weapon. As a result, the radiation of the energy weapon made him merge with the sands in the test site and became Sandman. In addition to the Green Goblin, it can be said that in the world before Norman and his friends crossed over, the Osborn Group was a villain-making machine. 80% of the troubles in that world were caused by the Osborn Group. And the birth of Professor Lizard is also inseparable from the Osborn Group. Professor Lizard's original name was Curt Connors, a talented military doctor. In a foreign war of the United States, he was recruited into the army and sent to the front line to perform surgery on the wounded. One day, the base was attacked by the enemy, and Connor's right hand was irreparably injured in a big explosion. In order to save his life, he chose to amputate and was sent back to the United States to recover. From then on, Curt did experiments in college, gave up surgery, and began to study the regeneration system of reptiles and various reptile biology. In order to restore his broken arm and to be able to create human regeneration limbs for medical treatment, Professor Curt has been studying how to transfer the genetic characteristics of lizard regeneration tail to humans. His research was favored by Norman Osborn, so he was hired by the Osborn Group as a scientist under the group to continue his genetic experiments. But over the years, his achievements have been few. Osborn is a businessman, not a philanthropist, and it is impossible for him to invest unlimitedly. So he hoped that Curt Connors would give up the experiment and invest in new projects, but Connors at this time had fallen into an obsession, and he was unwilling to give up so many years of research. So he gambled everything and conducted human experiments on a genetically modified serum that had not undergone any experiments. Because he could not get the support of the Osborn Group, he could not recruit volunteers, and the serum that had not even been tested on animals could not be passed for human experiments. So Curt Connor chose the first human experiment subject as himself. Then it was basically a routine. He succeeded, and his broken arm recovered, but he also failed. Under the influence of the reptile gene, Curt's appearance began to change dramatically, and he became a human with a lizard appearance. What's more terrifying is that not only his appearance, but also Curt's thinking was completely distorted. He began to call himself Professor Lizard, and Professor Lizard also inherited Curt's high IQ, and he had detailed plans for everything he did. He also has his own set of ideas, believing that the world's leaders should be reptilian humans like him, and often planned to turn humans into lizard people. Professor Lizard once planned to spread the potion to turn all the people in New York into reptiles like himself, but was stopped by Spider-Man. From then on, he regarded Spider-Man as his biggest enemy. Then he failed again and again. This guy was often tormented by Spider-Man and Connors. That's right, Connor's main personality did not disappear, but often resisted. Especially when there was an antidote, he would be suppressed by Connors. Professor Lizard hated this feeling very much, so when Kingpin found him, he immediately joined Kingpin's plan. He didn't want to be in the same world with Spider-Man. But after finally coming to this world, he was dumbfounded. It's not as good as the original world. In the previous world, he only needed to pay attention to Spider-Man, but in this world, there are a lot of superheroes, each of which is scarier than Spider-Man. As a highly intelligent villain, Professor Lizard naturally couldn't just rush in. So he started his old business. Drilling into the sewer. The sewers of big cities have always been a treasure. There's everything here, including people who are not satisfied with their lives on the ground, and creatures that are not found in the city, such as crocodiles, lizards, pythons, and even some strange monsters. In short, this place has an ecological environment that is very different from the outside world. The most important thing is that no one cares about it. New York City has been established for 100 years. After many additions and changes, the environment of the sewer has become very complicated. Not to mention other people, even the city's department that specializes in managing sewers can't figure out what's going on below. Many pipeline maps have lost their function. So this place has become a shelter for some creatures, and Professor Lizard likes this environment. Complex, dark, and humid. It's perfect for developing conspiracies. After carefully evaluating the comparison between his own combat power and those of the superheroes, Professor Lizard immediately decided that he would never be able to be reckless, and he needed a plan. So he decided to launch his own lizard expansion plan in this world. First, he wanted to turn other humans into lizards. Only in this way could he defeat those superheroes with an endless number. Of course, the plan to turn everyone into lizards at once would not work, so he decided to develop it secretly. So he decided to develop qualified lizardmen little by little. Not the kind of beasts dominated by wildness, but subordinates with wisdom like him. However, this is a bit difficult. He created a lot of subordinates, but most of them were those beasts with little intelligence outside. There are not many rational subordinates like the one who just spoke. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Kai and Tony looked at the down and out version of Norman and looked at each other. Things are complicated. In other words, there are other bad guys who smuggled in from the other dimension, Kai asked. For now, it should be Kingpin, Ms. Octopus, Scorpion, Professor Lizard and me. But considering that there will be a female Spider-Man here, I'm not sure if there will be bad guys from other worlds. Norman called himself a bad guy without any change of expression. Kingpin, you actually listened to him? Tony asked curiously. In his impression, Kingpin was just a gang leader. A group of highly intelligent supervillains actually obeyed a gang leader. This thing sounds so magical. I don't know what the Kingpin of your world is like, but the Kingpin I know can be called the most terrible person in the world. He is very terrible. Not only because he controls 40% of the underworld business in the world, but also because of his coldness and cunningness. Why did he come here? Did he think that conquering one world was not difficult enough and wanted to conquer other worlds? No, his real purpose is not this. Although I am not sure whether he has such an idea, in terms of motivation, he is just for his wife and children. In my world, Kingpin's wife and children died in an assassination a few years ago. Since then, he has become even more terrible. If you insist on saying, do we listen to him? My answer is, yes. We listen to him. This guy is not as gentle as Spider-Man. He will only lock us up if he defeats us. Anyone who dares to refuse him will be found by him and killed. This is how Electro and Sandman were killed. Kingpin recruited many supervillains, but many of them were unruly and underestimated Kingpin. As a result, they all died at the hands of Kingpin. For example, Electro. Kingpin captured Electro's mother, threatened Electro, and then used the device to drain all the electricity from Electro. Electro is like a living capacitor, which can store and release electricity, but cannot generate electricity. When the electricity he stored is consumed, he is just an ordinary person. Then he shot Electro in the head, And before that, Electro saw his mother being shot in the head by Kingpin. Sandman was even worse. The person Sandman cared about most was his daughter. Kingpin not only captured his daughter, but also killed everyone related to Sandman. In the end, the murderer and his daughter were burned into a piece of glass by Kingpin with unparalleled high temperature. Sandman can withstand high temperature, but the limit is 3,400 degrees Celsius. If it exceeds this limit, he will melt. Many people who refused Kingpin died. This is why Green Goblin, Dr. Lizard, and Ms. Octopus would work for Kingpin. In addition to the beautiful vision that Kingpin promised them, they really didn't want to die. Kai and Tony looked at each other. To be honest, they almost forgot about Kingpin. After all, they haven't heard of Kingpin for a long time after he disappeared in New York. That's how the underworld works. The old is replaced by the new. Kingpin has lost his power and is naturally not important. But in another world, Kingpin is so powerful. And this Kingpin came over. Then do you know where Kingpin is? Kai asked. If this guy is so dangerous, he should be killed first. I don't know. I separated from them after I came to this world. We all have our own goals. We didn't really become his subordinates, and he wouldn't believe us. Kai and Tony discussed it again and felt that it would be better to leave this matter to SHIELD and the Shadow Bureau, because they are professionals. They have more advantages in finding people. Can you talk to us about the particle accelerator first? Tony was more interested in this. They also had this thing in their world, but they had never heard of the function of traveling through parallel worlds. Chapter 1141 New Yorkers. Then came a bunch of extremely difficult professional terms. Kai didn't understand anyway, so he didn't get involved. Instead, he watched Peter and the two Gwens staring at each other with interest. The atmosphere here was really awkward. Peter wanted to speak several times, but he didn't know how to say it. He had learned that he seemed to have become a scumbag who was cheating on two people during this period. It's not right to say that, because the two Gwens are actually the same person. Even strictly speaking, he is not a scumbag, because his relationship with a Gwen in the other world has made rapid progress, while with a Gwen in this world, in fact, there is no substantial progress in the relationship. In short, the relationship between them is tangled and confusing. Gwen and Stacy were also very confused. They didn't expect that Peter was actually Spider-Man. In short, it was a mess. The two Gwens spoke at the same time. Then they looked at each other at the same time, and motioned to the other party to speak first. Looking at this identical action, the two girls finally couldn't help laughing. This feeling was really weird. Peter was confused, and he had a lot of questions to ask. For example, how did Gwen feel about him? After all, he had actually been dating Stacy before. What's worse is that Stacy's boyfriend is herself in another world. She seems to have made a can into that Peter, but the problem is that he feels like a substitute. What's even more amazing is that he is replacing himself. This feels very strange. Moreover, the two worlds are different. Gwen in that world can become Spider-Man, so isn't it normal for Gwen in this world not to like him? In the end, it was Stacy who took the lead in opening the situation. She opened the topic as Spider-Man. You also became Spider-Man because of the mutant spider of the Osborn group. Peter was stunned. He didn't expect Stacy's experience to be so similar to his own. But on second thought, this doesn't seem to be a problem. After all, there were so many people visiting together at the time. Who the spider would bite was an unknown number in itself. It was normal for him to be bitten by luck, and it was normal for Stacy to be bitten. You said. Is there a world where Harry is Spider-Man? Peter suddenly thought of this possibility. The two Gwens were stunned and felt that this possibility was not impossible. Harry becoming Spider-Man, well, it's possible. Anyway, as long as Flash Thompson and Liz don't become Spider-Man, it's fine, Gwen said. Thompson. Stacy tilted her head and looked at Gwen. Don't you have Flash Thompson? Peter asked in surprise. I don't know him. I don't know Liz either, Stacy said. What about Ned? Peter asked. Oh, I don't know him. Then Peter asked a few more classmates' names and found that there were big differences among them. Some Stacy didn't know at all, and some were completely different people, even their genders changed. This made Peter sigh at the wonders of parallel worlds. They have many similarities, but they are also different. They are playing the game of connecting acquaintances, but Tony and Norman are in a dead end. Are you crazy? That thing didn't explode, which means you are lucky enough. This thing can cross the barriers of parallel worlds? It's impossible, After learning about their so-called particle accelerator that can cross parallel worlds, Tony became irritated. Norman would argue with Tony at first. Although it was the Green Goblin who participated in the design and construction of the particle accelerator, not Norman himself, he and the Green Goblin shared their own wisdom. Tony belittled their masterpiece so badly that Norman's scientist soul hidden deep in his soul naturally couldn't help but argue with him. As a result, the more he argued, the more terrified Norman felt. He always felt that Tony's title as the smartest man in the world must be false, and he was even more upset that his counterpart in this world had always been suppressed by the mustache in front of him. There was no other reason, just his own pride. As a result, after a long argument, Norman was speechless after being refuted. The theories and formulas that Tony casually said were refreshing to Norman. Even the proud Green Goblin had to admit that the man in front of him was smarter than himself. But, we did get here this way. No. It can't be that simple. There must be some other reason. It just happened that you managed to cross over successfully by accident. Tony immediately called out to Jarvis, "Jarvis, help me build a new model. I need to rededuce." Then Tony looked like a madman and started calculating on the virtual screen. But the result, the calculation couldn't be completed at all. Your theory fundamentally lacks a decisive formula, and there are no variables. This is not scientific at all. Norman had actually been following Tony. Looking at those extremely complex formulas and models, Norman's face became worse and worse. He was not illiterate like Kai, he could understand. It was because he could understand that he felt scared and ashamed. The shame was that he actually did scientific research seriously with a group of lunatics, and although he succeeded, but he actually got a correct result by luck in the wrong way. If his luck was just a little bit worse, he and the entire New York City would be blown up. However, at this moment, Jarvis suddenly interrupted Tony's recalculation. "Sir, I think you need to see this." "What?" Tony, who was stuck in a dead end, was in a bad mood. Then a new virtual screen popped up. It was a news screen. A Spider-Man in classic red and blue colors was chasing a big lizard. Everyone in the room looked at Peter and Stacy. "Oh, I see. Another Spider-Man is coming." Kai stood up. "I'll go." Anyway, Kai couldn't get involved in their topic. Peter Parker was still filled with a serious sense of unreality about what he had experienced in the past few days. He was chasing Rhino, the villain in Spider-Man, a Russian. Depending on the world, the identity, appearance and ability of Rhino are different. The last time Peter dragged him out of his Rhino mecha, he was thrown into prison, but recently this guy actually escaped. Not only that, he also started a riot in the prison, causing many serious prisoners to run away together. This has kept Peter very busy recently. After finally finding the culprit, Peter naturally wanted to catch him. But when he was jumping between the high-rise buildings, he was suddenly sucked into a black hole, and then he appeared inexplicably in a small alley in Brooklyn. Then he found that the world had changed. No, it should be said that he came to a strange world. There's Spider-Man in this world, but this Spider-Man is obviously not himself. In addition, there are many superheroes in this world that he has never heard of, such as Flash, Spider-Man, Night King, Iron Man, Wonder Woman, Angel Witch, Batwoman, etc. In addition, there are many monsters in this world. The god of war Ares is actually real. The Nordic Thor and Loki are also real, and they are actually brothers. And Atlantis is also real. There are also aliens. The Earth actually blocked the invasion of aliens. Oh, yes, there are also super monsters. Peter was shocked by this world. What kind of fairy world is this? He always thought that the society he lived in was bad enough, and all kinds of super criminals emerged one after another. But now it seems, the world he lives in, is simply simple and peaceful. It's a bit too much to say that it's the Garden of Eden, but it's definitely an ideal and safe world. What shocked him even more was that, the people here were not panicked by these things at all, but were very calm. Even New Yorkers were very proud that they could survive various disasters. Isn't this too bold? However, this also indirectly proves their trust in those superheroes. They think that as long as they are there will be no obstacles in this world that cannot be overcome. Thinking of being scolded by the Horn News every day, Peter actually showed envy. It's not like that, it's not like that. Peter, wake up. Such a world is not worth envying. If these things happened in his world, I don't know how many people would have died. It is estimated that the end of the world will be staged several times. Because of awe, Peter is still very low-key. Because he is not sure what the attitude of the superheroes in this world is towards him. Should he be considered a stowaway? While carefully collecting information, he tried to find a way to go back. But as luck would have it, he actually ran into an acquaintance. Professor Lizard. He saw that Professor Lizard was quietly capturing innocent homeless people and some marginalized people in society. There is actually a Professor Lizard in this world? No matter what. Peter's strong sense of justice made it impossible for him to sit idly by. So he took action. But he didn't expect that he seemed to have recognized the wrong person. It was not Professor Lizard, because just after he caught a lizard man, 3 more lizard men suddenly jumped out and attacked him. Then the situation got out of control. He originally planned to quietly deal with the lizard men, but after the incident, they fought on the street. Then he saw the TV station's helicopter. Oh no. It's over. New Yorkers got excited instead. Oh, there is a new villain. New Yorkers are very familiar with this kind of thing. They first fled the scene, and then started to raise their mobile phones to shoot. Do you ask them if they are afraid? If it happened somewhere else, they might be afraid. But where is this? New York, the center of the universe. If it is some small things, such as ordinary people robbing and committing crimes, they may hide, because there are too many such things, and superheroes can't take care of them at all. For the sake of their own lives, they still run as far as possible. But if some strange events happen, such as now, a green monster with a long tail actually appears, then the superhero will definitely be there immediately. Then there is no need to worry. New Yorkers have such big hearts. Leave quickly. Peter fought with 4 lizard men while asking the onlookers to leave quickly. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. He even heard people talking about him. Have you noticed? Why is this Spider-Man weird? Now that you mention it, I also noticed it. Has he grown up? Peter sweated. It was the first time he knew that someone was still concerned about his growth. Yet, he's grown a lot taller. His hands and feet have grown a lot too. Nonsense. I just saw Spider-Man 2 days ago. How could he grow so fast? Yeah, hey. What do you know? Others are superheroes. How can they be the same as us? No one grows suddenly. Who knows? Seeing that they couldn't defeat Spider-Man for a long time, the lizard men immediately changed their strategy and ran towards the crowd. Only then did the crowd get agitated. How could Peter stop 4 targets alone? Although he had rushed over desperately to protect the ordinary people, he obviously underestimated the lizard men. One lizard man seized the opportunity and whipped Peter hard with his tail, and then the other 2 lizard men also pounced on Peter and attacked him. The other lizard man continued to rush towards the crowd. Peter didn't care about the pain on his body and wanted to save people. These guys obviously have high intelligence and know that you must save the enemy when you attack them. Just when Peter was dragged and could only watch the lizard man hurt ordinary people in despair, there was a burst of thunder in the sky. Then the crowd actually started cheering. What's going on? Peter couldn't understand. Crack. Just when the lizard man was about to pounce on an innocent citizen, a bolt of lightning hit the lizard man. The huge current turned him into charcoal in an instant. And the citizen was held in the hands of a tall metal giant. I said. Did the New York Police Department remind you? If you encounter such a thing, run as far as you can. It's hard for us to deal with you if you are so stupid, Cott said depressedly, swaying the guy in his hand. If there is a city in this world that likes to watch the excitement the most, it is undoubtedly New Yorkers. But it's not just because of curiosity. In fact, this is popular now. If anyone can take a thrilling picture, not only can they pretend to be famous on social media, but they can also sell it for money. That's right, many media like to collect such videos. The price is not cheap. The more thrilling, the more valuable it is. This has led to the emergence of many new humans who like to die. This has brought a lot of unnecessary trouble to the New York Police Department. These people, no matter if they die or get injured, the police have to take the blame. Let's take care of it, but we don't know how to do it. If they listen to advice, they won't commit suicide. This tortured the New York police so much that many police officers proposed to legislate to eliminate this behavior. But the problem is, where is this? America. So the police were criticized again. It is the freedom of the American people to stay wherever they want. The behavior of the police is trampling on human rights. Oh. I took a picture. For example, the guy in Kai's hand. This guy is not only not afraid, but very happy. Mr. Wayne. I am your fan. Can you give me an autograph? If not, say a few words to the camera. Kai was also speechless. He put the bastard down and then kicked him lightly in the ass. Get out. Your life is your own. Is it worth it to watch the fun? Then Kai turned his head and ignored him. As a result, the bastard was still screaming there. I was kicked in the ass by Kai. He kicked my ass. This guy seemed to be happier. After all, this is the topic, this is wandering. Of course, if you want to use this to blackmail Kai, and sue the rich, that takes courage. Even if the lawsuit can be won, Kai has countless ways to torment this guy to death, and it is legal means. A bunch of people are still cheering there. Sometimes Kai wants to make these bastards suffer, so that they don't have so much free time. Chapter 1142. A different Peter. These things look intelligent. Kai saw the lizard man shrinking and immediately understood that this was not a brainless monster. Instead, Peter became very nervous. The superheroes in this world are very diverse. There are those who kill people like Hannibal, and Kai Wayne in front of him. The difference is that Hannibal is a criminal and is feared by the public, while Kai's killing is legal and very popular. At least New Yorkers like Kai very much, and no one takes the fact that he kills too much seriously. This situation seems very strange to Peter. The blatant double standards of New Yorkers make him wonder if there is something wrong with this world. In fact, there is no problem, it's just the capital world. Capital determines everything. I don't know how many big media have the vague shadows of Stark and Wayne Group behind them. These people naturally can't embarrass Kai, not to mention that Kai has the upper hand in public opinion, and the media will not go against public opinion. Anyway, Spider-Man in any world is poor. This is really a sad story. In short, Peter didn't like the behavior of many superheroes in this world. He always felt that they were not qualified to decide the life and death of others. However, Peter didn't have the heart to debate with Kai about who was right and who was wrong. He was more worried that Kai would kill him as well. After all, he was a stowaway. Oh my God. When will New York be able to calm down? It's only been a few days, and a new strange species has come out, Kai complained while pulling out his axe. Then things became simple. The 3 lizardmen were beheaded in less than 3 minutes. Looking at the cheering crowd, Peter felt a chill in his heart. How can people be so indifferent? These are living people. Peter, who had seen Professor Lizard, knew very well that these so-called monsters were nothing more than ordinary people transformed by Connors using lizard serum. They are essentially human too. They are just sick. Hey. Boy, just as Peter was looking at the 3 bodies lying on the ground, accusing the world of indifference and cruelty, Kai came to his side without knowing it. Peter was startled and reacted immediately. It's time to get out. Sorry, sir. I have something to do and I'm leaving first, but the next second, he was grabbed by Kai's neck. What's going on? My spider sense. The moment Peter was caught again, his face changed immediately because his spider sense did not give any warning. But the next second, he realized the other party might not have any ill will towards him. At this moment, a group of police rushed over. Hey, collect these things and send them to Stark Tower. Don't let those bastards take them as souvenirs, Kai shouted to the sheriff who led the team. New Yorkers always cause trouble for the police in some inexplicable places, such as taking some things from the crime scene as souvenirs. Before, there were 2 idiots who secretly took some alien parts from the crime scene of alien items that were cracked by the police. The key is that those alien parts contain radioactive substances. Although they are not strong, they can't stop those 2 idiots from committing suicide. They pried open the protective shell of the parts, resulting in direct contact with radioactive substances, and are now lying in the hospital waiting. They have already shown multiple symptoms, typical radiation sickness, but the situation is not too serious. And there is a 50% chance that they can save their lives. This incident made the police very passive, and even the families of these 2 guys sued the police station. The reason was that the police failed to play a supervisory role, allowing them to secretly take away dangerous items from the scene. If it was an ordinary police station, it would probably have to pinch their noses and accept it. But is Kai the kind of person who will spoil them? He sued them in return. Stealing and destroying police evidence is a crime no matter where it is. You secretly took away evidence from the crime scene and dismantled it yourself. How dare you sue the police? You know, the American police are not responsible for the safety of people's lives. Sue? It's not certain who will sue whom. The families of the two bastards are still thinking of using the media to create public opinion, to force the police. This is the most common method for the American people to sue the government. Generally speaking, the public will sympathize with the weak. Once public opinion is formed, the police will most likely settle out of court and pay a lot of money. But the problem is that something went wrong. Public opinion did not develop in the direction they expected, but in the direction of the harm they did. For example, once those radioactive materials leak out, how much harm will they cause to innocent people around them? In fact, the residences of the two unlucky guys have been sealed off. According to the test, it will take at least 20 years to completely eliminate the radiation. Now their house is ruined. Their landlord is planning to sue them. Although the police responded well this time, in order to prevent unnecessary incidents from happening again, Kate reminded the police on the scene not to make trouble again. Yes, Chief. When Kai brought Spider-Man to Stark Tower, everyone rushed to see the strangeness. Especially Ben and May. What do you think Peter in the other world will be like? May asked Ben curiously while holding her nephew. The reason why Ben was here was naturally because May called. Because Peter is not yet an adult, all actions against him need to be carried out with a guardian present. May believes that Ben is qualified to know all this, so she hurriedly called Ben over. Knowing that her nephew is Spider-Man, Ben was not as worried as May, but was happy that Peter had a heart that was willing to help others. As he often said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Of course, Ben also criticized Spider-Man for his mistakes. He hoped that Peter would learn more before helping others. Otherwise, it would be easy to do bad things with good intentions. It must be said that Ben's values are still very positive. At least Stacy is very envious. It would be great if her father could be so open-minded. George saw Stacy's envy, and immediately became unhappy. It's not about Ben. Ben is a good person, which is recognized by the entire Clinton district. George also likes Ben very much. He is angry with himself, well, another self. How much grievance did Stacy suffer that made her envy other people's parents? Although Ben is not Peter's parent, it's almost the same. He should be a good kid too. Ben is also looking forward to it. Thinking about having another nephew, this feeling is quite interesting. Especially when he heard Mr. Osborne say that he had died a long time ago in the world he was in. He felt even happier. In this world, he can be considered successful in his career. Although he is not rich, he is not as tied as before. The marriage is beautiful and he is living well. What else can he complain about? Soon Kai landed on the helipad of Stark Tower with another Spider-Man. Tony's Skyguardman is down from the helipad. Everyone gathered there. Peter looked at the people in front of him in a daze. He didn't recognize most of them. But two of them struck Peter's heart deeply. Gwen, Peter couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone looked at the two Gwens. The two Gwens were not particularly surprised, just a little shy. There were so many people, and he only called their names. May was a little jealous. She grabbed Peter's ear. You only have your girlfriend in your eyes, Aunt May. It's not me. That's not me. Peter felt wronged. What does it have to do with him? And, that's his girlfriend. Being thought about by another man like this, he should be angry, okay. Although he didn't figure out which Gwen he was dating. After all, both of them were good. Peter, who was trapped in the dilemma of a scumbag, was seriously thinking about which Gwen he should marry. If there were two, it would be too sinful. But someone was more proactive than him. Peter. In order to distinguish the two Peters, this Peter in another world will become Parker. After seeing Gwen, Parker excitedly broke free from Kai and rolled in front of Gwen. Then he was stunned. Two Gwens. Who is his Gwen? But the next second he didn't want to hesitate any longer. Gwen. Is it you? Gwen and Stacy were stunned for a moment and nodded. It's really you. It's really you, Parker cried. The two Gwens were also stunned. But soon, they thought of a possibility. In your world, Gwen is dead, right? Stacy asked. My world, Parker was stunned. He quickly reacted, yes. This is not my world, this is a parallel world. The depression was already visible to the naked eye. Ben sighed, walked gently to Parker's side, and patted his shoulder. You have worked so hard. For some reason, Parker felt relieved. Although, sir, do we know each other? Yes, Parker didn't know the man in front of him at all. Peter. You don't even recognize your uncle, do you? May exclaimed in surprise. Peter's eyes widened as well. Uncle, Parker immediately said seriously, "I'm sorry, Mom. My uncle is dead. So please don't make fun of him." Ben's expression froze. "Peter. Don't you recognize me?" Parker only realized it at this time. He felt a little strange from the beginning. "Wait. Why do you know me?" "He is not from this world." "Peter Parker. Spider-Man. Your father is Richard Parker and your mother is Mary Parker. Your uncle is Ben Parker and your aunt is May Parker. You study at Midtown High School, your girlfriend is Gwen Stacy, and your best friends are Harry and Ned," May said with certainty, not taking into account George's dark face. "Who wants this unlucky child to be her daughter's boyfriend?" "Parker, you." The other party actually knew his identity. Could it be that he was taking the blame for the Spider-Man in this world? Think about it, this possibility is very high. In addition, wait, who is Ned? Parker took off his hood as he said that. Then everyone saw a face they absolutely didn't recognize, Peter Parker from the Amazing Spider-Man version. "Who are you?" Ben said subconsciously. "Peter Parker, hello. I'm Ben Parker." Ben subconsciously reached out his hand. Parker also subconsciously reached out and held Ben's hand. Then he was stunned. Ben smiled bitterly. "Well, it seems that there is a big gap between me and your Uncle Ben," May reacted at this time. "Since this Peter looks completely different from his own Peter, it seems that there is nothing wrong with a Ben and May and the other world being different." "So confusing," Harry muttered secretly. "She is May." Ben pointed at May and introduced her. "Huh?" Parker's worldview was shocked. The May in his memory was a kind, silver-haired little old lady. But, although it's a bit bad to say this Aunt May is actually a hot Mexican girl. "He is Peter Parker." After saying that, Ben pointed at Peter again. Parker was stunned again. They don't look alike at all. From height, weight and appearance, there is absolutely no similarity. Then Parker pointed at the two Gwens. "This Gwen is from our world, this Gwen is from another world, and she's Spider-Man." Harry came out at this time. Ben and May couldn't tell who was who. Harry, on the other hand, could tell who was who by the difference in clothes and accessories. "Gwen is Spider-Man." "Hello, Peter Parker from another world." Stacy extended her hand generously. At this time, Parker had almost accepted the reality. After all, he knew that he had come to a parallel world. "Hello," but seeing Gwen's face still made him speechless. This made Peter feel very uncomfortable. He blocked Stacy behind him and pulled Harry over. "Do you know who he is?" Parker tilted his head. "He's Harry Osborn." Well, Parker has gotten used to it. What a strange world. Instead, Harry was very curious. What am I like in another world? Everyone was curious after hearing this. But Kai and Tony were not among them, because from their reactions just now, they could see that they did not exist in that world. Peter Parker finally accepted the current situation. Seeing a group of familiar strangers finally made him feel a little safe in this world. At least they were not bad people and they treated him very well. So he took out his mobile phone. There were photos on it. "Wow. Harry, this Harry is much more handsome than you." Peter saw Harry's photo and immediately felt like he had discovered a new world. Harry held the phone with an unconvinced look on his face, looking left and right. "Nonsense. It's obviously me who is more handsome. And, look at him, he has a gloomy face. How can he be as sunny as me?" May also felt playful at this time. She snatched the phone and flipped through it for a long time. She found that the photos marked as Aunt May were all, a little old lady. "Is this, me in another world? Why am I so old?" Ben stepped forward to comfort her. It's okay. I'm still dead in that world." May didn't feel that she was comforted at all. Chapter 1143, the last one. How to describe Parker's experience. According to Harry, are all other Spider-Mans so miserable? No, should we say that all Peters in other worlds are so miserable? Each of them lost their parents first, then their uncles, and their aunts raised them with great difficulty, and finally their girlfriends. Bang! Norman slapped Harry on the head. "Harry, where are your manners?" "Sorry." Harry was almost made into conditioned reflex by his father, although most of the time, his father would punish him physically. But he did not dislike this Norman, perhaps because of novelty, or perhaps because of pity. After all, this father had lost his own Harry. In short, the interaction between the two was very harmonious, and even had a sense of warmth. These were feelings that the two could not experience in their original world. Peter was very unconvinced. "Are you so good? In 3 parallel worlds, You all failed. And you were all villains. Harry then remembered that, yes, it seemed that he was the most miserable one in every world. Not only did his father become a villain, but he also became a villain, and finally died. That, Parker suddenly raised his hand and said. What, didn't I make it clear just now? Parker said distressedly, in my world, you didn't die, but I threw you into prison. You are still serving your sentence, but you recently escaped from prison. Well, Harry and Rhino were imprisoned in the same prison. Harry covered his head and sat on the sofa. It's better to die? Parker scratched his head, not knowing how to comment. However, he could see how happy Peter Parker in this world was. Although he still had no parents, his uncle and aunt lived a healthy and happy life, and Uncle Ben and Aunt May were still young and handsome. In fact, Parker's genes were not bad, at least their appearance was above the passing line. But Uncle Ben and Aunt May in this world were so handsome and hot. He really didn't expect them to be so handsome and hot. What went wrong? Thinking of Aunt May, Parker was filled with anxiety. He disappeared, and Aunt May didn't know how to worry. And, his set was about to start. If I miss it. Uncle Ben's biggest wish before he died was that he could get into a good school, preferably like his father, MIT. For this, Uncle Ben started saving money a long time ago. In addition to Parker's parents' inheritance, he also deposited his retirement salary and some investment income into a special account, just to go to college. In addition, there was a prison break, so many criminals escaped. Parker was also very anxious. May noticed Parker's sudden nervousness, and she walked over. Don't worry, the smartest people in the world gather here. We will definitely find a way to send you back. Harry heard this and said in confusion, Parker, why do you want to go back? Isn't it good here? Here, you don't have to worry so much, you don't need to bear everything alone, and you can also get to know those friends you missed here again. Why do you want to go back? You don't have a good life over there. Gwen nodded repeatedly after hearing this. This Peter is so miserable. He is obviously covered with bruises, but he still has to face everything bravely. What is this for? Stacy, you too. It's so good here. George won't target you like a jerk, and Peter is still alive. You can put down your burdens and enjoy your student life. Parker, you too, you can go to college here. That? I haven't taken the set yet. I'm a high school student. Huh? Everyone looked at Parker in surprise. What's wrong? Parker touched his face. What's wrong, you? High school student. May is actually quite playful, and facing her nephew, well, it should be a nephew, right? May has always been open-minded. She grabbed Peter's face and then grabbed Parker. People will believe you if you say you are Peter's uncle. The protagonist of The Amazing Spider-Man does look older than Maguire's version. Maguire looked young in the first Spider-Man. Especially his innocent and dull expression is very vivid. Parker felt like his heart was stabbed. It feels like not only his Uncle Ben and Aunt May are older, but also himself. On the other side, it is indeed the work of Professor Lizard, but this time he seems to have made a lot of improvements. Norman also came here. What do you mean? Tony asked while looking at the analysis data of the 4 lizardmen killed by Jarvis. He seems to intend to completely transform ordinary people into lizardmen, the kind that is irreversible. Norman pointed to a piece of data and said, in the original world, although Connors's lizard serum can turn people into this kind of monster, there is a problem with its activity. Once the transformed person dies, he will turn back into a human. So the lizard serum can be cured. But now, Connors is changing these. He wants to completely transform himself into a lizardman. In other words, those who have been transformed no longer have the possibility of being saved, right? Kai is more concerned about this. For now, yes, Kai squinted and nodded. Then he turned to the side and took out the phone. Hello, Saji. It's me. Kai plans to send out the special forces to strangle those lizardmen. Let everyone be prepared, and those on vacation should cancel their vacation. Sage was stunned. Kai called him. He was already prepared. After all, the lizardman incident happened in the morning. It was normal for Kai to call him. Is it serious? Yes, a madman intends to transform all New Yorkers into that kind of monster. Sage immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. What about authorization? The special division is under Kai's charge, and he has the highest authority. No one in the New York Police Department would argue with Kai on this point. The highest level of authorization, the so-called highest level of authorization means that anyone who interferes with a mission can be killed. Got it? The seriousness of the situation is beyond imagination. Very good, we will start the action tonight. Kai put down the phone. High school students will be spanked you if they eavesdrop on adults talking on the phone. You want to kill those people. Although Parker didn't know what the highest level of authorization specifically meant. But he was not stupid, and it was obvious that Kai was going to be ruthless. How can this be? They are innocent. They are living people. They are no longer human if they become like that. Kai could probably understand what Parker meant. If possible, Kai would not be willing to kill those people. After all, they were also victims. But as he said, those things were no longer human. Stacy also jumped over at this time. Spider-Man's super perception made their five senses very sharp. She could hear what Kai said, and in fact Peter heard it too. The three Spider-Men came over. Mr. Wayne. I think Parker is right. Stacy knew more, so her tone was more tactful. Peter was more reckless. Mr. Wayne. Maybe we have other ways. You can't decide the life and death of others so easily. Kai was not angry. Although the three children's words were naive, if the three children were decisive and murderous right away, Kai would be worried. Such a cruel child must have psychological problems. Sometimes there is no harm in being innocent. Especially when they are young. When they grow up, they will miss the innocence of this time. However, appreciation is appreciation. Kai couldn't destroy his own style of doing things just because of admiration. You may be right. But sorry, I'm a policeman. I only serve the interests of the majority. You should know what the consequences will be if those things get out. Children, this is not your business. Kai has always been reluctant to let children fight. After all, if children go to fight, what are they, the adults, doing? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is absolutely not wrong. But at least wait until he grows up. Growing up here is not just physical growth, but also the accumulation of social experience. As for the mess Peter has made recently, he is still far from it. Then Kai ignored the three children. Turned to discuss these lizards with Tony. What if there is really a way to save those poor people? Right. Kai will strive for the best result, but he is also prepared to accept less satisfactory results. The three Spider-Men looked at each other. They were all indignant. The same concept made them sympathize with each other all of a sudden. In Jamaica, Queens, a man walked into the red brick apartment tiredly. Hi. Parker. How are you today? A Latin hottie immediately waved and greeted Parker. Parker immediately put away his tiredness and showed a kind smile. Not bad. How about you, Monica? Monica was wearing a small suspender and hot pants, with big waves and heavy makeup. Not so good. Today's guests are too disgusting. The Jamaican community, well, it actually has little to do with the African country Jamaica. It's just called this name. Queens is a relatively wealthy area in New York. Many middle-class and rich people like to live here, but the communities adjacent to Brooklyn and Queens are not so good. For example, Jamaica. The proportion of people of color here is very high, among which Hispanics and Latinos are the most. Monica lives here, and she is saving money for college. Well, she is a dancer. It's just that the place of work is different. She works in a strip club. Don't underestimate strippers, the income is quite good. When many American girls are short of money, in addition to looking for sugar daddies, the best place to go is to go to strip clubs. That's right, American girls also look for sugar daddies. It's similar to China, that is, girls look for rich older men. This is very common, and there is even a social platform in the United States that specifically matches people for this purpose. And this is often accompanied by some transactions. On the contrary, the striptease industry, which seems to be more immoral, is much cleaner. Yes, basically all strip clubs only allow you to watch but not touch. Of course, if something happens in private, the club will not care, but in the club, no. Because the consequences are very serious, once the club is involved in this aspect, it is easy to be forced to close. So compared to looking for sugar daddies, strippers are much cleaner. Another thing is that the income is high. It's really high. In the American culture, going to a strip club to watch dancing is not something to blame. Many girls like to watch. And looking for a sugar daddy is basically going naked for physical transactions. Monica is this kind of girl. She has a hot body, is enthusiastic and lively, and the only drawback is that she lacks money. After all, the cost of college in the United States is really high. Add in daily expenses, and it's really stressful for students. Will you come to see my show today, Monica invited him enthusiastically. Parker shook his head in panic. Their acquaintance originated from an encounter in a club. Parker was doing rehabilitation training at home. He had an old back injury. When he was young, he didn't care about it, but as he got older, his back injury became a chronic disease. So if he had time, he would do rehabilitation at home. After all, it would be very painful to have a back injury during a battle. But the next second he appeared in a strip club in Manhattan. And he was sitting in a booth. This kind of booth is relatively closed, and there will be a stripper serving alone. Strippers who can serve alone are often of higher quality. The only disadvantage is that it is expensive. After all, it is a single service. Parker originally wanted to leave, but Monica walked in. Without saying a word, she started dancing. Although Parker is 40 years old, it is really the first time for him to come to such a place. So he wanted to escape. As a result, Monica refused to do it. "I took off my clothes and you want to run away?" Then several sturdy men surrounded Parker. Parker didn't want to have a conflict with people in such a place, so he could only explain that it was a misunderstanding. Of course, more importantly, the tradition of Parker's family. He is a poor bastard. He only has $100 on him. He just took it out today to buy food for his family. In the end, it was Monica who saw that Parker was really an honest man, so she asked for mercy, and the club let Parker go. Parker left the club and found out. Damn, where the hell is this? This is not the New York he lived in before. Although it looks very similar, it is indeed not. At least he has never seen the ugly A-shaped building in the middle of the city. He has been in New York for decades, doing justice day and night. To be frank, no one knows New York better than him. Parker, with a confused mind, immediately thought of the club. He wanted to go back and see what was so special there. Then it was the cliché of a hero saving a beauty. In a strip club, beautiful women, striptease, and alcohol, these things can easily make men's hormones go up, which is why there are so many burly men working as security guards in strip clubs. Some people have learned their lesson and dare not cause trouble to the club, so they will vent their anger on the strippers. This is also the reason why the stripper industry has a high turnover rate. Generally speaking, many strippers will only work in one club for a few months and then change to another one. This is to prevent some bad things from happening to themselves. Monica is beautiful, has a good figure, and is enthusiastic enough. Naturally, she is popular. People who are famous are prone to gossip. If you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. She just happened to meet him that day. Parker happened to catch up, and then there was nothing to say. Afterwards, in order to repay Parker, Monica took Parker back to her home and generously let him stay. Don't be so discouraged. You should relax. Your photos are beautiful, and someone will appreciate them. I'm optimistic about you. Parker couldn't have been boarding all the time. In fact, the reason why he was so tired was more because he couldn't find a way to go home. As for making money, to be honest, as a 40-year-old social person, it was really not difficult for him to make money. What's more, he is a professional reporter. No. I found a job. Photographing for a magazine. Oh? Photographing a model? Well, I just finished work. Parker didn't lie. He did find a job. Chapter 1144 Middle-aged Peter Parker. Just now, he hit a site and secretly filmed the whole battle between another Spider-Man and the Lizard Man. It was just sold. Because the picture is clear, with video and photos, and the quality is very high, it is very suitable for the cover, so a magazine paid a high price to buy out the exclusive rights. $5,000. But after getting the money, Parker did not feel happy, but felt the disparity of the world. In another world, he also relied on news photos to make a living. But every time he struggled to find news photos, the most he could get was only a few $1,000s, and it was common to get less than 100 or 200. For a period of time, he specialized in taking photos of Spider-Man to make money. It was okay at the beginning, but soon, the sales of Spider-Man's photos plummeted. Because there were too many. In fact, with the development of the internet, the profession of reporter has become less popular. There is no way. With a mobile phone in hand, anyone can be a reporter. There is no way. The era he came to was a full 10 years later than now. Self-media has been very developed. But here, Parker just repeated what he did after graduating from college and earned a lot of money. Really, Monica was really happy for Parker. Although she is not very old, As a girl who grew up in the Jamaican community in Queens, she has seen many men. But for the first time, Parker is simple. He is sincere. Although Monica is not at the level of being able to see through men at a glance, she can really feel Parker's sincerity. Sometimes Parker even seems a little clumsy. He is very gentle, but he doesn't know how to please women. Monica was grateful for taking Parker in for the first time. But later, she really discovered the good of this man, so she willingly let him continue to live in her apartment. Yes, Monica fell in love with Parker. This was absolutely impossible before. Monica is not a little girl who has never seen anything. She has seen too many dark sides of society. So she is not as eager for so-called love as other girls. In her eyes, love is nothing more than a group of hypocritical guys who make up something for that little thing. In her world, reality is the most important thing. If she doesn't do this, she can't even support herself, let alone go to college. In this respect, Monica is much more shrewd and realistic than she looks. It was obvious that something strange had happened. She actually fell in love with a man in front of her. To say that Parker was good, was not necessarily true. First of all, he was already 40 years old. Monica had thought that in the future she would find an older man who was much older than herself to marry, well, the kind with money. Secondly, Parker was handsome, but he was definitely not handsome enough to shock the world. Thirdly, he was still an unemployed vagrant. If you only look at it this way, he would definitely not be Monica's cup of tea. But the weird thing was that this man who was not outstanding in anything actually made Monica feel like risking her life. Of course, Parker was still very tired, but he still forced himself to respond to Monica, not physically, but mentally. Why did Parker only take pictures of Spider-Man when Kai appeared? Because from the moment Kai appeared, Parker's spider sense began to warn wildly. This made Parker very nervous and he couldn't take good pictures at all. This mental tension lasted until Kai left with Spider-Man and slowly subsided. Although it didn't last long, it made Parker feel unusually tired. Please treat me to a meal. Seeing Monica so energetic, Parker also felt healed. It was a family restaurant, Williamburg restaurant. It was not a high-end restaurant, but a restaurant where Monica had eaten since she was a child. It was cheap and affordable. If Monica had met such a rich man in normal times, she would have gone to a high-end restaurant. But Monica was eating burritos very happily at this moment. Hey, Monica, at this time, a plump waitress came over, wearing a yellow uniform on her body, as if it would burst at any time. Hi. Maximum Monica was also very happy to see the visitor. You are late again today, Max smiled. Ah, you brought a new rich man here today. This is a case of hurting the enemy 800 and hurting yourself 1000. Parker could only smile politely. Rich man, speaking of it, he should be a little white face. No, an old white face. Monica has been supporting him for this week. Fortunately, the two did not continue to hurt each other. Would you like some cupcakes? They're new. Max suddenly started to promote the food seriously. What's wrong with you? Max, are you sick? Monica asked in surprise. The main attraction of this restaurant is nothing. A Ukrainian chef came here. I don't know where he learned cooking skills. He can't cook proper Russian food. Instead, he learned some messy cooking skills, so the restaurant doesn't have any so-called main attraction. Service, let alone. There are 2 waiters in total, and one was just fired. Only Max is left. Being late is still a common thing. This restaurant has not closed down yet, and it has even been very prosperous. It's weird. No. I started a business, Max announced proudly. Huh? Monica looked at Max. Cupcakes, Max said proudly. Then give me a few, Caroline. Hurry. There are customers here. Then a blonde beauty ran over clumsily with a tray, but her left foot got stuck in her right foot, and she stumbled, and the tray flew out. Just when Max thought he was doomed, a hand suddenly reached out in the air and caught the tray steadily. Are you okay? Parker asked. Caroline stood up with the help of Max. I'm fine. I'm fine. Where's the cake? Where's the cake? Monica looked at the silly Caroline. This is my partner. Max shrugged. Monica patted Max on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay. At least she is good at persuading others. How do you persuade? Max pulled his collar. She doesn't know it herself. Men like this, Max would never tell Monica that he was moved by Caroline and only became a partner with her. That would be too embarrassing. So he made up a random reason. Monica nodded in empathy. Men like this, Come and try my little cake. Cannabis cake. This is a new product. Monica waved her hands. This is too exciting. What about the chestnut cake? This is fine. By the way, what flavor is the green cake next to it? Matcha or mint? No. It's heather. Oh, will anyone buy that? Max smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. Parker's face wrinkled on the side. Heather. There are really people who are willing to eat that stuff. The two ate and somehow talked about superheroes. Monica, what do you think of superheroes? What do you think? Monica didn't expect Parker to ask this. It's good. What's the problem? Parker smiled. This is the problem. People in this world are too accepting of superheroes. In his world, a group of people have been arguing for 20 years just because of his existence. On the one hand, they support him, and on the other hand, they say he is a criminal. But here, superheroes are superheroes, just like the police, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with it. Don't you think that those superheroes have affected your life? For example, if it weren't for them, the world would definitely be safer. Parker continued to test. Huh? Where did you hear that? Monica was very surprised by this statement. Hasn't anyone said that? Parker was even more surprised than him. Of course not, Monica explained. If it weren't for those superheroes, at least millions of people in the United States would die, or even more. In the final analysis, the world before Parker was too gentle. A few mutant terrorists are already very powerful villains. But what about this world? Not to mention aliens, this world also has big monsters. A monster can easily destroy a super city. And people can be saved by these superheroes. People don't believe that the army can protect them. To put it bluntly, the needs are different. For example, the Green Goblin in Parker's world. It sounds powerful and likes to throw bombs everywhere. But is he really unbeatable? Not necessarily. If the US government is really determined to use missiles to wash the ground, it can blow this guy to ashes. This is still an extreme case. In fact, if we find a group of soldiers, all equipped with Gatling guns, we can let the Green Goblin know what an ammo Gatling Bodhisattva is. Those so-called supervillains are actually a minor problem for the whole society. They may cause some panic, but it is not a big deal. But what about the dangers of this world? Each one may destroy the human world. In comparison, this world has a greater demand for superheroes. They need superheroes to deal with some enemies they can't deal with. Although there are many people with unclear minds in this world, most people still know what is good and what is bad. If there are no serious consequences, everyone will just talk nonsense. But if a group of idiots really cause superheroes and ordinary people to form an opposition, then when something happens, who will save them? Some people say that the reason why superheroes are called superheroes is because they have great sentiments. They will not give up justice for personal gains and losses. Spider-Man is like this. He is sprayed by the Bugle News every day, but once the Bugle News is in danger, doesn't he still go to save it? But after the horn was announced, they continued to criticize without any pressure. Why? To put it bluntly, it is a gentleman who deceives others with his own methods. If you offend such a saint, you will not be retaliated. Do you see those people dare to criticize those supervillains unscrupulously? Of course, this world will also have such a situation. But the problem is that this world has Kai. He is not that kind of gentleman, let alone a saint. He set the tone very early. If you dare to use me as a target, don't blame me for messing with you. During that time, those media were not driven to death by Kai, and finally lost a lot of money. Why should I fight to death and listen to the nonsense of you scum? Moreover, Kai has money and power, and he has the ability and qualifications to retaliate. Under this tone, the initial social public opinion was corrected. You can criticize if you are wrong, but there is a price to pay for talking nonsense casually. Why are there so many shocking and violent theories in the American public opinion circle? Because under the so-called free speech, talking nonsense is a way in which the input and return are completely disproportionate, there is no risk at all, and it is naturally easy to produce some sensational statements. But when the cost and risk reach a certain level, no one is willing to do it. For example, there was a human rights organization that claimed that Kai discriminated against black people. As for the reason, it turned out that when Kai was fighting against gangs, more black people fell into his hands than white people. Generally speaking, faced with this kind of political correctness, most people would choose to give in. Even tougher ones would choose to shut up and play dead. That organization actually had the same idea. To put it bluntly, it was to touch Kai. To increase their influence. After all, he is a superhero. But did Kai spoil them? No. Kai directly threw out a bunch of evidence. Then he turned around and sued the human rights organization. And it was the kind of huge compensation. With a luxurious legal team and the connections of the Wayne Group, there was no way to lose this lawsuit. This was not the end of the story. Then the police, reporters, and a bunch of messy people began to cause trouble for this organization. It has to be said that in a society with highly developed capital, everything can be called a business. The same is true for human rights organizations. Do you think the top leaders of those so-called human rights organizations are really as great and glorious as they say? Come on, who among these people doesn't have a butt of shit under their butts? Martin Luther King is great. Why is he great? Because he is a real human rights fighter. But why is he the only one who is admired by everyone? The reason is that he is a real human rights fighter. Others. What will happen to the so-called human rights organization? It is clear at a glance. First, the personality collapsed, and then all kinds of black materials flew everywhere. Several main leaders were imprisoned and ruined. The entire organization was torn apart. There was no donation and huge compensation. In short, they are finished. Even political correctness such as human rights and racial discrimination has been abandoned, so naturally no one dares to talk nonsense. It has to be said that the combination of capital and superheroes is indeed very strong. Parker talked a lot with Monica, and also made them truly understand what kind of existence the superheroes in this world are. Looking at the happy Monica, Parker sighed in his heart. He is not a fool, and he can naturally feel Monica's intentions. It's just, he will leave after all. He needs to return to his own world. There are too many things that he can't let go of. Maybe it's full of pain, but he still loves that world. He felt that he could not continue to live in Monica's life. The longer he stayed, the more harm it would do to her. Parker himself believed that he was a person who was used to bringing misfortune to others. His friends, relatives, and lovers all suffered misfortune because of him. He did not want to affect Monica. So, he decided to ask for help. In his own world, he had no one to turn to. But here, there were many superheroes. Chapter 1145 Sewer Adventure. When a middle-aged man claimed to be Peter Parker and came for help, Stark Tower had its own troubles. The three little bastards disappeared. Originally, the three Spider-Men were going to go home, but Kai felt that leaving these three guys with excessive hormones running around outside would cause some unnecessary trouble, so he asked them to stay here. Although Ben and George still hoped that they could go home with him. However, considering Kai's help to them, they could only regretfully let the children stay in Stark Tower, but Kai promised that they could come to Stark Tower to see them at any time. Tony was very nagging about this, saying that his building was not a nursery, and not just anyone could come and go. Of course, this guy himself didn't have any bad intentions. He even welcomed the three children staying here, and he liked these three little guys very much. But come on, he's Tony. His nickname is that he always blurts out everything without considering other people at all. It's because he's rich that others will pinch their noses and blow his true nature. If he was a little poor, he would be beaten every day. After Kai went back to arrange the action at night, Tony planned to take the three children for a checkup. He was too curious about the birth of Spider-Man and tried to see if he could copy it. Although it was embarrassing, Tony always felt that his progress was a little behind Kai, and even behind his girlfriend. After obtaining the extremis virus, Pepper's time was divided into two parts. One part was responsible for the company's affairs. Although Tony felt that she could completely hand over this kind of work to professional managers, Pepper refused. After all, Pepper is now another banner of the Stark Group. People who really know the operation of the Stark Group know that Tony himself is not responsible for business planning and operation. His greater role is to use his smart brain to invent. The real person in charge of the group is Pepper. If she leaves her job at this time, it will cause turmoil in the group. For a company like the Stark Group, any problem will be put under the spotlight for careful study, which will definitely affect the group's stock price and various business activities. Pepper does not allow problems to occur in the company due to personal reasons during her career. The other half of the time is all used to master the extremis virus. I have to say, this thing is really strong. After training, Pepper can now hang Tony up and beat him, of course, provided that Tony does not cheat, such as calling all Iron Man mechas to gang up on him, or targeting mechas. Pepper has reached the end of the second stage, which means that he is unlikely to explode at will. But Pepper feels that he can reach the third stage in one go, so he has been training recently. The last time he went to Kai's house with Tony for barbecue, it was specially taken out. Thinking of Pepper who has reached the third stage, Tony feels that he should work harder. But unfortunately, the three of them said they were too tired. Even if Tony squeezed more, he could not target the three children. Thinking that they were always here and could not run away, he did not insist. Instead, he pulled Norman to discuss. After all, whether it was crossing the parallel world or the birth of Spider-Man and Professor Lizard, they were all related to Norman, and he could always get something from him. But unfortunately, after a night of communication, Tony regretfully discovered that although Norman was very smart, he did not know all the research projects of his company. At least Norman did not know how the mutant spider was made. That project was killed a long time ago. The birth of that spider was just an accidental product of the project team. Otherwise, the management would not be so lax. When the spider ran away, the project leader simply deleted all the information about the spider in order to escape responsibility. Anyway, it was not an important thing, or even just a failed experiment. They could not find any special place on the spider. After all, no one would let the spider bite to test the quality. So deleting it was not a big deal. When Norman really noticed something strange, he didn't know how to check it. The project was killed and the project team was disbanded. Where to check? As for the lizard serum, Norman knew a lot about it, because the lizard serum itself had the same effect as his body's strengthening potion, not to mention that Norman had paid much attention to this thing. In short, Norman could barely keep up with Tony's thinking and was considered an excellent scientist. Tony was very satisfied with his harvest that night, but when he got up in the morning, Jarvis told him that 3 little spiders were missing. "What's going on? Why didn't you remind me before?" Tony was a little angry. "They tampered with the monitoring system of the room, so I didn't find out they left in the first place," Jarvis said. "What? How is this possible?" Tony didn't believe that a few kids aged 16 or 17 could tamper with Jarvis' system. Norman came over with a glass of vegetable juice at this time. He had gained a lot. He told Tony about everything about the Green Goblin. Tony was also very interested in the changes that had taken place in him, and was even familiar with this change. As the family that has done the most in-depth research on the super soldier serum in the world, Tony knew that the super soldier serum had such a problem. It could make the good better and the bad worse. The Red Skull, the Abomination, etc. were all creatures with this characteristic. In addition, Ghost Rider and the Hulk also had similar situations. Although Tony didn't have a specific solution for the time being, he had a little emergency solution. Kunlunkigan. This thing can help Norman calm his restless evil thoughts and suppress the Green Goblin. Norman only practiced for a few hours and felt a lot more relaxed. I don't know what the Peter in this world is like. But the Peter I know is very smart. When he was still in high school, he was able to hack into my company's system through his home computer. He is a genius, although I don't understand why he would waste his talent by jumping between tall buildings like a clown. There is no future for him, right? Tony nodded in agreement. That's right. A smart brain can solve all problems. Using fists is too barbaric. However, it's bad that these 3 kids use their intelligence in this way. Do you need me to find them, sir? Jarvis asked. No need, I roughly know where they went. Tony wiped his face. I really hope that Kai doesn't scare them, Norman asked curiously. Mr. Wayne? I think he is very peaceful. Shouldn't it be? How? Tony laughed sarcastically. I really want to see what expressions those guys killed by Kai would have when they heard this comment. Let me put it this way, Norman. If you can communicate with a Green Goblin, please tell him that for the sake of your lives, it is best not to cause trouble in front of Kai. He will not show mercy. It sounds like a decisive person. Won't the media here criticize him? You know, Peter was called a criminal over there. Tony shrugged. That can only be blamed on Peter being a poor guy. Norman understood now. Indeed, the so-called uncrowned king is just a clown under Capital. After all, he is a member of Capital. I just didn't expect that this world is played so thoroughly. Then Jarvis's notice came again. Sir, the front desk received an appointment for a meeting, and I think you will be interested. Huh? Who is so free? Tony's appointments are notoriously difficult, because Tony may stand up at any time and postpone the appointment. This is why Pepper must be at the front desk. After all, if Tony does this, he will offend everyone. It is also the same. Most people will not look for Tony casually, but we'll look for Pepper if they have something serious to do. This is exactly what I think you will be interested in. He said. He is Peter Parker. We must find Professor Connors quickly. Parker saw the many lizard men lying on the ground and were beaten to pieces, and said anxiously to the other two little spiders. Peter scratched his head in distress. But it's too complicated down there. We don't know where Professor Connors is at all. Stacy jumped over from a distance. There is a sound over there. Let's go over there. Soon the three little spiders rushed to the direction where the sound came from. Da 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 da. It's gunfire, Peter shouted. The gunfire was very dense, and it seemed that the battle was extremely fierce. When the three little spiders arrived, they found that it was a group of people wearing military equipment who were covering the retreat of a group of homeless people, and the ones chasing them were the lizardmen. Without thinking too much, the three little spiders rushed in immediately. Stacy was the first to shoot spider silk to entangle a lizardman and rescued a black soldier from its big mouth. The black soldier looked at Stacy, who was flying over, without any other expression, just nodded, then raised the 6-barrel M134 Gatling gun in his hand, quickly unloaded the empty ammunition belt from his own ammunition slot, and then pulled another ammunition belt from his body to load it. While he was changing the bullets, the other soldiers filled in the position very tacitly, firing continuously, forcing the lizardmen who were rushing towards them to retreat to the corner of the sewer again. Heavy artillery. Over there, a red-haired woman in the team suddenly shouted. The black soldier called the heavy artillery immediately turned the muzzle of the gun and aimed at another sewer beside them. Sure enough, the next second, a group of roaring lizard monsters ran out from the depths of the dark sewer. These things can walk on the walls as if they were flat ground. Once they move out, they are so huge that they look like a green flood. Fire! Just when the heavy artillery was about to fire, suddenly a red and blue sound and shadow fell in front of their guns. Wait! Don't hurt them, little spider. The heavy artillery knew the guy in front of him. It was the New York good neighbor little spider. However, seeing those monsters getting closer and closer, the heavy artillery didn't think much at all, and pushed little spider away. Fire! But the gunshots still didn't sound. It turned out that another red and blue figure ran out. The heavy artillery immediately raised his hand and asked his team members to stop shooting. The two Spider-Men rushed towards the lizard men quickly. Their movements were so similar, like members of the same circus. They first jumped up and kicked the lizard man, who rushed to the front. It can't be seen that their small bodies actually contain such strong power. Each of those lizardmen looked 2 meters tall, but after being kicked by them, they flew back like bowling balls, knocking down a group of lizardmen behind them. Since when Spider-Man has brothers, seeing Spider-Man and the lizardmen mixed together, heavy artillery couldn't open fire. Would he kill Spider-Man as well? No. However, this didn't mean that others couldn't do anything. For example, the red-haired girl behind heavy artillery. While adjusting her tactical glasses, she used her crossbow to kill the lizardmen one by one during the intervals between Spider-Man and the lizardmen. The lizardmen were very resistant to bullets. Although rifle bullets could penetrate them, they couldn't cause fatal injuries. They still rushed towards the crowd frantically. It often took more than a dozen hits to kill a lizardman. But those primitive-looking crossbows could kill the lizardmen one by one. What's more, those crossbows would hit the target every time, and each arrow would hit the weakest eyes of the lizardman. Then the crossbow will explode. Spider-Man thought about stopping the crossbow from continuing to kill people, but when they wanted to catch the crossbow turned. I don't know. The shorter Spider-Man is our little spider, and the other one. I don't know who he is. There is no such thing as him in the database. Is there a new hero in New York now? The red-haired girl shouted to the heavy artillery while shooting arrows, and then she shouted loudly to the two little spiders, "Hey! You two! Don't get in my way! Damn it! What's wrong with you? Do you want to be hit by an arrow so much? Wait! Don't hurt them, they are innocent, damn it! Two little ghosts. They are not innocent. They're all corpses under their nests. These monsters eat people." The heavy artillery was very angry at this time. He had raised his gun for a long time, but these two guys just wouldn't let him open the shooting field of view, so he didn't dare to fire at all. He was holding an M134, which had no accuracy at all. If he swept a volley of bullets, it was impossible to guarantee that he would not hit the little spider. They were just turned into this by someone. They can recover. On the other side, Stacy used spider silk to seal the sewer passage. The lizardmen desperately stretched out their claws and big mouths from the gaps between the spider silk to attack the crowd, but the thin spider web blocked them all. One of the two groups used the to describe the lizardmen, and the other group used the to describe the lizardmen. They had two completely different attitudes. We don't know whether they will recover. I only know that if we don't kill them, the normal humans left here will become their food. Heavy Artillery was very annoyed. He had always heard that Spider-Man liked to make trouble for them, the police. He didn't believe it at first, but now he does. At this time, the red-haired woman said, "Maybe we can send these innocent people out first." No. The environment here is too complicated. Our mobility is no match for those monsters. Who knows if they will run out from that black hole? We don't have enough manpower and we can't split our forces. He asked himself that it was impossible for Heavy Artillery to leave the 3 children behind and take the homeless people with him. There was no reason to let the children cover their retreat while they escaped on their own. As for splitting up the forces, let alone talking about it, there were too many of these things. Once the number of people was reduced and the firepower was weak, it would be very easy to be overwhelmed by them. "How long will it take for Jessica to get here?" Heavy Artillery asked anxiously. The red-haired woman was also helpless. "How should I know? This place is more complicated than a maze. I'll be thankful if she doesn't get lost." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1146. It's the end of the month. This group of military-looking people are the Special Response Forces specially formed by the New York Police Department to deal with various special situations, which is what Kai calls the Special Division. Heavy Artillery and Kai were once comrades in arms, but later they were transferred to another team. When Kai formed the Special Division, because he was short of people, he directly poached the old team and brought Heavy Artillery over with better treatment. The red-haired girl, named Scarlet, was a relationship found by Sage. Both of them are elites among elites and the backbone of the Special Division. They not only need to go on missions themselves, but also are responsible for training new members. In recent years, Kai and Tony generally do not appear in New York City, and the Special Division can maintain the overall calm in New York. For example, the alien weapons crime that has been making a lot of noise recently, if it were not for the suppression of the Special Division, the situation would be 100 times worse than it is now. After all, Adrian himself does not know how many weapons he has sold. For this operation, Kai naturally thought of the Special Division. After all, New York's underground sewers have a history of 100 years, and unlike those cities with a long history, New York is considered very young among all the metropolises in the world. Due to the rapid development of modern times, New York City has been continuously expanding and renovating at a very high frequency, which has caused the underground sewer system to become extremely complex and huge. According to the official statement given by New York, the total length of New York sewers is 10,600 kilometers, but in fact this number is much larger. Some people even think that the actual number should be 3 times the official statement. Of course, there is no actual support for this. But in the 1930s, crocodiles could be raised in New York sewers. It is enough to show how complicated it is. It is tantamount to a fool's dream for Kai to search such a large area alone, so Kai can only mobilize the Special Department. In fact, it is not just the Special Department. The New York Police Department, SHIELD, and the Shadow Bureau have actually sent a large number of people. It is just to prevent citizens from panicking, so everything is done in secret. It is also because the sewer is too large. These people entering it are like pouring water into a lake, without even a decent wave. So they had to act separately, and in view of the danger of the lizard people, the number of people in each team could not be too small. This is where Professor Lizard's cunning can be reflected. Hiding in the sewers is more concealed than hiding anywhere else. Of course, Kai and his team did not gain nothing. New York is a very cruel city. It is like a big casino. Every day, some people win a lot of money, and naturally, every day, some people lose everything. This city will not show warmth to losers. Losers not only lose everything, but also have no place to hide. The sewers will not reject anyone. Those with hands and feet can find a place to stay in it. Of course, people have always been selfish creatures. Even in this dark underground world, classes still exist. Those good places without odor, dry, warm in winter, and cool in summer will naturally be occupied by those who are strong and healthy. Although it is a sewer, in fact, due to continuous expansion, sewers in many places have been abandoned, so it is very dry there. In addition, there is the maintenance passage of the subway, which is also a very good place to go. Over time, the underground world has formed a small society that is very different from the surface. According to official estimates from New York, there are at least 30,000 people living in the city's sewers. No one knows how many people there are. All we know is that the society here has its own rules. Many people will keep silent about the world in the sewers, even if they go to the surface. But according to some investigations, there are not only gangs but also disputes there. However, the sewer world has become chaotic recently. First, people started to disappear. At first, no one cared about this kind of thing. Those who could come here were all marginalized people in society who were not loved by their parents. No one would care about them. What's more, the flow of people here is also very large. Some people left, some may go to the other end of the sewer, some may fall in a corner of the city, and some may be killed in a dark corner of the sewer and thrown into the wastewater to rot. In short, here, people only care about themselves. But even if they are slow, as the number of missing people increases, some people feel that something is wrong. Unfortunately, it is too late at this time. More and more people are missing, and many sewer gangs even start to prepare guns. These gangsters are actually a group of poor people. But these poor people are also hateful. In this dark place, they started to do some shameful things, such as human trafficking and oppressing other poor people. They occupied the best places and let others pay tribute. The New York sewer is actually a huge treasure. If you are not in it, you will never think that people will flush things into the sewer. Those gangsters will drive the old, weak, sick and disabled to salvage any valuable things in the dirty water, such as gold, diamonds, US dollars and some other messy things. Anyway, they want anything that can be sold. And the price may be just 2 pieces of moldy bread. It is said that the profit is considerable. However, now these gangsters have disappeared. All disappeared. At this time, the monsters catching people were also discovered. People began to flee the sewer. The group of people protected by the heavy artillery and the red-haired girl are such a group of people. They were originally hiding in a hidden flying subway passage. But the problem is that they also need to eat and drink water, so they want to escape. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by the lizard man. Half of the group was lost. The remaining half was lucky because their cry for help attracted the red-haired girl's team and rescued them. After that, heavy artillery received Scarlet's distress signal and rushed over. When they rescued them, heavy artillery and the others got good news. Someone in this group knew where the lair of the lizardman was. The only problem was that he knew how to get there, but he didn't know how to say it. After all, there were no landmark buildings in the sewers, let alone street names and house numbers. With such important information, heavy artillery and red-hair girl must bring people to Kai. I don't know if the lizardman knew about this person, and they actually started to look for them in groups. At the most critical moment, heavy artillery didn't even have time to change bullets. Fortunately, he met 3 little spiders. Why do I feel that this spider girl is better than these 2 useless spider boys? Seeing that Stacy stopped the pursuit of the lizardman in a few moves, heavy artillery sighed. In fact, it is true. Stacy's ability to launch spider silk is much stronger than the other 2 Spider-Men. Not only that, she can even control the spider silk flexibly and freely like controlling her own limbs. This is why she can close the passage in a very short time. Peter and Parker also used spider silk to close the passage at this time. But obviously, the quality of their spider silk is not as good as Stacy's. Moreover, they need to change the bullet. Stacy saw that their spider web was about to be destroyed by the lizard men, so she rushed over immediately and quickly repaired the hole with her own spider silk. What are you doing? Stacy saw that the 2 of them took out 2 small gadgets from their belts and placed them in the launchers on their wrists at the same time, and felt a little incredible. The spider web launcher needs to be replenished with spider web solution. The spider web launcher is a launcher made by the 2 Peters themselves. It is used with specially developed spider silk liquid. The spider silk is extremely flexible and will automatically melt 1 hour after it is sprayed out. The spider web can be switched to compressed ball, rope and net shapes. It is very easy to use. The only drawback is that the spider web solution needs to be replenished from time to time. This is a special compound, very similar to the composition of ordinary spider silk. When it is not in contact with air, it is liquid. Once exposed to air, it will immediately become extremely tough spider silk, which is dozens of times tougher than natural spider silk. As they talked, the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Don't you want to launch spider silk? Stacy was a little surprised that they needed to rely on external objects to launch spider webs. Don't you need it? Peter was more surprised than Stacy. Stacy didn't say anything, but raised her hand and shot out a spider silk. Peter and Parker, gift crab, they saw clearly this time that Stacy didn't have a spider web launcher on her wrist. Parker couldn't help it, he was more scientific. Can you only launch spider webs from your wrist, or other organs, Pa? Then he was slapped in the face. I don't want to talk about this topic. After saying that, he turned around and left. Peter on the side seemed to understand something, but he was more curious. At the other end of the city, Pucci, Schultz felt that his ribs were about to break. But before his body fell, a mechanical tentacle rolled him up. As the mechanical tentacle tightened, Schultz could even feel that his bones were about to break. Tell me, who is your boss? The person who spoke was Ms. Octopus, who came to this world with Kingpin. Everyone has their own pursuits. Kingpin wants a wife and children. Correspondingly, Ms. Octopus also has her own pursuits. Artificial sun. This is Ms. Octopus's pursuit. Ms. Octopus herself is not evil, at least she was not evil before. She is a nuclear physicist. She believes that the biggest contradiction of mankind comes from the energy problem, so she wants to solve this problem and create an unlimited energy source to meet the needs of all mankind. Artificial sun is the answer she gave. However, her personality is a bit too radical, which led to a serious cyclotron accident. After that, he began to work hard to rebuild a larger cyclotron, which led to the emergence of electromagnetic anomalies and anti-gravity effects. In the end, the high-energy radiation produced by nuclear fusion penetrated the electronic protection device behind her head, causing him to be affected by the artificial intelligence of the huge mechanical claw he made, and thus became crazy. But no matter whether she was crazy or not, her artificial sun failed again and again, and even almost blew up the whole New York several times. Then she was found by Kingpin. Of course, as a scientist, even a crazy scientist, Ms. Octopus herself actually did not believe in the so-called parallel world. Well, this is not accurate. It's not that she doesn't believe it, but she doesn't believe that their existing scientific and technological means can accomplish such a great feat. But there is no way. On the one hand, there is the threat of Kingpin, and on the other hand, her own research has also fallen into a bottleneck. The bottlenecks in all aspects are, first of all, there is no money, and secondly, she is chased by Spider-Man everywhere. Just now, Kingpin can meet several of her conditions and can provide her with an advanced and complete laboratory, sufficient funds, and protect her from being disturbed by Spider-Man. So she built a particle accelerator for Kingpin to break the parallel world. But in fact, she was just cheating funds in various ways, using Kingpin's money to fulfill her ideals. As for the so-called parallel world crossing, it was just developed blindly to deal with Kingpin, and it would be fine if it looked like that. But I didn't expect it to be so successful. This surprised Ms. Octopus herself. She couldn't understand how she did it no matter how hard she tried. But this is not important. What is important is that she saw the possibility of completing her own research in this world. Whether it is Tony Stark's arc reactor or alien technology, they are all her dawn. However, she is just crazy, not stupid. Tony Stark is not easy to mess with at first glance, so she can only suppress her eagerness and look for alien technology first. In fact, even if these things are useless to her artificial sun, she is also very interested. There is no way which scientist can turn a blind eye to these things. Before, she helped Kingpin kill Kingpin in this world just to get some help from Kingpin. For example, catch these little mice. Another tentacle of Ms. Octopus rolled up Schultz's vibrating glove from the ground. This thing has been damaged, but it still has alien technology equipment that is very different from human technology. You little mice are really wasting nature's gifts. Those alien technologies did not require Ms. Octopus to observe carefully. She could see the subtleties of them at a glance. In order to make these alien technologies work, these arms dealers simply and roughly loaded some messy things on them. This can make these alien technologies work, but in fact, such rough treatment not only makes the functions of these alien technologies decline, but also damages them all the time. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are wasting nature's gifts. Tell me, where's your mouse nest? Ms. Octopus heard the cries of those alien machines. They were abused. Of course, such things do not exist at all. It's just Ms. Octopus's hallucination. Otherwise, why do you say she is crazy? Pa, Schultz, who has been in the bottom for a long time, may be a bastard, but he is loyal. It was Adrian who saved him from his poor life. Without him, his child would be awarded to his promiscuous ex-wife, or even worse, he would be deprived of custody because neither he nor his ex-wife was suitable for raising children and could not support them. If it were not for Adrian, he might have been beaten to death in a completely meaningless gang conflict for money. He knew that if it were not for Adrian, he would have nothing. Similarly, he knew that without Adrian and those alien weapons, all of them would have nothing. So he would never betray Adrian. Haha, boring loyalty. As expected, garbage is garbage. Ms. Octopus is not a good-tempered person. Crack, crack. There were bursts of bone-breaking sounds, and her mechanical tentacles were tightening. You have 10 seconds to organize your words. She didn't say what would happen if she didn't say it, because the facts were there, and she was too lazy to waste time. Bah, this was Schultz's final answer. Chapter 1147 will be updated with 2,000 words first, and will be updated tomorrow. Please support me by voting for the minimum monthly ticket at the end of the month. Adrian felt something was wrong. He contacted several of his men, but couldn't get through. After deciding to temporarily close the factory, he asked his men to meet him as little as possible, even if they went abroad, as long as they didn't cause trouble in New York recently and behaved themselves. But in the past 2 days, he found that his men disappeared one by one. Although they didn't meet, it didn't mean that they had to break off contact. On the contrary, even if they went abroad, they had to report to each other every day to report that they were safe, which was also to prevent accidents. But in the past 2 days, none of his men called again. Adrian wanted to find, but found that he didn't know where to find him. This was the rule he set, not to ask each other about each other's hiding places, so as not to pull out a large group if one was caught. In this way, even if one was caught, he didn't know where the others were. He also designed some code words. For example, join the other party to ask, where are you? There's no escape. This guy was held hostage, maybe by the police, or maybe by other criminal organizations. In short, Adrian is an extremely careful person. Even if he is engaged in arms trading, he will use various means to hide himself. He even secretly raised a group of thugs to help him sell goods. After closing the factory, dozens of bodies were found off the coast of New York. That's right, he cut off all the feet that helped him sell goods. It was Schultz who did it. And today Schultz didn't call. It seems that Schultz is in trouble too. Adrian felt that there was a force secretly covering him. And he instinctively felt that it was not the work of the police. Who is looking for him? Thinking of this, Adrian felt that he had to take action. Honey, didn't you say last time that you wanted to go skiing in Switzerland? The weather is just right now. Why don't you take Liz with you? Adrian came to the living room and said to his wife who was watching TV. Adrian's wife is a black woman, a wife who escaped from the quagmire of Hell's Kitchen with him. Switzerland? At this time? Liz still has to go to school. Maybe we can go there together on Christmas. The wife trembled, forced a smile and turned to look at her husband. She is not a fool. It is obviously abnormal that her family has made so much money in the past few years. Her husband is the most resource recycling person. He doesn't run a gold mine. How much money can he make in a year? How can she not count? She is not a spoiled lady from the rich area. She grew up in the muddy land of Hell's Kitchen. What has she not seen? The most profitable industries in this world, besides finance, are crime. Her husband is obviously not suitable for finance, so the other one is probably self-evident. She didn't expect her husband to take this path. But reality forced them to have no way out. So she could only remain silent and support Adrian silently. The faster the money comes, the greater the risk. She had been prepared for this. But she didn't expect it to come so soon. Let's go together, Ed. Looking at his wife's pleading eyes, Adrian almost agreed. But he couldn't, and didn't want to leave in such a humiliated way. He said before that he had made enough money. This is not a lie, but then again, how many people really dislike having too much money? Human greed is endless. Once you get it, you want more. Adrian felt that his savings reached 7 figures. which was already a very high number, enough for his family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But it was not enough. He did not want it to be just like this. Living comfortably for the rest of his life was not enough. He wanted his family to no longer have to worry about money. He hoped that his daughter would never have to worry about money for the rest of her life. So 7 figures were not enough. 9 figures should be enough. To put it bluntly, he was reluctant to give up what he had now. It was easy to escape, but it was not so easy to come back again. At least now, in Adrian's opinion, things had not reached that point. As long as it was not the police, he was not afraid. No, dear, it's okay. You're just leaving for a little while, and you'll be fine soon. I promise. Apart from saying this, he seemed to have no other explanation. He could not let his wife know anything about him. This was also his plan. He had used various methods to transfer his property a long time ago, and these properties would be dispersed in various investments in the name of his wife. What he was doing was to prevent him from having an accident one day. This would not affect the living environment of his wife and children. The wife was very sensible. She knew that her husband did everything for the family. Although she was worried, she decided to leave the United States temporarily in order not to cause trouble for him. Sewer. Okay. Little spiders, in this situation, are you still going to stop us? Heavy Artillery looked at the 3 little spiders helplessly. Heavy Artillery and his men were preparing to evacuate, but not long after they walked, the lizards caught up again. These guys are obviously very adapted to the environment of the sewer. The red-haired girl was still fiddling with her tactical glasses. I just checked. Some lizards, like snakes, can collect odor molecules in the air through their tongues. We can't outrun them in the sewer. Heavy Artillery spread his hands and looked at the little spiders. Either kill them, or we will be torn apart by them. Heavy Artillery is now very annoyed with these 3 little guys. He can understand their desire to save people. He even feels sad for the plight of those poor people. But the world is not as tolerant as children think. Not everything can get good results if you work hard. But Parker is indeed very entangled. This is like the trolley problem. No matter what choice is made, people will fall into a moral dilemma. We may be able to think of a solution, such as we stay here to cover the rear, and you take the people to go first. Stacy was more decisive. Heavy Artillery shook his head helplessly. Miss, I don't know if you listen carefully, those monsters can always find us. And this broken place is connected in all directions. You may be very powerful, but it is absolutely impossible to stop all the monsters, and these people are just pieces of fragrant fat meat in the eyes of those monsters. Do you think they will be stupid enough to stay and play games with you and give up the fat meat at their fingertips? Wake up, their target has always been these poor people. Peter endured it, and finally couldn't help it. We may have a better solution. Excuse me, what is the solution? Heavy Artillery asked impatiently. This is the case with the Virgin Mary. They always raise questions but can't give answers. For example, environmentalists. They shout environmental protection every day, but never mention that those third world countries need to develop. They want the third world to be responsible for carbon emissions and let them reduce carbon emissions, but they can't give a solution. Those third world countries close factories, stop cutting down trees, and stop hunting animals, so what do they eat? They even oppose eating steak. Haha, most people in third world countries can't afford steak. How to solve it? They never mention these. In fact, the truth is very simple. Criticizing this and commenting on that, pointing out problems is always the easiest thing. The things are there, and the problems are obvious. Seeing the problems does not make you smarter than others. Solving the problems is the key. For example, Peter said that there might be a better way. Well, please tell me your way. Then Peter got stuck. Chapter 1148, Make Up for Yesterday's First Update, please give me the monthly pass at the end of the month. The world is like this, it can't be solved by shouting a few slogans. So do it my way, okay? Heavy Artillery is not a high school teacher, and he will not take the feelings of a few children into consideration in this situation. The 3 Spider-Men fell silent. They couldn't think of a good way. Okay guys. Load the bullets. Let me do what we should do. You 3 protect ordinary people, and we will cover you. This is the right way. If the 3 Spider-Men don't want to kill people, it is best to protect the hostages. Leave the rest to the adults. Wait, the red-haired girl suddenly shouted. What? They are coming. No. It's Jessica, Parker asked curiously. Who knows Jessica? After entering the special department, Jessica's information was deliberately concealed by the police. In fact, the police don't need to be too famous. Loki is the kingly way. Superhero, Peter said proudly. Peter met Jessica at a rally of the Defenders. But soon Peter became depressed again. It's just, she is becoming more and more like Kai. This is not a good thing. Jessica was deeply influenced by Matt in the past. Although she would not stick to the principle of not hurting people's lives, she was indeed gentle. But after entering the Special Forces, she went down another path and never looked back. She was dark and cruel. This is also why Matt was too willing to take Jessica with him when he took action. Of course, Jessica herself didn't pay attention. She still had many tasks to perform in the Special Forces, so it was reasonable for her to participate less in the Defenders Alliance operations. She was a law enforcer after all, and it was not good to always get involved with a bunch of illegal violent groups. Here they come, heavy artillery shouted. It's not Jessica. It's the lizard man. A group of green-scaled bipedal upright reptiles rushed over with ugly roars and rustling footsteps. This time, heavy artillery didn't give the three little spiders any time to react and open fire directly. Fire, da 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 da. For a moment, the fire from the bullets turned the entire sewer into daylight. In an instant, the lizardmen in the front row were immediately shot into sieves. Although the lizardmen are very strong and can withstand being shot at more than a dozen times, in a narrow area like the sewer, the bullets they have to face at the first time are not just a dozen bullets. The bullet storm swept the entire passage. Lizardmen kept falling, but more lizardmen still rushed over at the risk of their lives. Their state is obviously not right. After all, as long as they are living things, they will have a desire to survive. Even ants are no exception. Ants can do a lot for the ant colony, but when the naughty kids flood the ant nest with water, the ants will still abandon their companions and run for their lives. But these guys won't, they just rush towards the bullets. This is not bravery, but courting death. Of course, the heavy artillery and they are not in the mood to care about this. Although it is cool to pour out firepower, you also need to change bullets. Fortunately, the players here are all elites. They are not like those gangsters who don't care about anything and just pull the trigger. They will use different frequencies to stagger their reloading time to ensure that they can maintain fire suppression at all times. Stacy protected a girl beside her with a look of reluctance. She turned her head away and couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene. She wanted to stop such meaningless killings, but seeing these panicked innocent people, she couldn't say anything to stop it. Peter and Parker couldn't help but want to rush forward several times, but finally stopped. What can they change? They can't come up with a best of both worlds solution. Here we go. The red-haired girl was refreshed. The heavy artillery listened for a while, and immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Get down." After that, he pounced on the nearest hostage and protected him under his body. The spider senses of the three little spiders also responded at the same time, without any hesitation. They immediately pounced on those innocent people. Boom. Before they knew it, the wall of the tunnel on their left exploded with a bang. Countless dirt and bricks exploded like shotgun shells. Peter was the worst hit. A rock as big as a human head hit him hard on the head. In fact, the rock was not aimed at him, but at Stacy, but after sensing the danger, this guy instinctively saved the beauty and was hit. Others were also knocked down more or less. Although they were injured, they were relieved. Jessica is here. Although she often causes them to be accidentally injured because of impulsive actions, such as now. But no matter what, her fighting power is always worth trusting. Before the dust dispersed, a figure swooshed, knocked the dust away, and rushed into the crowd of lizards. At this time, Stacy helped Peter stand up, and then they saw a blonde woman in a leather jacket grab a lizard man and use it as a weapon to smash other lizard men. Boom boom boom. Her fighting style was extremely violent. The lizard man was like a war hammer, and she smashed him with a loud bang. Any lizard man who was hit seemed to be run over by a car, and most of his body showed a kind of dent that made people's scalps numb. The most unlucky ones were those who were hit in the head, because the skull was relatively hard, and the lizard man himself was relatively tough, so it was a bit rare for the head to be broken and bleeding. But this does not mean that it is a good thing. For example, the whole head was smashed into the chest cavity. Although they are both reptiles, there is still a big difference between lizards and turtles. At least lizards can't shrink their heads to that extent. In fact, turtles can't do it either. Turtles just retract their heads into the shell, not the chest cavity. Any carbon-based creature that does this, carbon-based creatures with heads and chest cavities, can't do this. Of course, if you have to say who is more unlucky than these guys, it is the guy in Jessica's hand. When Jessica grabbed it and smashed it for the 10th time, its upper body was completely shattered. But its skin was very tough, covering its flesh and blood, preventing them from bursting. So after the 10th blow, this guy's body had actually turned into a lizard skin balloon filled with water. Although it could knock people away, it actually had little killing power. However, the violent Jessica did not notice it, and continued to swing the lizard man-shaped inflatable hammer in her hand in a violent manner. But at the 16th blow, her lizard man inflatable hammer finally couldn't withstand the tons of power, and it exploded with a snap. Countless blood mixed with minced meat and tiny broken bones, and sprayed everywhere with a puff. Jessica stopped at this time, looking at the thigh in her hand that was severely twisted by her, grinning. Throwing away the thigh, she grabbed the two lizard men again and continued her unparalleled journey. Ugh. Peter actually didn't see many dead people, especially those who died in such a unique way, so he finally couldn't help vomiting. Of course, maybe the stone just now gave him a concussion. Chapter 1149 Second Update 4,300 words. Bah. 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 Sage was going crazy. After receiving the call for help from heavy artillery and the red-haired girl, Sage immediately led the team to the direction of the distress signal. But the problem was still that the environment of the sewer was too complicated. Not only that, Sage also noticed that it had been expanding. As for who was doing it, it was unclear. After all, the sewers hide too many things, such as vampires, other dark creatures, and homeless gangs hidden in the sewers. In short, these people could expand the sewers, even the lizardmen. This made the already complex sewers even more confusing. Sage rushed for a long time and found that he didn't seem to get close to heavy artillery at all. Not only that, he also met another group of homeless people who were hiding from the lizardmen. With these people, Sage's movements were slower. He even struggled whether to take these people out of the sewers first or to support heavy artillery first. Fortunately, at this time, Jessica and her men met them. After a discussion, Sage decided to support the heavy artillery with Jessica, and the others immediately rushed back to the ground along the way they came. Then the two still had to face the problem of complex environment. Sage was very troubled, and so was Jessica. But there was one thing that Jessica couldn't compare to Sage, that was she was reckless enough. Since there was no suitable route, just go in a straight line. Use your fists to open the way. Before Sage could stop her, Jessica started. She didn't care whether Sage accepted it or not. Jessica opened the way in front, and Sage cursed in the back. Although he was very confident in the current engineering technology, after all, this was dozens of meters underground in the city. Who knows what will happen if you just do violent demolition here? If you accidentally damage the foundation, it will collapse directly and you will be in trouble. What's more terrifying is that he doesn't know what is above their heads. If the foundation structure is damaged and a modern building above sinks, it will be fun. In addition, many of the sewers here were built in the 1950s and 1960s. If they were demolished violently after being disrepaired for a long time, they would collapse and it would be the end of them. He didn't know if Jessica would be in trouble, but he estimated that she would not survive, and even Kai couldn't save her. After all, if she was pressed down, she might turn into a meat pie in an instant. How to save her? But thinking of the heavy artillery and the red-haired girl, Sage had no choice. He could only bite the bullet and follow. If he had to choose again, he would never let Jessica take people to escort the civilians. It would be better to support them alone than now. In fact, the straight line distance between them and the heavy artillery was not far, only 2 or 3 kilometers, but in the sewer, the straight line distance of 2 or 3 kilometers could be tens of kilometers. So Jessica was right about one thing, that is, the straight line is the fastest. Even if Jessica needs to demolish it violently. Sergeant, the heavy artillery stood up with the help of the red-haired girl, and looked up to see the dirty Sage. Sergeant was Sage's code name. It is said that Kai and his adopted daughter gave Sage a code name after they finished a game. Sage didn't have a code name before. After all, code names are not mandatory. You can take it if you want. And it's okay if you don't want to. Sage pressed behind his ears, and his helmet opened the masks to reveal his wrinkled face. Asshole. Jessica. You broke someone else's sewer pipe, just now, Saji was almost taken away by tons of filth. He even saw a bloody sanitary napkin. Don't throw this kind of thing into the toilet casually. If he hadn't brought the multifunctional tactical helmet Kai gave him, he would have either been stinking to death or drowned. In short, no matter how he died, he would have left a strong mark in American history. So Saji, who has always been good-tempered, finally couldn't help but swear. As for the helmet, if you look closely, you will find that Saji's equipment is very similar to that of the Master Chief. Of course, he doesn't have that kind of Thor's hammer mecha. After all, the Special Forces can't afford the sky-high purchase fee. Stark Group can't work for the New York police for free. You know, other departments in the United States have no way to purchase high-tech weapons from Stark Group, because the arms part of Stark Group has been cut. Others are not arms manufacturers now. The New York police have channels, but they have no money. They are helpless. The New York police can't take a large part of the overall budget just to buy a mecha worth hundreds of millions of dollars for Sage. They actually hope that Sage can persuade Kai to help him and let Tony give him a set for free. But Sage refused. Because Sage knows very well that if this is opened, the New York Police Department will annoy him with this kind of thing in the future, and his friendship with Kai may be affected. Besides, why did Tony give it to him? Now there are only two people in the world who have been given mechas by Tony. One is Kai, who used to debut under the name of War Machine. Later, Kai got the destroyer armor and abandoned the War Machine. The second is Tony's friend Colonel Rhodes, who is still using the War Machine that Kai eliminated. So Sage doesn't think he can have this honor at all. Even if Kai helps to speak, it's the same. Tony is also famous for his willfulness and arrogance. This helmet is already the limit. But to be honest, this thing is really useful, such as just now. Oops. Didn't you see I was busy? Jessica certainly knew what she had done, and in fact she regretted it herself. But, things have come to this, it's useless to say more, right? Okay. Let me do it. Saji also knew that he couldn't do anything to Jessica. After all, the other party is the backbone of the Special Forces. So he could only vent his anger on these lizard monsters. We don't have time to play with these guys, got it? Jessica, who got into trouble, was very obedient. Although Saji couldn't hide her, Saji's nagging mouth. It's better to let him beat her up. So it's better to be honest and obedient. After grabbing a lizard monster, breaking its joints with a crack, and kneading it into a ball, Jessica used the momentum of hitting all the bowling balls and smashed the lizard monster in her hand. Boom. Hit the bullseye. Good shot. The lizard monster was like a bowling ball, blasting the other lizardmen in the passage like vertical pins on a racetrack. Then Jessica flew up in the air and made way for the shooting. And Saji was ready. Just when he asked Jessica to move aside, he pulled out a big gun that was half a person's height from behind. The thing was black all over, and the muzzle was in a Y shape. Without a barrel or rifling. Behind the big gun, a thick wire connected to the backpack behind Saji. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound sounded, and the Y-shaped muzzle began to glow. BIU. A green energy ball the size of a human head was shot out. Then countless green lightnings spread out from the energy ball, crackling, and all the substances touched would disappear directly. Just like ice encountering fire, it disappeared. However, after these green lightnings came into contact with the lizardmen, it was another situation. After being struck by lightning, they immediately turned into pools of green slime, which flowed all over the ground with a splash, and even emitted hot air. After running 100 or 200 meters in a straight line, the green energy ball suddenly exploded. Silently, it turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of 5 meters. Then there was a flash of strong light. A spherical hole was formed. Everything wrapped in the sphere disappeared without a trace. The three little spiders were already stunned under their masks. When have they seen such a thing? Peter. Is the technology in your world so advanced? Parker couldn't help asking. Look at this thing. Think about your own world. It's okay. They don't have this thing over there, it's too scary. Although he knows that this world is more dangerous, after all, there are gods, monsters, aliens and other elements, but the soldiers here are equipped with such weapons. It's a bit too much? No. Feeling the misunderstanding of his two companions, Peter quickly waved his hands. No. Believe me, our technology is not that advanced. In fact, not only the three little spiders, but also Sage himself was shocked. Fuck, he immediately took his finger off the trigger. Scared. Jessica ran over angrily at this time. Okay. Sage, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually dared to take revenge. You want to kill me too? I'm going to tell Kai. Say you want to murder me. Sage was really scared and immediately waved his hands repeatedly. No, no. I didn't know this thing would be so scary. This thing is a weapon that Tony has modified based on the technology of the Chitauri during this period. It is more experimental than practical. In fact, a high-energy battery the size of a mountaineering backpack can only be used for a few rounds. But it seems that this statement is a bit problematic, because now the high-energy battery has burned out and is still smoking. It's just that everyone has no time to pay attention to it. Tony has invented a lot of things during this period. Some are useful, some are just. This BFG 9000 is what Tony thinks is a very good weapon. As a result, it seems that the power is a bit too terrifying. Jessica didn't bother to listen to Sage's explanation. In fact, she was just making a fuss, afraid that Sage's mother-in-law would nag her when she returned, so she just took the initiative. Heavy Artillery, a heavy firepower enthusiast, didn't have so many other ideas, just jealous. This thing is simply a dream gun in his eyes. So this guy ran over and wanted to experience it, but as soon as he got a big gun in his hand, he felt something was wrong. It's so hot. Heavy Artillery threw the BFG 9000 out at once. As a result, the BFG 9000 immediately started smoking as soon as it fell into the water. Is it broken? Sage was wearing professional protective clothing, and the performance was very good. At least he didn't feel how hot the gun was, but now it seems. The red-haired girl came over, picked up the big gun, and checked it with tactical glasses. Only then did he give an authoritative reply. It's broken. The chips and energy supply system inside have all been damaged, and the energy generator has also burned out. Sage took the GFG 9000 and his expression became serious. Let's go quickly. The reason why he was so relaxed just now was that he thought this thing was a guarantee, and he was not afraid of more lizardmen. But now this thing is broken, it's better to get out of here quickly. The others also put away their joking thoughts and immediately protected the people and retreated to the nearest exit. The sewage treatment plant on the outskirts of the city. SHIELD, the Shadow Bureau, and the New York Police have deployed a large number of personnel, not only here, but also at other sewer exits. It's just that this is the largest exit, so the headquarters of the three parties were placed here. As the most experienced agent, Carter undoubtedly has the right to command. The New York Police have no objection to this. After all, when faced with such a situation, there is not much they can do. It is not shameful to hand it over to professionals. In fact, after experiencing so many thrilling incidents, the New York Police no longer have the arrogance that law enforcement agencies often have. After all, they really can't bear it. So if someone is willing to share the responsibility, they are of course happy to do so. As for the credit, as long as there is no big riot, it is a credit. SHIELD does have some opinions, but their voice in New York is not as big as that of the New York Police. After all, it was with the help of the New York Police, mainly Kai, that the Special Department was established. And the significance of the establishment of the Special Department itself is to seize SHIELD's law enforcement power in New York. So SHIELD can only honestly accept the leadership of the old leader. Carter's face is very ugly now. Just now, 6 teams of the Shadow Bureau and SHIELD were attacked by the Lizard Man and were wiped out. On the contrary, the New York Police, because of the leadership of the Special Department, suffered the least losses and rescued many people. This made the chief of the New York Police Department smile with all the wrinkles on his face. It's too shameful. Of course, Carter's face is ugly not only because of shame, but also because of the number of Lizard Man. The 6 teams that were attacked were not in the same area. Instead, they were distributed underground in various districts of the city. What does this mean? This means that there are a lot of these disgusting greenskins. Originally, after the Lizardmen happened today, they took action immediately and took it very seriously. As a result, they found out that their butts had become a monster nest, and they only found out now. If the media knew about it, there would be another round of criticism. And there is no way to talk back, because what others said is right. So many monsters have made their homes underground in New York, and the law enforcement agencies in New York have never known about it. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Although this thing is really hard to monitor, will the media and the public care about this? And this is not the most terrifying thing. The 3 parties sent out more than 20 teams today. and 7 or 8 of them encountered the homeless people who originally lived in the sewers. According to estimates by relevant departments, at least 30,000 people live in the sewers of New York. Many of the known homeless gathering areas in the past are no longer empty. According to the survivors, many people are missing. No one knows how many people are missing. But think about the 30,000 people estimated above, plus the number of homeless people they rescued. That's an extremely terrifying number. A number that is enough to make the entire United States go crazy. Especially the homeless group. This group is really hated by people in normal times, and most people don't pay much attention to them. But when something happens, a lot of people stand up and shout for their rights. Sympathy for the weak is an empathy that everyone has. Even if those people don't care much about those marginalized people in normal times, when something really happens, they start to empathize with them one by one. You can't say they are hypocritical, you can only say that people are like this. Chapter 1150 The Last Day. Fortunately, no one really pays attention to marginalized people. Even cats and dogs get more attention than them. As long as this matter is not reported to the media, it is not a big deal. At least Carter is not going to make a public announcement. Nonsense, who would look for trouble for no reason? You can't say Carter is cold-blooded, but some things are really better left alone. For example, these homeless people, is it really good for them to be reported to the media? Carter can say 100% that there is no. On the one hand, it is the problem of the homeless people themselves. Let's put it this way, if there is a way, who would eat too much and run to the sewer to live like a ghost? The problem of homeless people is itself a comprehensive problem. It's not that there are no jobs in New York now. They still choose to live like this until now. There must be a reason. Can it be exposed and the society can solve it? Don't be ridiculous. The federal government is just like that to taxpayers, not to mention those who don't pay taxes. On the other hand, it is the social aspect. It should be made clear here that the social atmosphere in the United States has a considerable social Darwinism component, and poverty has always been equated with laziness. Many people think that the reason why black people are poor is because they are lazy, unwilling to study, and unwilling to work. To say this is to use the results to reverse the process, and to talk to oneself. There is a saying that makes sense. Happy people are similar, but unhappy people have their own misfortunes. It cannot be generalized. What's more, this society may not help. The federal government is different from what many people think. It has never been a typical Western country. Its elections are not actually democratic, but more like an aristocratic representative system. Look at those congressmen and senators, many of them have family backgrounds. At the same time, it has never been a so-called welfare state. At least the government will not help the so-called poor people. Only some non-governmental groups do these things. But if those non-governmental groups are really useful, there won't be so many people in the sewers. So even if it is exposed, in addition to bringing tons of saliva to the government and the police, those poor people still can't get the help they deserve. Soon the first batch of homeless people were rescued. What's the situation inside? Carter saw Jessica and Sage for the first time. Jessica shrugged, that's good. It's almost like Jurassic Park down there. God knows how many monsters are in there. Sage was not as rude as Jessica. Sir, we underestimated this matter. The complexity of the situation down there is beyond imagination. I think we need support. With the current number of people, if they are thrown into the sewer, there will not even be a wave. Carter was also in a headache. Captain, although I think so, you know, if we mobilize a large number of people, the whole New York will be in chaos. The higher-ups will not agree. Carter certainly knew this, but she couldn't make the decision. Once a large number of people were really pulled out, the fact that the sewers were occupied by monsters would basically be unconcealed. What American society needs most now is stability, and the politicians above will not allow such a thing to happen. Come on, this is New York. New Yorkers have seen everything, but Jessica didn't think so. New Yorkers are naturally thick-skinned. After all, if you don't have some tolerance, you really can't survive in this city. Carter shook her head helplessly. Of course she knew about this kind of thing. But we can't just look at the surface. What those politicians are really worried about is the stock market and market confidence. The previous major events caused a great turmoil in the stock market, and major investment institutions lost all their money. Now the funds in the United States have begun to flow out in large quantities, just because they have no confidence in the United States. Think about those major events, which one did not happen in the United States. How can investors have confidence in this chosen place? This is also thanks to the power of this government. It can control both the Senate and the House of Representatives, so that many policies can be implemented, which has saved the U.S. economy to a great extent. If there is another major event that shocks the whole city at this juncture, God knows how things will develop. Carter didn't want to argue with Jessica on this issue, and he couldn't argue with her. It happened that 3 little spiders were escorted over by heavy artillery carrying BFG 9000. Seeing the 3 little spiders, Carter's eyes lit up. The Shadow Bureau has always been short of people. In fact, after Spider-Man appeared, the Shadow Bureau has always wanted to recruit. Unfortunately, after finding out that Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker, the Shadow Bureau stopped the recruitment process. The reason is simple: Peter Parker's social circle is too close to Kai. The Shadow Bureau didn't think that the identity of Spider-Man could be hidden from Kai. In this way, the Shadow Bureau's idea naturally fell through. Knowing Spider-Man's true identity, the Shadow Bureau didn't think Kai was really indifferent. The Shadow Bureau even knew that Peter Parker was taken back to Stark Tower by Stark. Although there is no clear intention to deal with it, it is enough to show that Kai has his own arrangements for Spider-Man. The Shadow Bureau is tantamount to humiliating itself by snatching people at this time. After all, Kai's reputation is there, and he is more credible than the government departments. But the 2 new Spider-Men seem to be worth a try. Although Carter didn't know where they came from. These 2 are. Carter was just about to talk when suddenly a flash of fire flashed in the sky. No need to guess, it's Tony Stark. Sorry, Ms. Carter. I'm taking these 3 children with me. Ever since Tony and Steve had a falling out over Bucky, he has never called Carter auntie again. There is no right or wrong in this grudge. It's just a different standpoint. But this is enough to make Tony mind. Carter looked at Tony with mixed feelings. Logically, Tony grew up under her care and they have deep feelings for each other, but it's still not as good as her first love. She has always hoped to bridge the rift between Tony and Steve, but the results were minimal. In Steve's opinion, Bucky is innocent, so he must protect Bucky. And Tony is even simpler. Steve and Carter are betraying his father by shielding the murderer. It's a pity that these 2 people are good friends of his father, especially Carter. Carter is not even familiar with Bucky. On the contrary, Howard and Carter are standard friends for many years. There have been many rumors about them before. But these 2 guys turned a blind eye to Howard's death. Although he understood their choice, he despised the position. This was Tony's general idea. As Tony landed, the 3 little spiders became nervous. It was not that they were afraid that Tony would punish them. It was just kids running away from home. No matter how passionate they were at the time, they were still scared to death afterwards. This was their situation now. You 3, Tony opened his mask. Are you ready to be punished? The 3 children looked at Tony blankly. I heard that you are very smart. That's great. Recently I decided to give Jarvis a holiday, so my laboratory is in need of laboratory assistants. It just so happens that you 3 barely meet the requirements. Peter's face changed drastically. Although he had never been with Tony, he also knew that he was a research madman. Once he entered the laboratory, it was common for him not to come out for a whole week. After speaking, Tony took out 3 rings and put them on them regardless of whether the 3 of them were willing or not. The moment they put on the rings, Peter and the other 2 immediately felt an unprecedented weakness. This is a good thing, made by Camelot. It is specially used to deal with some guys with special abilities. Once you are put on this thing, you are just ordinary people. So go back to Stark Tower honestly. At this time, a stealth fighter suddenly appeared. The hatch opened, and Happy poked his head out to look at the 3 little spiders, revealing his very funny smile. Dad, why do we have to go to Switzerland now? Can't we change the world? Christmas is more than a month away. Wouldn't it be better for our family to go together then? Liz didn't understand why her parents were in a hurry to let her go to Switzerland, and her father didn't go with her. I don't have time for Christmas. You don't know how busy your dad is now, especially at Christmas. There's a big business to discuss. How can he have time to accompany you then? Look, your Uncle Schultz will come back in a few days and can help me share some of the burden, so I will have time to accompany you. So baby, be obedient, you go with Mom first, and I will rush over in a few days. This statement is full of loopholes, and it can't fool any adult with social experience. But Liz didn't think there was anything wrong. Going on vacation, not escaping, is there a need to be so anxious? After all, His father's company is doing very well, and she herself is too well protected and has no experience, so she didn't hear any problems at all. Why do you have to discuss business on Christmas? Isn't Christmas a holiday, silly child? Have you ever seen a business take a holiday on Christmas? On the contrary, Christmas is a good day to make money. Adrian looked at his daughter with loving eyes. His heart was full of guilt, but the next second he suppressed the guilt. All this is for her, for this family. How annoying. Liz still felt unhappy. Of course, she always considered the most popular issues for high school students. Love. She had thought about how to contact Peter recently, and then at Christmas, they could be together. In short, all these plans were disrupted. Then when are we leaving? Today, Adrian said firmly. So as not to make trouble. Liz was shocked, so anxious. Adrian raised his eyebrows. Bad, the little girl suspected. Adrian's wife patted her husband. That's enough. Do you really think her daughter is a silly girl? I just bought the plane ticket today. It's discounted. His wife's explanation made Adrian feel relieved. Their family has only started to live a wealthy life in the past 2 years. Although they were well off before, they still had to be frugal. Air tickets, especially those to go abroad to places like Switzerland, are best to buy discounted ones. More importantly, it's a direct flight, no need to transfer. So I bought it. Oh, Liz didn't doubt it, but I'm still saying goodbye to my friend. Isn't it okay to make a phone call? Adrian said relaxedly, as long as he didn't doubt anything. Coco, Liz said hesitantly. Now Adrian also saw that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he seemed to understand something. Then he looked at his wife. Do you want to say goodbye to Peter? His wife stood up and said in a low voice. Liz looked at her father and said that when his daughter talked about love, she was always reluctant to do it in front of her father. After all, any father would not be happy with a pig that wants to eat his cabbage. HMPH, Adrian sat a little further away in displeasure. Liz continued to stare at her father. His wife said helplessly, Ed, go pack your luggage first. HMPH. What's there to be embarrassed about? I told my dad everything when I was a kid. Adrian walked away mumbling. Mom, I finally made progress in my relationship with Peter, Liz said dejectedly. If I leave now, Gwen, that little bitch, Pa, the wife slapped her daughter, don't say bad words, HMPH. Anyway, if I leave now, Gwen will definitely not miss this opportunity. She will definitely say bad things about me in front of Peter. The wife can understand the child's restlessness in high school, but under the current circumstances, she can't joke with her and her daughter's lives to accommodate her daughter's love affair. If that Peter is really as good as you say, then he will definitely not listen to that Gwen's nonsense, but as a person who has experienced it, it's really not easy to deal with a little girl. Of course Peter is a good person. It's just that Gwen is used to pretending to be a good person. Every time I see her, she looks righteous, as if she is the only one in the world who is right. Peter and Gwen have always had a good relationship, so he will definitely be deceived. Silly child, it's obvious that Peter and Gwen are a couple. Her mother is so smart, she knew it as soon as she heard it. It's probably Peter and Gwen are a couple, otherwise two such excellent children don't have boyfriends or girlfriends, and they are still together every day. What else can this be? But then again, she is Liz's mother, not a policeman. She only needs to care about her daughter. As for whether Gwen is excellent or not, it's none of her business. So instinctively want to give her daughter some advice. But, the bad thing is that there is no time. Then we really have to say goodbye properly, but seeing her daughter's expectant eyes, she was embarrassed to refuse. We can change the flight to tomorrow. Seeing her mother wavering, Liz immediately added fuel to the fire. Logically speaking, it's just one day, which is nothing. But Adrian is so anxious, which means that the situation is definitely not small. So Liz's mother really didn't dare to give her a day. But there was a way. No need to change the ticket, there's still time before the plane takes off. Enough time for you to say goodbye. In fact, according to her and Adrian's idea, it would be better for them to leave earlier, so that they would be much safer at the airport. After all, it would be easy to be labeled as a terrorist if they caused trouble in such a place. Adrian felt that people who caused trouble to him would never cause trouble there. But for the sake of her daughter, a few hours should be no problem. Are you in such a hurry? No, you're just saying goodbye. What do you want to do? Liz's mother's eyes suddenly became sharp. No. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.